bring you a very distinguished personality who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia, and he is the elected secretary of World Council of Boxing. Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Clement Dunn.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nice to meet you. God bless y'all, and I hope y'all having a wonderful day. I am honored, CK, to be on your show and everything. It's great meeting you and everything. I'm very honored.
So I think our viewers would like to get inspired by your story. You are a very disciplined human being. You are an athlete. You have a great exercising routine, and you also compete. So why don't you tell about your life story and share some good inspirational story with our viewers?
Um, well, I'm James Dunn. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia originally, but just relocated down to Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm going into a whole different field of work. Um, Born and raised Roanoke, Virginia. Um, Played sports, track, football, and baseball. Played sports just 2 years in high school. I played semi-pro football. Um, Pretty much, I'm a jack of all trades. From electrical, from whatever you know. I done firefighting. Um, Pretty much my story is, I've been through struggles all my life, ups and downs, challenges, and, been through, I done been homeless before and everything. And I just want to let everybody know, they'll never give up on your dreams and everything because, what I'm saying, it's always hope. Life is what you make it. And that's what I want to tell everybody. Recently, last year, the end of last year, I got nominated on the executive board, the Hughes, the Third Enterprises, which is Miss Geraldine Hughes. She worked on the molestation case for the attorney on the defensive side for the Michael Jackson case when they tried to say he molested the little boy. And she nominated me. And right now, she's done a book called Redemption, and she did a documentary called Redemption. You can find her book on Amazon. She nominated me on her executive board. Right now, we working on the about to be give it start working on the movie. Then I got nominated with BMM AFU, which stands for Boxing MMA Fight Union. Mr. Charles Russo is president. He pretty much nominated me as North Carolina State Chairman. Then Miss Geraldine got me on a conference call with Troy Edwards, which he built his own brand, 3HP Marketing Promotions. He's doing the soundtrack for Redemption and a lot of other soundtracks and working on a lot of other things. He got a lot of things going on and coming. Um, Troy Edwards called me around January and wanted to nominate me with his staff for 3HP as his A&R promoter. So been working on promoting and things like that. And then recently, beginning of this year, they nominated me again with the BMMFU as vice president of talent support, which I recruit talent all over the globe and United States, international. I could recruit boxers, managers. Pretty much, they reach out to me because of my title, but I also reach out to them as well. And I got nominated this year too with the World General Council of Boxing as committee secretary, which secretary I keep track of all records and files and everything that's going on with the boxing and the boxing union and things like that. Just keep records of everything and keep track of everything and keep everything in file and everything. So I've been working on things with that, and then I built my own brand from ground up. I've been working on, which is global and is in the market with Denisa. She pretty much started her own Hoinser. She's got CEO of Hoinser's magazine. I'm global partners with Hoinser's magazine, and I'm a brand ambassador. And I'm building my brand. My brand is Done Right Promotions, which is a brand for the sports entertainment, and you know, pretty much for pretty much kids and whoever want to wear the brand and support the brand or whatever. But I created the brand, and I'm the owner of the brand, the founder, and I'm pretty much gonna start going. Maybe I'm gonna go to some schools and stuff like that. Maybe hand out some shirts and stuff for the kids and things like that. Because I'm big into like donating and like big into like homeless and cancer. I lost a lady I was with for 3 years. Back then, years ago, she had breast cancer. So I'm a big, huge supporter of breast cancer, homeless. I support the homeless and veterans, things like that. USO, I donate to USO. I donate money every month to the USO. I'm big on nonprofit. Big on nonprofit, and that's my plan to go around and make donations and help out nonprofit organizations and things like that.
Fantastic. You had a fascinating journey, I think very inspiring. And you work with the boxers, and you also are recruiting a lot of boxers. Would you like to share some of these traits that you're looking for in the budding boxers?
Repeat that again.
You are working for the Boxing Association, which is also looking for the boxers. So, what is the big quality a boxer must have?
Basically, what I do, we a union. BMMF AFU is a union. It's a union we started, to help out boxers. What we do, we make sure the boxers have insurance. We make sure they have life insurance benefits. We have our own events we do and gonna be holding, but is COVID stepped in, and we had a lot of stuff coming up last year got canceled. But you got to go by government rules and certain things on airlines and getting fighters because we globally so we got fighters all over the world so getting them here and getting them back a lot of things we work off the government and it's a lot of rules and what I'm saying, you got to go by and we here to support the boxers 100%. That's what we do. We're the law of the boxing, and we here to stop a lot of nonsense. Because a lot of boxers get treated wrong and stuff like that. You got managers and promoters treat boxers. Some of them treat boxers fair and good. Some of them don't. So we here to find out all the negative and all the crookedness going on in the boxing, and we're gonna weed all the negative everything out of that. You know what I'm saying? So what our goal is, that's what we do, man. We here to support. We here to support, and we the law. We here to stop all the nonsense, and everything. That's what we here for to do.
Very good. And the people who can associate with you are from the United States, or they can be from anywhere in the world.
We got them all. We got boxers from United States, UK. We got we got them all from all over. China. You know, Britain. We got them. We got them. They all over the world. This a global union. Global boxing union. It's a global boxing union.
So, how do you engage with these boxers which are in China or UK or Malaysia or in United States? Do you have a website for registration? How does this start?
A website. Basically, they like I said, they reach out to me. Anytime you're in the boxing field and you promoting and you are managing everything, your title, we normally reach out to their managers, promoters, and we normally their commissions, and we normally reach out. They reach out to us, and if they want to decide or their manager or whatever, bring them on with the union. We bring them on. We bring them on with the union, and we pretty much sign them up and get them in. And once they get in, we're gonna take care of them and make sure, we're gonna put them on there when we have our sanctioned events, our fights and stuff like that, fight cards, and you know, let them fight on the fight cards. We're gonna pay everybody fair, equally. Ain't nobody gonna get cheated, things like that.
So, is there a joining fee that your organization charges from these boxers?
And repeat that again.
Is there a joining fee that is charged for providing these services?
Nah, it's not charged. It's no fee.
Okay, very nice, very nice. So, what is the plans
Like I
forward
said,
for?
we here to support the boxers. We here to look out for them. Make sure we here to support them. That's our job. We here to support. Support.
Understand. So, what is the plan looks like in 2021? How do you see restarting the fights this year, considering the new administration is there in United States, and at some point in time the lockdown may be lifted? Are you preparing for this?
Oh, right now it's looking good. We had a lot of some. We had some stuff. We had some stuff promoted and pretty much started, but the COVID, like, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things going on with the COVID in other countries and things like that too. Like, we still playing everything by ear. You can have and schedule events and put things together, but also things can come up too. And we might have a date on a event, but the date could, because of that, could be pushed to. We'll still have it, but it can be pushed to a later date. But it's nothing we can control with whatever the government dishes out. With the COVID, it's better to be safe. You know what I'm saying, than anything. So basically, we got things happening and things coming up and things in the making, but at the same time, you got to go by the government rules and the government laws and stuff like that. In the COVID, we had to having this big issue with the COVID and stuff like that. So basically, we got to wait on, so a lot of stuff we've been having, we just waiting and everything, but we still, it's all in the making and everything is happening. We might have to push maybe back some events back, maybe a month back or something like that. Like if it's March, you might have to push it to April or something like that.
Sure. So, in terms of the future of boxing, where do you see this sports going?
Can you repeat that again?
The future of boxing, does it look very bright, or people will stop doing practice because of COVID, and they will take some time to get in shape. Do you see some challenges in that area?
I think other than the COVID, I can't really say nothing about that because the COVID is a COVID. But people are still trained. They might, train. I mean, gyms and stuff is back open right now. People still doing like training and stuff like that, but you still got to be cautious. Certain stuff you do and this and that. You can't really say much. It's a lot that you can't really say because you don't really know. We don't we you plan things and you know things, but with this COVID, you don't know. You don't know if it get worse or it can clear up. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know. So basically, right now, it's a cautious thing. Boxing is looking good and looking great and everything, but with this COVID, you never know. That's with anything out here, not just boxing. That's with anything, jobs or anything that's going on in this world right now. This COVID, you don't know. Entertainment, anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't see any new movies also coming in, right? So we are all waiting for these new movies to come in theaters, but we don't know when they are going to get released. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we about to start working on some things and stuff. We got some things in the making. I can't really say much more or say really anything, anything else about. I know we got a lot of things coming close and in the making, and a lot of things get ready to happen. And you know what I'm saying. I just can't say more. You know what I'm saying. But we got a lot of stuff coming.
So I think it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, James, and learning about the fight and the kind of work you do for the boxers, and you help them in terms of having the fair remuneration being given to them, legal support, and you work across the world. You have UK boxers working with you. You have Chinese, Malaysian, all over the place. So I think you're doing a remarkable job. You are already have done so much for the boxing community, and above all, the boxing as a sport inculcates the discipline in people. So would you like to give your last advice to youngsters about how to be disciplined?
What with the boxers and the discipline and everything. Basically, I just tell the boxers stay healthy. That's the main key of boxing and everything. Stay healthy. Make sure you eating right. Make sure you dieting right. Stay training, but be safe. Try not to get hurt. Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? Basically, watch out. Watch out for this COVID and everything, because if you get that, it can harm you too if you get, if you got a fight coming up and you get sick or COVID, anything, you know what I'm saying? Just be safe and everything, just stay healthy and be safe. That's the main thing right now in this whole world is being safe and staying healthy. That's the main key of life. Being safe and stay healthy and stay disciplined.
Absolutely. This is a very powerful message that you have given us today. Stay disciplined, stay healthy, eat right, and never stop practicing. So, with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today. It was my personal pleasure talking to you, James, and I would like to interview once again after few months or so, when the situation looks better and more boxers are coming to you for getting associated with the World Federation of Boxing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's my honor. Once again, my honor, and appreciate the interview. And you be safe and everything out there. And God bless you and your fam. And what I'm saying, stay healthy, yourself too. And yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day and week. What I'm saying, weekend and everything. And God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, James. You have a good time and stay healthy, safe, and disciplined. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. And today we are very honored and privileged to have Dr. Satish, who is the co-founder of Savvy Global Technologies, and he joins us from Bangalore. Satish is a 2-decade-old, very seasoned professional in our industry, and he is also the alumni of ISB. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Satish.
Thank you, CK, for welcoming. I'm glad to be part of your show, and very good afternoon to you.
It will be our honor and privilege to know about your journey, Dr. Satish. To begin the discussion between us today, you have already spent almost 2 decades in the industry and you have seen ups and downs. So, would you like to tell us more about how was your journey as a leader and how you evolved?
Okay, thank you for asking about my background of profession and the growth. To me, if one needs to grow along with the changing scenarios, it is very important to adopt self to the change and keep moving with the change. Continuous learning, upskilling, and consistently developing the required skills and competencies or mandatory practice one should follow. And I grew up by following these best practices as a leader.
Uh, Satish, you have had a very illustrious career so far, and now you're helping your colleagues also by giving them employments and also bringing a lot of change to the way society function. And through Savvy, your current company, you're rolling out a lot of new types of high-tech application, which is going to reduce cost and improve lives of the people. Now, before we discuss about that, you have seen so many transformation in the industry. Would you like to inform us and our viewers how these transformations shaped your journey so far?
Okay. Yeah, before we get to the exact answering about your question, I would like to give a little bit about the technology today. And it is a wide topic to talk about. And to keep it short and simple, technology has been playing a major role in transforming our way of living and impacting to a great extent on our lifestyle with consistent revolutions. From where it started a couple of decades before and where it is today, there has been a tremendous transition that has taken place. As days roll on, we continue to see innovations, inventions, advancements that will continue to happen, and these changes will continue to influence people life, businesses, and standard of living. And it is a continuous process and journey altogether. There are a number of things we can notice that have transitioned and transformed so far, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and automation, smart systems, etc. So that's the kind of a change a technology has brought into the industry so far. And coming to how are we going to align ourselves in helping the organization to develop is adopting to the changing technology and helping the resources to get trained upon and learning and development and focus on the improvements that go along with the journey.
So, Dr. Satish, while working for the Savvy Global Tech, what is the kind of applications you intend to bring out in the field and how these applications will impact the life of common human beings or common Indians?
Okay. So Savvy Global Tech is passionate organization towards the trending technology, and some of the solutions, some of the applications that we are trying to bring into the market in terms of the artificial intelligence, automated systems, and smart equipments or smart solutions, which are going to benefit the general public when they're going to use it. It might be a solution for another organization, or it might be a solution for another business. It might be a solution for for a group of people. So those are going to benefit them in reducing the time, effort, and human intervention by running and using these solutions at a cost-effective manner and get benefit out of it in running their businesses or daily routines more efficiently.
So the Savvy Global Tech is a very smart team, very young team. I know for sure there are a lot of young and professionals which are working for you, and you are very innovative. However, you as a professional, you have a long journey of 2 decades. You had a lot of achievements. Would you like to share some of these achievements with us for the inspiration?
Okay, that's a very nice question, and thank you for asking this question, CK. I would be glad to talk about achievements. According to me, every achievement has its own value-add success story and hard effort associated to it. It might be a small achievement, it might be a bigger achievement. Every achievement remains close to heart and anyway for an individual, and they take their journey, success journey, by achieving more and more as they work on. So, however, if I need to talk about some of them, some of the achievements, then the first one would be I would pick up on the personal front, which is my doctorate scholarship with an award of excellence honored by the University of ISBM. And the next one or two I would like to pick from the Savvy's journey side. So the second one would be an artificial intelligence based COVID signature screening and detection solution that can generate COVID signatures, positive or negative results and reports in less than 10 seconds. That's the kind of solution which is being a great success for us, which is ready to go to market, and it has already started its journey to the market. And if I want to talk about one of the other example, probably with a short span of time, a remarkable progress that Savvy has made in its journey into the market so far, with consistent developments and strategic executions, value add services and solutions being delivered to the global customers today. Overall, I would say Savvy is endeavoring through its great journey now and a long way to go.
Dr. Satish, I think I will speak very freely with you as a professional, as your industry colleague. You see, there was a time during when our parents were growing up in India. There are businesses who could say that, hey, I have a 50-year-old plan. For example, I mean, all of us have used these old cars like Ambassador and Padmini, Premier Padmini. I mean, these companies had a 50 to 60-year plan. I mean, whatever cars they were rolling out, the generations would use those cars. But now the situation has totally changed. It is very difficult for any business person to predict more than 5 years for his organization. What we are doing today may not be relevant after a couple of years. So what is your one mantra would you like to give to our viewers as a mantra of success in today's environment?
Okay, in today's technology booming industry and the background and a lot of innovations brought in place, a couple of factors plays a vital role in today's environment. One is moving along with the trending technologies, whatever is getting involved in evolving in the industry, and then move along with it. And a strategic focus, planning the approach very efficiently in a structured manner, and choosing the right people to work with. It might be a leadership, management, staff, partners, or vendors. And choosing the right asset and tools matters a lot. And besides, as we work on all these progressions, learning and development in parallel to match with the industry growth is one of the key player that should be considered. And follow the practice of good process-oriented approach and look forward to ensure and achieve customer experience. These are some of the factors which would be very essential in today's environment.
So I think as I said before asking you this question, is that it's quite tough to predict a very long-term plan for the companies. I think the feeling I'm getting, or the answer, if I have to summarize, is that diversification is what you are intending to do, because you have a customer base which is not going to change, but as long as you are able to adapt and diversify uh, into new business areas as and when they are evolved, I think that is your message today. So it's a fantastic message. From here on, from your point of view, in next decade, how do you see the technology driving the industry for next 10 years?
Okay. That's a very nicely foreseen factor today. For the past few decades, if you see, technology has been impacting staggering technological changes that have been revolutionizing the world today. And technology has brought up thousands of tools, resources, making it very essential and very easy and very possible to access any information literally at our fingertips. So there's no doubt that the world is going to drastically change with technology and innovation, which is upcoming in the next years and decades. As a stakeholder of the organization, an IT organization, I feel it is very important to know which technologies to implement so that the business can stand out in the competitive market.
So, Dr. Satish, you have established so many companies. You work for a large corporation, and wherever we have worked as professionals, we have seen that the investor community plays a major role in bringing any new technology. So right now, if you look at the market, we're talking about ed tech, medical tech, fintech. In fact, fintech has now become history. So it's more of ed tech and medical tech. Oh, and most of these new developments are being driven by the investor community, whether they are banks or angel investors or seed funding agencies. What is your one message, or what is that you expect from the investor community to help with these new changes which are happening in the world today?
It's a fantastic ask, CK. Investor community today should focus on this, from my perspective of learning in my career and seeing the trend going forward. So I would say investor community should focus on identifying potential trending technology solution oriented businesses or areas or spaces. So in today's techno revolutionary world, growth in the upcoming years is very well foreseen. So, keeping that in mind, investing on the right technology space that has a long way to go will definitely yield a solid value add at the long run for the investors.
So, Dr. Satish, I think we had a lot of learning from this discussion today. We learned a lot about your approach, how you want to build your organization, what are the empowerment you want to do for your employees, your partners, and your investors, and also people by and large. So, it was great learning for us, Dr. Satish. And
thank you very much. Yeah.
it is our pleasure, Dr. Satish. And Dr. Satish is a co-founder in a very high-tech company, which is called Savvy Global Tech. They are headquartered in Bangalore. They are coming out with fantastic applications, which will change the lives of people, not only now, but for next 1 or 2 years. So people who are interested in knowing about this company or about this application or the technology work that Savvy is doing, or interested in knowing more about Dr. Satish, please drop in your email. We will connect you with Dr. Satish and this company. So, in the end, Dr. Satish, it was our pleasure to talk to you, and we hope to catch up again, understanding more work that your company is doing and bringing that to our people.
Thank you very much, CK. And I would like to once again convey my gratitude to have this event organized. And I'm really excited to be part of your show. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Dobras. So I would like to run a scene, a typical scene in the office. And the scene is like this, that you are a marketing manager and you want to basically start a campaign using a particular marketing channel. And then you basically make a big report about that channel and effectiveness, etc. You send it to your boss for approval. Your boss approves, you start your campaign on that particular channel, and you keep doing this. After some time you actually get called after a few months, 1 or 2 months, that hey, I gave you approval for using this channel for doing marketing. What is the outcome? So this is where this is a very typical situation, and if you're very smart, you are able to give an answer, a convincing answer to your boss. But I think you and I will all know that when we have multiple marketing channels available today, and especially we are under lockdown because of COVID-19, the things are changing very rapidly. So before we get into details about how to do effective marketing, let me cover four most important points for planning your strategic marketing initiative, because these are very standard, whether it is before COVID or after COVID, whether your boss approves it or asks after 2 months, it doesn't matter. You have to be very strategic in planning your marketing campaign. So here it comes. Number one, start collecting your data early. So when I say start collecting your data early, the marketing is nothing but about it's a quotient of measurability. So if some person asks you, hey, you carried out this particular initiative, and then you have to give respond in a very quantitative manner, saying that how many people watched your advertisement, how many people reached out, what are the touch points. So you have to give a lot of holistic picture about your marketing campaign, and you also have to collect data with regard to how many tangible benefits the campaign generated for the company. The tangible benefits are in the form of number of leads, number of proposals sent by the sales team, and number of conversions, what is the revenue, etc. Now, as we all know, being a marketing and sales guys, that it is not a one day's job. Getting the right statistics out, start making the right understanding, measurement, and also market intelligence cannot be done in one day. Typically, any marketing campaign will take about 6 to 1 year to give you a desired result of predictability. So that is why it is very important to collect the data right from the beginning. And when you collect data, you have to strategize what data to collect. So that is why this is important. And then if you do this, even after 2 months, if your boss asks you, hey, what happened to that campaign that I approved 2 months back, you are ready with your data points. So that is tip number one. Tip number two is always think ahead. So when I say think ahead, it's basically marrying the product, services, whatever you're selling to the audience. Plan the whole campaign out in your mind first, and also plan your campaign in such a way that you decide what are the different initiatives will reach out to the intended client categories. So it is not sufficient that you have a paper print media and you reach out to client. It could be various touch points and the timings of addressing those touch points. So you need to plan the whole campaign out first in your mind, so that you have all the steps laid down and you follow all these steps one by one, making sure that you use one channel for say 10 days, then use the other channel for another 10 days, then you come back to channel 1 for 10 days, and so on. So the entire spacing of various channels, so that you have multiple touch points to reach your target audience, is very. If you touch points reaching out to audience, the tangible benefit coming out of that campaign is very, very hard. So I think as a marketing custodian running the marketing team, you need to think ahead and plan your campaigns in such a way that there is a proper calendar. So if you do that, you know, information is always at your fingertips. You're always catching up with the data that you're collecting, and then somebody asks you the question, hey, what happened? You're always ready with your answer because it's already there in your mind. Number three, focus on effectiveness, not efficiency. So you have to think as a marketer that what kind of message is more effective to a target segment. So different products and different services have a different customer segments, and there are the different method of effective messaging to those segments. So you need to have very good clarity of how to reach out effectively so that it appeals to the target audience. So you need to plan all this effective campaign, which is effective, conveying the right message, making sure that your message has at least 20 second of elevator, which is happening in the mind of the audience, and not efficiency. So when I say not efficiency, it basically means that the efficiency of reaching out to the client is not so important because there are various channels that you're using as per my previous discussion. But effectiveness, how your messaging is more attractive, more appealing to the target audience. And last but not least, use the right model. So your marketing model of measuring the whole success of the campaign should be right. So let me go back to point number one, which is beginning of your data collection exercise. Many companies don't believe in collecting data in a very holistic manner. They start collecting data after some time. So by the time the whole graph of their success changes. So this is why it is important to collect data about your product from the beginning. And now I'm coming back to point number four, which is use the right model. So when you decide what data to collect in the beginning, you also decide what model to select, because there are so many different models. And if you change the model, the effect and outcome of that particular data that you collected is totally different. So you have to use a right model which works for your company, for your line of service, for your product, and for your target audience. So these are a few tips for today, my friends. Reach out to me, give your comments. I'll be more than eager to hear from my industry colleagues and discuss this out. I'll see you next time with more tips. Until then, hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. You know, the purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment, possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example, you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth, because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are you going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we'll be discussing about Environment Day. The theme of Environment Day was ecosystem restoration. So are we doing ecosystem restoration in day-to-day life? We'll be discussing this with our guest today. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We'll guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today we are discussing about Environment Day, which we celebrated on 5th of June 2021. Now it was started in 1973 by United Nations. So the Environment Day means different to different people. So I will be asking to my guest today, Ritu Gupta, to tell us about this and what this day means to her. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for inviting me to the show. And I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. And I hope you're also doing fine. And it's a pleasure for me to be invited on your show to discuss a very important topic, which is about environment.
Yeah, lovely. Because the environment over the period of time become a crucial topic to discuss because for various reasons. Because there is some problem pertaining to environment. It is not been very comfortable when we talk about environment because there's pollution and all sort of bad things is happening with human life and of course the animal life. So what do you really understand and what do you feel about this environment day, and how we can really go forward to improve the environment?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice thing to celebrate Environment Day. And, what I really, for me, the celebration of Environment Day means to say thank you to the God for giving us such a lovely environment, giving us oxygen that we are breathing and we are alive. But at the same time, in today's present scenario, I feel that Environment Day celebration means that we should make other people aware about how to keep our environment clean and green and not to create mess for the future generation. So this is something which we have got free of cost from the mother earth, and we should really preserve it and be grateful for it. This is what I personally mean by Environment Day celebration, and also by planting one tree at least by one family or a person.
Yes, and this year 2021, approximately 143 countries participated to celebrate this Environment Day in this June.
Yes.
And but lately there's an American research that found the environment is changing every day and it's changing rapidly. And we also feel that we have to do something about our changing environment. Though the topic of this Environment Day was ecology restoration. So what you really feel that as a community member we can do to really teach about certain things which can give which can save our environment?
Yes, to save the environment, we need to definitely, I agree that we need to restore the environment. And by restoring the environment means going back to do things which we were doing and not to, cut down the trees, not to finish the forest, not to do the deforestation. And global warming, the environment is changing. It's because of global warming. The change of environment is there everywhere, not even in bigger cities, but when you go to the rural areas also. And I think it's all over the globe because of our present lifestyle, our habits, and because of so much of population. There's so much of population everywhere, and everyone is creating some kind of garbage. So the creation of this garbage is definitely leading to the change of environment. You see the glaciers are melting. It's because people have reached everywhere. They're living everywhere. They are doing all kind of commercial activities, which should be stopped. Of course, you have to do commercial activities, but then there are some rules, some norms which have to be followed, and we should not play against the Mother Earth. So, as a community member, I feel that anyone who's living in a society, who's living in a community is a social animal, and we at our end we should create awareness. We should plant trees, and in present pandemic times, since we cannot go out of the house, by staying in the house, we can create a community group on WhatsApp, perhaps send each other text messages also, send out the research paper for other person to read, that what is environment all about, why things are going so bad, so that there is some awareness. And when things become normal, when we are able to go out, so we can do our bit of share whatever we can, perhaps by planting trees, perhaps letting people know how to save water also. And as a community member, I feel that personally right now we should do more of gardening in our house, by just planting green chilies or the mint leaves or whatever, anything. It's very good for the atmosphere also.
Yes, actually, it is very good point which you have mentioned, especially when this period of time of pandemic and everybody is at home. But there's a positive side of being at home is that river water is being cleaned. people are not visiting riverbanks. The air is clean because there's no vehicle on the road, so air is clean. So this is something which is good, which is happening, though we all are suffering with pandemic because we have restricted movement. Children are not going to school, and that is, I feel personally, is a lack of development when we talk about children. But there's one very negative aspect of this whole, especially pandemic, which has given, is like dumping these PP suits, gloves, masks, and that again is creating a problem for environment. So what you would like to suggest and guide people to really do with whatever they are doing, like dumping and increasing their footfalls in the hospital for small things, and going to giving away surgical masks, throwing it on the road sometimes if they are coming from somewhere. So that is one thing which is, I think, is a negative aspect of current time.
Yes, you know the positivity, as you said, and I 100% agree. The positive side of this lockdown has been that we are not going out, so you see less of traffic on the roads. So there is no traffic. The air is clean. Since there is no traffic, there is no consumption of fuel. Also, the air is clean, and we can see birds, clean sky, blue sky. Everything is fine. But the negative part of this pandemic has been that people are wearing PPE suits. They are using so much of plastic in the hospital, which has to be thrown. It's a garbage. It's a one-time use. So, there are ways that you can dispose it of. First of all, the sanitation staff, the kids, even the kids in the house, they should be taught, they should be informed, they should be made aware that these things should not be thrown anywhere. There is a way of dumping out these things, and then they are collected and then further disposed of in various other manners. It's a big process of how to dispose of these things. But then one should be very clear about, you should not be using these things till the time it is really essential. Till the time it is very essential. So I think the development is required right now, the development of the brain, which can happen only by educating people about how to make your environment stay clean without these e-wastages and plastic wastages. Anyway, because we all know that plastic is really spoiling the environment, and because of this plastic, so much of carbon dioxide is being created in the environment, which further is changing the environment, the weather, the climate change is happening because of this. So at the moment, what we can do is make people aware about it, make them know, make them educate about all these things, give out the information also.
Yes, global warming is creating a lot of problems to different countries and almost all the continents. And lately, I have heard that in Turkey is also facing a great problem because their seas are receding, and there is people are really working towards that. Fishes are dying, and it will be creating a lot of problem for them. But I feel communities in the neighborhood should rise and teach or practice about eco-friendly products. And that is, I think, which is very, very essential to kind of adopt that kind of lifestyle. And I think, and this lifestyle which we are talking today, I think when we talk about Indian culture or Indian tradition, it was long being practiced in India, but still there are some pockets where people have forgotten to live an eco-friendly lifestyle. So I think that is one thing which is very, very essential. What do you say?
Yes, I totally agree. And I think the RWAs we have RWAs in every society, every colony. So they have a very important role to play. And at the grassroots level, the people should go out, reach out to everyone and make them aware about the traditional way of living which we had in India, that was very eco-friendly way. So we can again restart those things, and it is very important. It's not that people are not aware about it. It's just that you have to give them a push again, make them realize the things which were happening 10, let's say 20 years, 30 years or 40 years back, they were pretty good. So these days we have all got into a comfort zone, and we all want a certain kind of lifestyle and things to happen fast. So perhaps we have changed the lifestyle, we have got into some new things also, but then we have the time again to restart the things. And RWA should have these kind of sessions where they invite people, where they invite the senior citizens also, where they invite the families and young kids, and where there's always a healthy discussion, two-way discussions, people talking to each other and making them introduced to the old things also. The young kids, they're not aware about what was the use of earthen pots, how it was beneficial for our health to drink water from the earthen pot. Now you see everyone is drinking water right from the refrigerator, so it's like wastage of electricity also. So these are the things I think which should be made, can be done at RWA level, which is like working at the grassroots level. So every small group is definitely giving something positive to the society.
At this point, I also want to raise one thing, because I think these courses or this training should be given very early from in the school. So that will also make a
Yes.
change, I guess. What you?
Absolutely, I do agree that there should be a curriculum in the school to young kids, to kids who are going to the school at the very young level, and they should be told about the environment, how to preserve the environment, how to restore the environment, and what things they should be doing and what things they should not be following in their daily lives, which is very important. You teach young kids, and they further take these things back to home, back to their elders in the family, and in a way they are giving back what they're learning from the school, giving back to the society. So it's a very good way to teach young kids about it, and it should be there in their school syllabus also.
You see that if we care about environment will care about us. Everybody will be
Sure.
happy. So it is so wonderful to talk to you, Ritu, and discuss few points which are very essential for a healthy lifestyle. So we'll be meeting again with next episode with the next great topic. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Bye bye. Stay safe and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And in Top Brass session today, which is a Saturday, I thought I'll bring much talked about uh, ISRO next project. So we are already in 2020, and there are many projects which are coming out from ISRO this year, next year, and every year until 2024. So I have compiled a list of all the projects that ISRO is working on, and in 2020 there will be some projects. But before we start, very briefly, I would like to mention that ISRO had a very humble beginning. In the 50s and in the 60s, they didn't even have vehicles of their own. They used to carry the weather balloon rockets in 50s and 60s on bicycles and fire them from Sriharikota. From there, all the technology which ISRO has indigenously developed, and now a lot of advanced projects are coming up in the coming years. So let's start about what are the next projects. So the next project that ISRO is coming out with in 2020, which is called Aditya. Now this is a spacecraft which will go and study the sun. And sun, as you know, has many things. It has many layers, and it is important to study the different layers of sun. So Aditya carries. It's like a space laboratory. It carries multiple devices on board. It carries the visible emission coronagraph. It also carries a ultraviolet imaging telescope. It carries solar wind particle experiment laboratory. Also carries plasma analyzer and solar energy and X-ray spectrometer, and also carries the high energy orbiting X-ray spectrometer. So it is packed with a lot of high-tech measurement devices, and the idea is basically to study. There are hardly any study done, except NASA has done some study, but predominantly all we know about Sun today is because of the research done by NASA, and they had sent some of their probes. So India became one of the elite company to do research on Sun. And as you know, it's still a mystery that why the corona, which is a visible part of the Sun, is so hot and so bright. Although the surface of the Sun is not very hot, it is something like 5 to 6,000 centigrade, whereas the temperature in plasma, which is the atmosphere outside the surface of the Sun, the temperature can go up to millions of dollars. So I think it's a big mystery, and Aditya will help us solve this mystery. This spacecraft is going to be launched in 2020. So I think all eyes in the sky this year to see Aditya being fired from Sriharikota. Moving on, in 2022, a joint project between ISRO and NASA. It's called NISAR. It's basically N stands for NASA, I stands for ISRO, and SAR project. What are the agenda for SAR is basically study the planet Earth, and it carries a lot of measurement devices on board. It will go around the Earth, and it will carry the experiment from space about the planet Earth, which are very complex in nature. Things like ecosystem disturbances. You know how much carbon in forest, and there is a forest fire. What is happening? So any ecosystem disturbances, this satellite will do the experiment and will tell us what is going on with the environment. Other thing it will experiment on is the ice sheet collapse, because as we know that temperature is going up and the polar ice is melting. So how fast and what is going on in Antarctica and the polar region? Any other natural hazards? Things like earthquake, tsunami, and also the volcanic eruptions. So this is something which is going to be launched in 2022, and this will make the vital study about the planet Earth. And again in 2022, the spacecraft which is very exciting, it's called Gaganyaan. As you know, Gagan stands for the sky and Yan stands for the craft. So this is, as the name suggests, this is a manned mission to space, and it will carry three Indian space travelers to space. So we don't know whether they are going to be called astronauts or we will have some other name. But let's see, we will wait and watch what Indian astronauts or the space travelers will be called. The spacecraft is called Gaganyaan, and this is exactly how it looked like. This is a very complex project because 3 passengers from India will have to go to space and survive there for 7 days. So they will have to live in a very comfortable environment, and this is how uh, the spacecraft look like. It has a chamber for the space travelers to carry out different experiments and also to sleep and also to do their daily chorus. Um, it should also have life support system. It should also have things like what food to carry for 7 days, and it is going to be a very huge spacecraft. And that is why the rocket which will be firing it is also supposed to have that kind of thrust so that it can carry the payload for the manned mission into the space. So this is very exciting. In 2022, 3 Indian citizens will travel to space, um, and also they will have the space suits which will be indigenously developed and so on. And there are a lot of other things which will come. So I think we will hear more about this. The launch of Gaganyaan is scheduled in 2022. Moving on, the Shukrayaan. Shukrayaan, as Indians would know, that Shukra is the name of planet Venus. And as you know, Venus is the hottest place in the solar system. The surface temperature of Venus goes upwards of 500 degrees, which is very hot. Even the lead melts on the surface of Venus. Uh, Only Russian, when they were USSR, they did a lot of unmanned probe. They sent a lot of unmanned probe, and they did a lot of experiments with Venus. And whatever we know is because of the Russian probes, which were sent by the USSR in those days. And so that's why we know. From Earth we cannot see very well because the Venus as a planet is covered in very thick carbon dioxide clouds, acidic clouds, so it's kind of obscured, and we cannot see the surface very clearly. And that is the reason, because it's all covered with cloud. The Venus is the brightest planet of all the planets. You can see it next to the moon every night. It remains along with Mars, along with Mercury, visible to naked eye for a couple of hours in the evening, just after twilight. And that is why this is also known as evening star, because it shines like very bright, very bright star, but it does not twinkle because it's a planet. So this Shukrayaan is scheduled to fly in 2023. It will carry a lot of experiment uh, devices for carrying out experiments on the planet Venus, whether humans can survive, what is the pressure on the surface, what is the what is the temperature across different layers of atmosphere, and so on. So this is going to be very, very exciting scientific experiment, and we will learn more about planet Venus after this spacecraft, which is fired in the space. And this is how it may look like. The French Space Agency is going to help us build this spacecraft and some of these components. Now the Mangalyaan. We had the most successful journey to Mars. And as you know, Mangal stands for Mars in India. And in the first attempt, we reached Mangal, and we actually carried out a lot of experiments. So in case of Mangalyaan in 2024, this second attempt by India to send another probe to planet Mars. It will carry out a lot of geological survey of Mars. It will tell us more information. Although there are a lot of rover missions planned already by NASA, so they are collecting a lot of information. But I think Mangalyaan 2 will have certain specific experiment on board, which will make it different. So not much of information available right now, but in 2024, the Mangalyaan 2 project is scheduled by NASA. And the last but not the least, the most ambitious project, it's Chandrayaan. And as you know, Chandra is moon in Indian language. So Chandrayaan is version 3, because version 2 did not succeed completely. I mean, we were able to orbit successfully around the moon. The whole trick was to land the lander on safely on the surface of the moon. It's a very tricky task because there has to be a re-entry, all activities which has to happen like clockwork, very precise. Right at the moment, I think a few kilometers above the surface of the moon, our lander crashed, did not survive, even though it is not very clear that some components may have survived, as NASA has confirmed that the we also had a rover placed inside this spacecraft of Chandrayaan 2, which NASA says that it has survived, and they tried to contact the lander uh, through the orbiter, and their efforts failed. So the Chandrayaan 3, very, very complex project, which is scheduled in 2024 again. It's the third attempt by India. The first was successful. We were able to orbit the moon, and we discovered ice on the dark side in one of the craters. So that gave some sort of excitement to human mankind that if there is water, we can probably go and settle and make a colony on the surface of the moon. And Chandrayaan 2 did not completely succeed, and Chandrayaan 3 is scheduled in 2024. So it's quite exciting. So many high-tech projects are coming up from ISRO, and I think this place we need to watch out starting from 2020. Almost every year there are new projects and new new milestones ISRO is trying to achieve. And 2022 we will have a manned mission to space, and 2024 we will have 3 missions, which is going to Mars, going to Moon, and also experimenting with the very powerful rockets which can take these huge spacecraft along with all the payload into space. So, dear friends, this is something which on a Saturday I thought I'll share with you. I'm quite excited to know that this year we have Aditya being launched by ISRO, and every year there is something which is being launched. There are a lot of development happening around the manned mission, which is being planned for 2022. That is again going to be very excited, and I'm very excited about the achievements of ISRO. Do write to me, and I will address your concerns and your comments. Maybe if you have any questions, we can take it up in the next video, and we can address all those questions. So I will meet you next time as usual. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we will be discussing about Rag Yaman. But before that, I would like to remind you that there is a free gift available only for you. Stick around to this wonderful show till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show. And today, as you know, is Wednesday and we have Akulmach Nightingale with us. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Dr. Shambhavi Das. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaste, everyone, and good morning. Again, very special thanks to Kanchanji. I'm doing very good today, and thanks for inviting me again.
It is all our pleasure, Shambhavi. And before I start talking to you, I would like to hear your beautiful voice and a beautiful song from you.
So, thank you so much for the compliment, and I would like to sing a song. It is not a bhajan for a change, so it will be a song in Rag Yaman, which I'll be discussing today. And so I will just start with Rag Yaman, and it's a very, I think it's the most popular raga so far. And you will find 95% of the songs in this rag. So I think it will be a great episode today because everybody might be knowing this rag through the songs. Nirgar nirsa nidha nirsa tere bin tere bin tere bin tere bin तेरे बिना मरना नहीं जीना नहीं तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिन तेरे बिना मरना नहीं जीना नहीं तेरे बिन pa 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 ga ma pa sani sani sare ma 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 da ni sani da pa ma ga pa 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 ga ma pa sani sani sare ma 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 pa pa ma ga बावरे पिया लागे ना जिया देखो मेरा मन जलता दिया जलता दिया बुझे ना पिया जल बुझे ना पिया जलता दिया ला 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 Thank you so much.
Beautiful, very nice. So today we are discussing Rag Yaman. So tell us about this Rag and how it affects people, and is it easy to learn this Rag?
So yes, this is actually one of my favorite rag, and this is, I think, many people's favorite. Sometimes even non-musicians sing them not knowing that this is Rag Yaman. This is so popular, and this is why this is popular, because it has all the notes Shuddha. So it goes like a normal melody. And a very good characteristics in this rag is that like in ragas in classical music, there's a lot of rules and regulations and grammar of the rag, which is called chalan. But in this rag, even if you turn and twist it according to anything, it remains yaman only. Nobody will question you that no, why did you put this, unless you have just totally changed the raga. So it starts from sa ni re ga. So instead of sa, it starts from the ni. Sa ni re ga ma dha ni sa. So Ma is normally upper side ma. It's not the Shuddha ma. It is the Tivra ma in it. That is the higher, the ma which is from higher frequencies. Ni re ga ma dha ni sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. So if you see, ni re ga is the chalan. Ni re ga. So many songs you will get to see. आंसू भरी है निरगा निगाहें मिलाने निरगा ये मोह मोह निरगा गा गा गा. Then हुजूर इस कदर निरेगा जब दीप जले नीरे पा जब दीप जले आना नीरे पा अरे सा नीरे अगेन नीरे 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 फुल यमन नीरे पा अरे सा नि सा जब शाम ढले आना. So this way you can find a lot of songs nirega nirega and all the notes are shuddha in it. Especially even in the recent times also you will find the Bollywood songs and old Hindi movies are totally filled up with it. So it goes up with nirega madhani sa, all notes shuddha with tivrama, comes back with all notes shuddha tivrama, sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. Like I sang the song tere bin Sani pa, same song, Sathiya. So this is the same tune. So even with the tunes, people understand that okay, this song is similar to this song. Maybe if this is Yaman, so that should be Yaman. This is how people get it. So it's very easy rag and it's very easy for the people to understand and sing.
होता यूँ है कि जनरली लोग ये बोलते हैं कि भाई जो इंडियन म्यूज़िक है वो तो इतना अच्छा होता है और से हमारे जो सर है वो हिलता है, हम म्यूज़िक सुनते हैं बहुत अच्छा लगता है. और वेस्टर्न म्यूज़िक में ऐसा होता है कि हमको डांस करने का मन करता है. तो वंस फॉर ऑल आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क यू कि व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन वेस्टर्न म्यूज़िक एंड इंडियन म्यूज़िक?
वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक इंडियन म्यूजिक में तो बहुत डिफरेंस है. सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा डिफरेंस है, जैसे मोदी ने कहा था एक बार, हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री उन्होंने कहा था कि भारतीय संगीत मन को डुलाता है और जो हमारा पाश्चात्य संगीत है वो तन को डुलाता है. तो तन को आई थिंक ऐसा नहीं है, जैसे कई बार म्यूजिक के फास्टनेस पे भी डिपेंड करता है. अब आप बॉलीवुड सॉन्ग्स ले लें और आप वो वाला गाना सुने कि फिटनेस से रिलेटेड है कि माँ की चोट से दंगल तक है न न न न न न प्यारे दंगल दंगल. इसमें किसी का भी सर हिलेगा और पैर थिरकेंगे. या वो गाना है घर मोरे परदेसिया, ये इतना फास्ट है. तो आई थिंक वो बीट्स पे डिपेंड करता है. तो ये बात तो अलग है कि बहुत से जैसे गाने डांस करने का मन उस पे करता है, बट मुझे लगता है उनका ये मानना था कि जो हमारा इंडियन म्यूजिक होता है वो आपके दिल को छूता है, क्योंकि और डिपेंड करता है आपने उसको बचपन से सुन रखा है. हमारा जो म्यूजिक है वो एक सबसे बड़ा जो डिफरेंस है वो हमारा म्यूजिक एक पिच पे रहता है. कि जैसे मुझे तानपुरा बजाना ही पड़ा क्योंकि मेरा एक पिच पे रहता है. कोई भी गाना हम गाएंगे तो वो एक स्केल पर रहेगा. जैसे कहते हैं ना, हमारी एक फाउंडेशन हमें बनानी पड़ेगी, एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना पड़ेगा. वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक में हार्मनी है कि आप एक पिच से दूसरे पिच पर आप जंप मार सकते हैं. हाँ, वो दोनों पिचेस सिंक्रोनाइज्ड होनी चाहिए, कॉन्सोनेंस में होनी चाहिए, वो बात अलग है. लेकिन हम ऐसे नहीं कर सकते हैं कि हम एक ही गाने को दो डिफरेंट पिचेस को हार्मोनाइज करें. तो वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक इज बेस्ड ऑन हार्मनी, इंडियन म्यूजिक इज बेस्ड ऑन मेलोडी. मेलोडी मतलब कि मोडल म्यूजिक, हमें एक मोड को पकड़ के रखना पड़ता है। तो इसलिए क्या है कि हमें एक छत मिलती है, इट्स लाइक अ होम कॉन्सेप्ट, कि जैसे एक बिलोंगिंगनेस है कि हमने एक मोनोफोनिक ट्यून को पकड़ रखा है, तो हमारा एक स्टैग्नेंसी बन रही है, एक शांत रस बन रहा है, कोई चीज हमें ऊपर से कनेक्ट करी। अभी आप तानपुरा बहुत देर तक सुनते रहेंगे, आपका मन शांत होगा, क्योंकि आप एक ही मोनोफोनिक ट्यून पे बहुत टाइम से हैं। तो हमारा म्यूजिक, मुझे ऐसा लगता है इंडियन म्यूजिक स्पिरिचुअल ज्यादा है, इसलिए वो मन को डुलाता है, मतलब ये इंटरप्रिटेशन है। वेस्टर्न म्यूजिक में आप एक सुर पे नहीं रहते हो, आप अलग अलग सुर पे भागते हो, तो उनका म्यूजिक आई थिंक स्टिमुलेशन के लिए बेटर है, कि आपको एकदम से अपने आप को स्टिमुलेट करना है। तो वो रिलैक्सेशन और स्टिमुलेशन का सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस है। और रही बात डांस करने की, तो बॉलीवुड में और इवन क्लासिकल में हमारे में बहुत सारे ऐसे गाने हैं, ऐसा क्लासिकल म्यूजिक है, तबला म्यूजिक है, जिसमें आपको डांस करने का मन करेगा। लेकिन हाँ, बच्चों का रुझान या लोगों का रुझान उस तरफ ज्यादा है, और उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है कि हम बचपन से क्या सुन रहे हैं। तो उस पर भी डिपेंड करता है कि हमें उस तरफ ज्यादा रुझान है और क्लासिकल म्यूजिक में कम है, कि आप अपने बच्चे को कोई चीज बचपन से सिखा रहे हैं तो वो ठीक, वो फिर उसी हिसाब से बच्चा सुनता है।
खैर, ये तो बात हुई गाने की, बट कुछ ऐसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स भी होते हैं जो कईयों को अच्छे लगते हैं, जो यंग जनरेशन है वो गिटार सीखना चाहती है। आपका फेवरेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट कौन सा है?
मेरा फेवरेट इंस्ट्रूमेंट सितार है। मैंने कुछ टाइम सितार सीखा भी हुआ है, और लेकिन सुनने में मुझे फ्लूट भी बहुत पसंद आता है, क्योंकि आप फ्लूट सुनेंगे, आपका बिल्कुल एक रिलैक्सेशन और डी स्ट्रेस करेगा। तो मैं इवन स्ट्रेस पेशेंट्स को भी फ्लूट ज़्यादा रिकमेंड करती हूँ। बच्चों में मुझे लगता है हाँ, गिटार अच्छी चीज़ है और मुझे भी बहुत पसंद है।
तो जब हम बात करते हैं कुछ वेस्टर्न इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स की, जैसे कि सेलो है या गिटार है, सो can we really play Indian ragas on these instruments, and what do you feel they will be coming out in a quite a classical way when we are playing guitar or some western instrument, and maybe asking our children to learn ragas on modern instruments?
So yeah, sorry. So yes, you can easily play the ragas, and in like all the western instruments, but the question is good कि वो जो एक nuances हैं, the way we handle the ragas and the way we have a technicalities in the Indian classical music, they may not come into the western music, but yes, but I may be wrong in that, क्योंकि cello एक ऐसा instrument है where it's beautiful, and I know and I have heard two or three musicians who are quite a big maestros. They are a cello vadak, and beautiful they play. So I would like to take the name Saskia Rao. She is a lady and she plays it beautifully, and she has her own gharana. और चूंकि cello इतना ज़्यादा common नहीं है, so she is very popular also. So she brings out the ragas very well. She's an Indian classical cello accompanist. So I think it depends upon the person also, and it depends upon how you have learned it also. For example, in guitar and in other western instruments, it may not come. इसीलिए suppose there are two types of violin, western violin, Indian violin. Why they have made such? Because in Indian violin they had to create that Indian raganess. Raganess means that Indian voice technicalities, the Indian raga technicalities has to come out. That's why there is a Indian violin as well. In guitar also, in Hawaiian guitar, I have heard so many, such a way the beautifully rag has been rendered by the maestros. So it all depends upon how you have got the training also, because they are able to, now I listen to so many instruments, such a good the harkat, the murkis, the nuances come out. It's beautiful. So it all depends upon the talim and how much time you have given to that instrument since 20 years, 25 years. For example, there is a maestro called Niladri ji, and he has made a very good combination of sitar and guitar, and he has created an instrument called zitar, and he plays all the ragas on it, and it's beautiful, and it's very very popular. If you put zitar Niladri, it's very very, he has made it popular, and because of that he has made Indian classical music also very popular. Whenever his live program comes, he plays in the end he plays his zitar, and it brings all the nuances inside it, because that way he has framed it. So this way we see that that everyone, it depends upon the talim you get, and sometimes it depends, like people improvise the instrument, or the big maestros improvise the instrument like this, like they form it according to the Indian nuances this way. So this is how it gets.
Okay, well, we are discussing about Rag Yaman, and we'd like to know what are the effects of Rag Yaman, and it is good for children and for elders to learn it and sing songs in that. I think it's an easy rag, the way the songs you have presented. So I think everybody can learn, but I would like to hear from you.
So should I explain the rag, or should I explain the songs or something?
I would like you to explain the rag, so that our viewers can understand the nuances of the rag and how it is sung and how it is beneficial for them.
Sure. So this is a very easy rag, and if you know that what are Shuddha Swaras, the natural notes, and it comes into very natural position of notes. Except like I said, ma tivra is the higher one. Ma is on the higher frequencies. So ni re ga ma dha ni sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. So like you said, it is made of 7 notes. Nothing is like varjit in it. Nothing is missed in it. So it is like, so every time it goes ni re ga, and the second very important note is re ga. So pa re ga and pa re sa is a very very popular and important phrase in it. Ni re ga pa re ga, now pa re ga, no रंजिश ही सही रंजिश ही सही दिल ही दुखाने के लिए रंजिश ही सही. Then sa re ga ma pa अरे ये शाम कुछ अजीब थी. So like this, I can just keep on telling the ragas. And when we come to the classicality, so these few things have to kept in mind, that nirega phrase is important, parega is important, like I gave the example, paresa is important, and ga and ni. Like you might have just got it that Gandhar ga note is very, very important in this. That's called Raja, the Wadi in this rag. And the second most important note is Ni. I can give you the example like we halt on the ga every time. Chandan sa Chandan sa badan Papa magare sa Sani re ga re sa re ga सानी रे धीरे से तेरा ये मुस्काना. So we halted on the ga after the full line. मुझे दो गा गामा पदा नी मुझे दोष न देना जग वालों. So ga and ni are the most important notes, and this is the characteristic of the rag, that this rag is a evening rag. It is sung or played during 6 to 9 p.m. to have more of its therapeutic value, to have more of its effect on the body, on the mind, on the soul. So basically, all the ragas, it's a big logic behind why you should listen to the ragas on their specific timings according to the time zones. So this rag is sung or played during the evening, and like I said, it's a very flexible raga. And there is a, so you can, instead of singing it into classical, you can sing like different classical songs in this. Classical songs like da din din da da jao re jogi tum jao re jiya le gayo ji mora savari. Now this is obviously, it's a film music, so they have taken the shuddhama in it. It has a little mixture because nobody is questioning you in the you have all the liberties when you are creating the film song, so it's okay, but the bass is yaman. Jiya le gayo ji mora savariya lage man mein agan bhai bawariya jiya. So this way, then if we come to bhajan, Shri Ram Chandra Kru Shri Ram Nirega came up again. Shri Ramachandra Krupal Bhajaman Haran Bhava Bhaya Darunam. This is also, it's a very, very common, popular Shri Ram Aarti. So it's a very popular rag, and people just can understand by just singing Ni Re Ga. Ni re ga ma dha ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. This is the ascent and the descent. Once you sing this 10 times, you will get to, you will memorize all the songs and many things come up to your mind.
So, Dr. Shambhavi Das, it was so wonderful to talk to you, to listen to the songs, and to understand Rag Yaman. We'll be meeting again in next week and understand a different rag. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
It's all pleasure. Bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you're welcome to our show Roundtable, and where we have eminent panelists today. Let me introduce all of them to you. Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of one of the PR agency, Four Seasons. A part of that, she's also teaching media relations and public relations to eminent university in Delhi. We have Sitesh Srivastava, who is closely associated with radio broadcasting. He has a deep interest in corporate training. So, welcome both of you on roundtable discussion today.
Thank
How are you?
you.
How are you, Ritu?
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
How are you, Sitesh?
I'm well, Kanchan. It is always great to talk to you all the time. So I thought it's an interesting discussion that we always discuss. So today we have a third panel with us, Ritu. So it would be more interesting.
Today's topic is how important is hobbies in the development of children, and can these hobby can be converted into bread earning uh, skill for individuals. So, what is your opinion, Ritu, on this?
I feel hobbies are very important for any child and every child to go for, because hobby develop them as a person, which is very important in today's world. And hobbies can be, you can do your hobby in group, you can do your hobby all alone also. So in both the cases, it increases your confidence, and it also allows a child to de-stress himself or herself, which is very important. When the child learns to socialize, and it also enhances your creativity, which is very important, that any person, whether you are going to do some kind of a job, you're going to work in corporate, or going to be some kind of an entrepreneur, you need to be creative, because creativity helps you think out of the box. That's what
Yes,
I feel.
yes, true. You have mentioned valid point, because I also feel that hobby benefit children in many ways. It gives child an opportunity to express themselves. It allows them to discover themselves and build self-esteem. And also, I think in a process, or in a way, we achieve goals like problem solving and make decision by this hobby practicing. So what are your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, I think that we should all have some hobby to pursue because that is what satisfies our heart. Everything else is used to bring food to the table. And therefore, hobby is something that makes us what we are in the core. Many times, the hobby needs to be asked or developed that we try to do with our children because there are so many distractions in our life today. It is important for today's children to know what they can pursue as a hobby. But at the same time, some many years back, one of my former boss used asked me this question: "What is your hobby?" And I told him, and this discussion was happening between the transit time at Tokyo Narita International Airport for a few hours, and I said my hobby is writing. And he asked me, "When did you write last?" I said, "Some 1 month back." And he said, "No, that's not a hobby. Hobby is that you do every day, even if it is 10 minutes."
Yes, definitely. So hobby is a very essential part of today's children's development, actually, because that also reduce risk of depression, which I think most of the children are highly exposed to. They are at home, they are watching television, and they are doing online studies. So I think that some kind of break, which is very, very essential for children. And I think parents should also get indulge in these kind of activity because that they will again enhance the happiness. Somehow over the period of time, I think parents are also just doing their professional corporate jobs rather than really getting free time. And I think hobbies can bring a self development also. But now
Absolutely.
the question is, the big question for both of you, what are your hobbies? Ritu?
Okay. So I'll tell you, uh, my hobbies. I love reading. I love reading a lot, and I love traveling, and I love cooking. So I have of late started thinking that why not? I mean, why not be open a cafe or be a halwai, be a very modern halwai? Why not? So this is what I have of late started thinking about, get into cooking as a profession.
Yes, and what about you, Sitesh?
By hearing Ritu, now I have more inclination to visit Delhi. Uh, and apart from the Bengali market and Parathe Wali Gali, I have one more place to have food. Well, for me, the hobby always has been, since the day I realized what is the meaning of hobby, it was always something which is related to expressing myself in terms of the writing. The true, real hobby that I developed somewhere around when I was in the high school timings. And it was always remained that, and writing, and then it moved from writing to theater, to a little bit of vision, and now for many many years it has started with radio, and it is continuing with radio. Kanchan, you know about it. So I think that it is important to explore something which is called hobby, and there are many more ways of doing it today. In our times, Kanchan, if you remember, pen pal was one of it. Philately was another of it, and few more. Uh, but today there are so many ways of doing it. But somehow I always feel the youngsters, the kids, the children, when I ask them what is your hobby, and they have nothing to say, or they suddenly perplexed because nobody has asked them this question. So it's important to pursue it for ourselves, and it is also important to inculcate. And the interesting part about hobby is that there is no age for it. There's no retirement from it, isn't
Yes,
it?
definitely,
Yes.
definitely. The hobby brings a sense of fun and freedom of life that can help minimize the impact of chronic stress. Now, the big question is again is that many parents don't encourage because there's academic pressure on children. So, and there are many
Mhm.
schools. If you really go counting the school, there are many schools who have cut down the hobbies in terms of the painting is there, and acrylic painting, or water painting, or sometimes making paper craft, and everything is there. But I think a hobby has to be turned into a skill. Now it is an era of a skill, like you said that writing, Sitesh said that you like writing. So now when we are talking about writing hobby, is there any way in schools from very early age when children can be taught in marketing writing or in copywriting or is news writing? So that is very important aspect, because it is a hobby but it should not go waste. There is a probability that a child can pick up that particular hobby and turn into a career or a breadwinner aspect of his life. What do you say,
Exactly.
Ritu?
Yes, you can, and it's very important to do what you love. So basically, most of the people, they love their hobbies, and yes, people are making their hobby their profession. And I've seen some schools in Delhi, and I think the government is also doing, they're changing their syllabus. But I've seen in some schools in Delhi that nowadays they're teaching journalism in 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th classes also. There is fashion designing, interior designing, and also like I don't know about in Bangalore or like you're in Hyderabad, but in Delhi we have a zero period in school where kids, they do what they like doing. You have various kind of uh, courses, you short term courses which you can take up in the school, and that is the time when you get to learn about those things, like storytelling. Then theaters are being doing pretty famous in Delhi schools. So you tell kids about various other options and let the child choose what he or she wants to do, but you have to give them the taste of all those things, and then it's a very good option that the kid decides what he or she wants to do later on in life. And every child is not good in academics. You can't expect every child to be getting 90%, 95%. I don't know how every second child is getting 95% these days. But what about those kids who get 80%? What about those kids who get 60%? They're also pretty good people. They also have brains. It's just that they cannot mug up physics, chemistry, maths. So there has to be some option for those kids also, which many of the schools are now thinking on.
Yes, because I also in new education policy, I think government has stressed on teaching academic with creativity. That the aspect which I've seen in our children currently. In fact, in my children also going through that phase. But again, the question is that are we exposing our children at school level like a carpentry or like something animal and wildlife? Because there is a social studies as a subject where, or for say astronomy, the space we have, like children read that these are planets and these are asteroid and all routine education. But if somebody wants to learn beyond that, so then if we are doing this, that means we are making a base for our children to find out, to become a veterinary technician or animal consultant, which is very much required for say, because we live among the animals, but we hardly know about the characters of the animal. So I think time has come to really generate these ideas, and children and decision makers should take up this as a discussion, or as some introduce it into the education curriculum. So what do you think, Sitesh, about this particular aspect?
Well, Kanchan, you certainly sound like an activist when you say that there needs to be more that needs to be done. Well, Ritu, this is a welcome to hear that Delhi schools have a zero period. In fact, that's a very interesting thing, and I would take this up in the next PTM, which I love to talk to the.
Yes.
In fact, my children don't like me talking to their teachers for so long. So, so I think this hobby, as per se, as we have seen in the rest of the world, from far east, in what I have seen in Japan, what I have seen in Africa, and for what we know in the Western world, our curriculum, whether it is a state board or it is a CBSE, it is still far in terms of extracurricular as compared to the international baccalaureate, which is IB. So I think when you talk, Kanchan, in terms of carpentry and all those stuff, I think that is still we have a far long way to go. I'm sure it is happening in the international schools, but if this has to enter into our mainstream hobby as a subject, and that needs to be seen getting into the government schools as well as the private schools as well as the funded schools together. At the same time, it is important that we also sensitize the not only our children but also the teachers about teaching the same subject. Why mathematics cannot be a hobby of someone? Why physics, chemistry cannot be a hobby of someone, right? So it depends on the teacher, a creative teacher, to get that kind of an interest. At the same time, when it comes to DIY stuff, which is carpentry or electricians or something like that, folk art, calligraphy, all of that. So we all need to create that kind of a curriculum for the teachers training also. Our country has been more about the rote learning to create, white collar or blue collar workers, and it has to change. I hope it will change with the kind of data that we have, internet, easy internet that we have. and I think only pandemic is stopping us.
Yes, actually, you mentioned maths actually. So it's a very good point that children can have a hobby as a math. But what we are
Yes,
studying, but what we are giving our children is a NCRT curriculum for maths. Why not a Vedic math? Why not abacus? So these kind of things are missing in school curriculum. Now, when we are talking
yes,
about everything has to be there intact in the school curriculum. Now children have they according to their interest they can choose what they want to choose as a hobby or maybe extension of that subject. If you recall, I don't know, there used to be SUPW period in our
Yes,
curriculum
yes,
long back,
yes,
and then we were allowed,
yes,
as you mentioned, Ritu, that it should
yes.
be zero period. So we were allowed to do things. So all like knitting, making pottery, everything used to be there, and we learn many things. Like I tell
Learned
you,
many
I
things.
learned knitting from that particular period only. So all things has to be there, and it has to be available for children to choose. So that is very very important. And though things are starting, but they are very maybe not as per the speed is very low actually. The few schools are opting, few schools say no, like international schools they say no, we will be doing something which is world standard, and I think they are leaving behind something which is very crucial for Indian children's development. What your idea on this,
Kanchan,
Ritu?
I want to say something. Yeah, I want to say, because what you say, I do completely agree with you. But the parents have to be made aware about it also, because I am middle class parents, the parents, middle class family people, they feel that their kid should be getting above 90%, should be taking up some good career and settle down somewhere. I mean, doing something very great in life, getting good salary. This is all they dream for. But then you have to make parents aware about that. The things are changing, and post pandemic things have changed a lot. People have lost their jobs, and they have started something new. Many of the people, they have become entrepreneur. What they are doing, like I know a lady in my building. Now what she does is, she's created a cloud kitchen. She's lost her job, she's created a cloud kitchen, and now she's doing pretty fine. So why not? So the awareness has to be created among parents, among students also themselves, that there is a life beyond their academics life also, and then they can take it up professionally also. But then for that, you have to really, have a roadmap in your life, a proper roadmap that how you want to do it. And parents and kids and the teacher, all three are very important in it.
Yes, I also want to add one thing, because if you are not sound, uh, if you're not happy, and hobbies gives you happiness. So if you're not happy, if child is not happy, I think, I doubt that they will not be able to excel in the academics also. Now when we are discussing a hobby, there's a greater part of
Kanchan, I
skill.
really, just one thing I want to say. Yeah, since you said happy, I have met someone, a teacher who is conducting happiness classes in school. It's a
Yes,
course of happiness course, and it's
yes,
very important. Happiness classes.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So
So
this is
actually,
what I want.
yes,
Sorry.
actually, I think we are just pursuing the same path, but little slow. Now, Sitesh, you know that skill development is coming up in India, and NCRT and our Prime Minister also stress on skill development. But then, when we talk about skill development, the crucial aspect of development comes of soft skill development. So, are we really taking this again? It's a part of hobby, because we do a lot of activities when we do software development as a practical, like time management or listen and recap.
Mhm.
So all these the activities. So are we also taking seriously soft skill hobbies along with the hard skills and academics?
So, Kanchan, all through my IT life of more than 2 decades, I have always uh, spoken about the soft skills as comparable to the hard skills. And all the time, corporate life has told me that hard skills gets you the money, the soft skills gets you the happiness. And they don't understand that these are not interchangeable. They are exclusively together complementary and supplementary. And therefore, we also have an IT company, interestingly, in India called Happiest Minds, which is founded by a former Wipro chairman, Ashok Suta. And it is important for to corporates to understand that a person who joins the company after the college from the campus, his longevity into the company is not only dependent on the hard skills, but also on the platform of the soft skills that is given by the company to the employee. We all know Google gives 20% of its time to its engineers to pursue their own projects. And some of the greatest tools have come from those projects. In India, HCL had got this name of asking, finding out great managers amongst themselves and make them intrapreneurs. And that was a great thing to find out some great companies coming out of the HCL fold. So I think this is very important, not only in the school level, but also in the college level and in the corporate. But I think in today's, especially in the IT world where I work, I see that there's a lot of such things are happening because we invariably get to know what is happening in California.
Right.
But probably in other industries, it may come a little late. But in the middle age, when the students are in college life after the 12th, and those 4 or 5 years, I have realized, I see that they all are trying to get into those CAT and GMAT and SAT and TOEFL and GRE and those IITs and IIMs. Whereas the same student in other part of the world, which is the developed world, is trying to pursue something else. And this side, the student says, why I have to pursue all that, what someone else is telling me? So there has to be a lot of balance around it. I think what we need to tell ourselves as well as our youngsters, when I say youngsters, I don't not only mean our children, I also mean our college going students, that today internet is something which has given us a medium to create something. So television was called an idiot box because it was just one way. But internet is not one way, it's two way. So we should enjoy internet by entertaining ourselves into all those OTT platforms and binge watching. But how much are we creating on that? Are we creating something out of that? If we are not creating, there is a way to find out some knowledge. Let us say calligraphy. Many people don't know what calligraphy could be until unless they visit a textile museum in Ahmedabad. So I think it is important for all of us to, when we go to hiring in the colleges, I ask this question, what is your hobby? That's a very important piece of my judgment of picking up someone, because the person who comes with a hobby, he knows the love of the work that he does. And as we all know, if you love the work, you will never get tired. You will never need a holiday.
Right. Yes. So I will summarize, like Ritu has mentioned that she loves cooking and you mentioned writing. So all these hobbies should be having a department, and the school may be very early. Like somebody who wants to really know about astronomy or something, somebody wants to know, become a diver, he must have a knowledge of how deep he can go, the knowledge of sea, which Sitesh, we know only very limited, maybe 10% of our own seas and oceans.
But what is your hobby, Kanchan? We never asked this question.
Okay, my hobby is talking, and that's what I'm doing actually. Okay, jokes apart, I like painting, and I have excelled in painting because I do different type of paintings, like acrylic. I also do Tanjavur. and some folk painting. So I've developed it over the period of time. So I enjoy it, and I really appreciate somebody who is into these kind of painting, because that is a very good painting and a very good hobby, I mean, and it gives you it de-stress you, and lovely actually. So
So you can make a caricature of my face.
yes, I can. I
Great.
am, yes. So as usual, it's lovely to talk to you, both of you, Ritu and Sitesh. And I was summarizing that schools and parents should understand, because it's high time that they should collaborate academics and hobbies and soft skills, because that will result into overall development of a child. So what I really foresee, or I recommend, that every school has should have all these hobby departments, and where children can pick, choose, and develop their hobbies along with the academics. It was so lovely talk to you, Ritu, and it was so lovely talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again
Thank you.
in a different interesting topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I will now go and listen to that song,
Bye-bye.
"Man Ke Sache."
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. And today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now, if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is, of course, Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now, considering all of this which is happening, in fact, if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do, as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of uh, players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, uh, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So the in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmach.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you all again.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today in the tips section, we will like to discuss how you, me, everyone today can utilize, can power pack their machines, individual machines. And as you know that most of these laptops and PCs that we use comes with multiple cores, and the people who actually tell us how to use these machines will tell us that, hey, if you have a very high advanced CPU, you should also have corresponding high speed memory and also high speed hard disk. And nevertheless, you should also have a high speed network to support all of that. Once you have all of these things in your PC, then you will be able to do your video calling, etc. Most of these machines will come preloaded with Windows, and most of us knows that the Windows are there, whether paid version or free version, all kinds of Windows are there, and stuff like that. So the whole point is that when we have such high-end machines, are we utilizing all of them, all the CPU power and the memory effectively? If not, then what are the other possibilities that we can use our machines for when they are not maxed out based on their memory and so on. So when we actually start looking at our PC, we should look at least four core processors, whether 10 generation or 9 generation Intel or AMD chips. And then if there are four cores, that means there are four different CPUs within one CPU. That means if you have more CPUs, you can do more processing. However, most of us are using it for video calling and MS Word kind of activities. At the same time, we are stuck with the Windows platform, and there are other platforms like Linux has also come up in a big way. So you may be a nerd, you may be a techie who would like to try things. You may be itching to try a new game which has come up, but that does not run on your PC, and you don't want to basically disturb the configuration of your PC, but you want to play a game. You want to do ethical hacking, and the whole point is that you don't want to use your machine for hacking. You want to be able to create a new machine or buy a new one. So today I will tell you exactly what it takes to do all of these things without spending any money, and be able to do that using your existing hardware. But when we say that you should have existing hardware, nevertheless you should also have adequate hardware, in the sense that if you have a very old machine, Pentium machine, obviously what going to tell you will not work. So you should have at least 10th generation Intel or AMD Ryzen with at least 8 GB of RAM and at least 1 TB of hard disk. If you have these specs, which are very normal, nowadays, if you look at the lowest end PC or laptop that you can buy in the market, will have at least a 4 core chip, 8 to 16 GB RAM, and at least 1 TB hard disk. So if you have all of this, you can then create virtual machines. So today I will tell you how to do it, and it is not something which is very high tech. It can be done simply by downloading few free softwares which you can use and create virtual machines within your machine. Now, you may have a Windows machine, and you also want to try your hand on new Linux version, because now you must be hearing that Linux is also very powerful. Recently, they launched their 64-bit Linux, which is very stable, very powerful. It operates faster. It takes lesser space as compared to Windows. So you want to basically try it out without changing anything. See, if you want to basically try a Linux and see how it works, then you need to buy a new machine. So why you want to invest in that if you can try it out? So the first thing is you have to you have a need where you want to try a new operating system without disturbing what you're doing right now. You have already configured your machine, you're already set. You don't want to disturb what you're doing it, but you want to try new operating system, and that is why a virtual machine can be a good answer, where you can create a virtual environment within your PC and load the new operating system on that and use it. So that could be one use case. S- uh, and one of the use case could be to try the Ubuntu version of Linux. So as you can see in this screen, I'm trying to show that this is a Ubuntu. Who would believe that Ubuntu looks like this? This exactly looks like Windows. You have all these different icons. It has its own office. It has an email. It has printers and so on and so. It has a browser. So this exactly looks like and feel like and work like uh, a normal Windows PC. Although it is not Windows, it is different. It is a totally different operating system, but look and feel and the usage is exactly the same. You don't need to know exactly a lot of technical stuff. There are a lot of forums in Ubuntu which you can, if you are stuck and you want to try new things, you can go to these forums and take help. And the best part is, since Ubuntu, which is a Linux version, is an open source, you can create your own. You can create your own identity, unlike Windows, where you're stuck with a certain view. But if you download an Ubuntu, or if you download another version of Linux, which is called very popular, called Mint, this looks exactly like Windows. In fact, the Mint version is the closest Linux version which appears and works like Windows. But although when I say it is like Windows, it is not Windows. It is Linux, based on Linux, and all of these are 64-bit operating systems. And then you want to try this before you want to even shift. Suppose you want to shift to Linux, you want to try it, and virtual machine could be a good answer for you to get it. Now this is the Windows interface, and as you can see, there's hardly any difference between this Mint or Ubuntu. There is absolutely no difference in terms of how you use them, and so you can choose whichever version you want to, whichever OS you want to try, but you don't want to buy a new machine. So you should be able to create a virtual machine and download some of these things. In fact, there could be instance where you want to download older version of Windows within your Windows 10, and then use some of those softwares which you are not able to use now into that window, into that virtual machine. So virtual machine is a very powerful concept, where within a machine you can create another machine. So we will talk about that in a bit. There could be a game requirement that you don't want to disturb your existing setup by playing game. You can actually create a virtual machine, uh, create a totally different username. You keep your identity separate from your Windows identity and play some games. So you can create a virtual machine, register that game, download that game, play that game as if you're somebody else, not yourself. And here I want to give you a little warning that when we say virtual machine, it is not the separate boot drives as it is usually confused. You know, you can boot from Windows or you can boot from Linux using same machine. You know, this is not a bootable solution. This is actually creating a virtual machine within a machine. There could be a requirement where you want to do ethical hacking. Suppose you're doing study, you're in college, and you're trying to learn how to do hacking. And obviously the whole point of hacking is that you don't want to show that, hey, I'm so and so and I'm trying to hack. You want to hide who's trying to hack. And the best method to do that is you create a virtual machine in your PC or a laptop and use that to do your ethical hacking activities. So this is another use case. So what is a virtual machine? Virtual machine is nothing but an area of your machine which thinks it is an independent PC. It resides within your PC, but it does not know that it is residing inside your PC. It has its own CPU, it has its own memory, it has its own hard disk. It's pretty much something like if we try to put it in a physical world example, it's like a guest coming to your house. So while the guest is in your house, the guest is using your crockery for having tea, using your sofa to sit down, and using your real estate to move around, and also talking to you. So while the guest is in your house, the resources are being used which are from the host house. So the guest is a virtual machine and host is the actual operating system. So this is a simple example of how to understand how the virtual machine works. And then there is no limit to how many virtual machines you can create. You can create one, or you can create as much as your hardware allows. So you can keep on making virtual machines, keep on running different things in that. You can also create virtual machines and give it to your colleagues, to your children, to your family members, so that the work is used from one PC, but then they work with separate login and they have a separate operating system. It will not interfere in your work. So this way also, this is one requirement which you can fulfill, and you create virtual machines within your hardware. And again, I like to repeat the word of caution is that you should not try this method if you do not have adequate hardware, at least a 10th generation chip, at least 8 GB RAM, and minimum 1 TB of hard disk. Because if you don't have resources, then you will not be able to give justice to both hosts as well as virtual machines. So moving to the next subject is, like I'm trying to show in this screen, is that you have Windows environment running. Within Windows, you have multiple operating systems running in their own respective virtual machines. Now, what is virtual machine? Virtual machine is a very unique, remarkable technology uh, by Oracle, and it is a piece of software which you can download. I mean, if you go to Google, search for virtual machine, you can search for it, install it, and then it will do. It will ask you what you want to do, and when it asks you what you want to do, you should be able to uh, create, say for example, one virtual machine one. Then you can assign a portion of your CPU to that particular virtual machine. You can assign memory, how much memory will be restored, given to this virtual machine, and how much hard disk. Now, word of caution again here is, if you decide to give, say for example, if you have 16 core system, or let's say you have 8 core system, and then you decide to give 2 core of your CPU assigned to this virtual machine, and you assign at least 4 GB of memory, and say about 256 GB of hard disk, or let's say 30 GB of hard disk to this virtual machine. Now, this hardware will be totally dedicated to this virtual machine, and it will not be used by the host. So you have to be very careful by while planning the whole aspect of what the virtual machine will be doing, what is the requirement for that virtual machine. If it is a game, then you need to obviously give more resources to the virtual machine because it will not then scale up. But if you want to do something like processing, Excel, etc., those kind of things, then small things like 1 GB of RAM, one core of your CPU, and 20 GB of hard disk would be sufficient. So it really depends what is your need when you want to do a virtual machine. If you want to basically try a new version of Linux, suppose you have Windows and you want to try a new version of Linux, then I would say that you give at least two CPUs to the virtual machine, 1 GB or at least 2 GB. If you have 2 GB of RAM, that would be sufficient, and at least 20 GB of hard disk. This is a sufficient configuration for downloading any of these versions of Linux, which is Ubuntu or Linux Mint or anything else which you feel you want to try it out. And the best part is once you create a virtual machine, you can delete it. If something goes wrong, you know, things can go south anytime when you're trying to do these things. You can simply delete virtual machine and it will not have any impact on your host operating system. It will not interfere with anything. So when you're trying to do some R&D, trying to load different operating systems, virtual machine is a fantastic concept which will allow you to do that. And as I said, the technology is from Oracle, and it's simply called VirtualBox. Search for VirtualBox, download the software. It will take hardly 2 minutes to download. Open it, and then start creating virtual machines. You can create more than one or one virtual machines. And once it is downloaded, it runs like any other software, and it will you can distribute what you from your host setup. You can start allocating these resources to the virtual machine. You can give it any name. You can say trial, you can say uh, Ubuntu. Suppose you want to call it Ubuntu, or you want to do live streaming, you can just call the virtual machine live streaming, so you know exactly what is the purpose of this virtual machine. So once you have created this virtual machine, you can then start giving out things like CPU and memory, and you can choose how much you want to give out. Remember, if you give it the resources to the virtual machine, the host will not be able to use what has been given out. It will be a separate thing, and host will lose control of that. But there's nothing nothing to worry about, because you can delete the entire virtual machine and resources will be restored back. And then every time you start your PC, you have to specifically start your virtual machine to to start allocating these resources. So it is like any other software, it will create a virtual machine. And the best part is, once the virtual machine is created in your PC, virtual machine doesn't know that it is a software. It actually thinks and behaves like a separate PC. It doesn't know that it is residing inside a PC. It behaves and very much like a piece of hardware, like piece of your laptop. So that is the best part. You can do anything with this, and if something goes wrong, simply delete it, create another one, download the new Ubuntu in it, download new Mint in it, or download a new game, or even download a new version of Windows and play with that. So these are the some very good examples of why you should actually have virtual machines. And now with so much power available in the CPU and so much RAM available in your PC, you're using only 20 to 30% of that while using your PC. So rest of it is just lying idle. You can actually create one or two virtual machines and run different applications without investing in a new hardware. So you can create a live stream using a virtual machine, and use your host machine to create new videos without stopping the live stream. So live stream will continue on your virtual machine, and host machine can be used for making your videos and stuff like that. On your virtual machine, you can run classes. Your children can study without you investing in a new laptop or a new machine for your children. You can create two different, suppose you have two kids, you can create two different virtual machines, give them access of what they need, how much processing they need for their activities. Give them access, they can continue using it, and they will be running from the same PC that you use for your official purpose. So I think virtual machine is a fantastic concept. It is absolutely free, and if you're trying to learn new things like Ubuntu or Mint at some point in time, because these operating systems are now becoming very powerful, and you want to shift in future from Windows to any of this Linux version, then here is a time where you want to try, virtual machine. And virtual machine is absolutely free. You just download it like any other software, configure it, and boom, you start using it. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you as a tip, as an advice. And since it is free, you should be able to use it. You should actually try it out. You don't need technical knowledge to be able to create a virtual machine. Nothing will go wrong. Just download a virtual box uh, from the website, download a new operating system, and first install VirtualBox. It will tell you how much memory CPU you want to allocate that. And once you have allocated virtual box, it's a virtual machine. Start installing the operating system like Linux or even Windows if you have taken the license, or if you want to download a home edition or home and student edition of Windows, which is free, you can do that. Download that in a virtual machine. Suppose you have one or two kids, you can create two virtual machines with home edition of Windows. Give Google classes on both of them. Let the virtual machine run on your laptop. Your kids can access it from a workstation, and let them run their virtual machines from your hardware. So I think there are a lot of requirement, lot of use cases which you can leverage. And hardware is also quite low cost nowadays, very powerful, which you can leverage to do different things, even games. So with this I will end. Do write in the next video. I will include your comments, and if you like the idea, you want to send your comment, or you have any other idea how do we use virtual machine, please feel free to write in. So for today, I'll say goodbye, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow again with something more interesting.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations which have been set up by the international bodies. The regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. The purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be one or two more activities, like for example you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth, because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose, because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So, so my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you graciously on Legal Matters. Today, we want to discuss about something which is very remarkable, and half of India was not even born at that point in time. The story is of 1975. It was a case between Srimati Indira Gandhi and Raj Narayan, and the case was ruled in favor of Mr. Raj Narayan. Srimati Indira Gandhi lost that case, and the ruling was made by Allahabad High Court. It's a very historic judgment, and to discuss this further, let me invite my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me in this legal matters. And I'm looking forward for this discussion in a very important judgment of the Allahabad.
Yes, in fact, there was a time where it was known very publicly that India is Indra and Indra is India. That was a slogan which was promoted, and I think most of us were not even born at that time. Almost 50 to 60% Indians that we are today were not even born in 1975, and that was the power of Srimati Indira Gandhi, where she can equate herself with the country of India. Being such a powerful leader of our nation, she lost a case And I think we would like to know. It's very interesting to know. Such a remarkable leader, very popular leader, losing the legal battle. I think you can throw more light on this one.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very important judgment of that era, and a very important historic development which happened thereafter because of this judgment was the imposition of internal emergency in the country. It was declared on 25th of June 1975. This judgment of the Allahabad High Court was declared on 12th of June 1975, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi election from the seat of Raebareli was declared to be void, and therefore, in order to nullify that judgment, she was compelled to declare emergency on 25th June 1975. But what had happened and what were the facts and how this came up before the Allahabad High Court and what are the rulings, that is what I want to discuss with you in this show. The facts were that the general elections for the Lok Sabha was conducted in the year 1971, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi and Shri Raj Narayan were contesting from the parliamentary seat of Raebareli. Indira Gandhi had got 183 votes and was declared the winner from that constituency. And thereafter, she continued to be the prime minister of this country. But Raj Narayan had filed an election petition immediately after the results were declared, alleging that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in some corrupt practices under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. And therefore, his petition alleged that the main contentions of the petition were that Srimati Indira Gandhi had procured an the assistance of one Shri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a gazetted officer in the employment of the Government of India, holding the post of officer on special duty to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, and having the assistance of a gazetted officer during election and for election purpose amounts to a corrupt practice under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. The second allegation against Srimati Indira Gandhi was that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces of the Union for furtherance of her election prospects, as the members of the Air Force uh, had arranged the airplanes and helicopters at her instance for her to address the meetings at her constituency. So the reason given is that by having assistance of armed forces, of gazetted officers, of police forces, as well as the officers of the state of UP, he was having a dominating position. And to use that position over other candidates amounts to inequality in treatment to all candidates who want to contest elections from that position, from that parliamentary seat. So those were the allegations which were made. Also, allegations were made that the agents of Srimati Indira Gandhi had distributed quilts, blankets, liquor, etc., to the voters and had influenced them to vote in her favor. Also, it was alleged that free conveyance was provided by the agents and Mr. Yashpal Kapoor to the voters to come to the polling station. Therefore, the entire election was challenged on the ground that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in corrupt practices for winning that election. So the court then framed certain issues in the matter. The first issue which the court framed was whether Srimati Indira Gandhi had obtained assistance of Shri Yashpal Kapoor for her elections while he was still a gazetted officer in the service of the government of India. Srimati Indira Gandhi had a battery of lawyers who were engaged and were defending the case, and wherein she had stated that Yashpal Kapoor was a member of the government of India, but he had resigned on 13th of January 1971, and the resignation was orally accepted on 14th January 1971, and the notification was also issued accepting his resignation, which was issued on 25th January 1971. So she refuted the allegation by saying that once the gazetted officer having resigned and the resignation having been accepted, and then from there on, whatever he has done, he is not the gazetted officer of the Union of India. But the court went through the entire documentary evidence as well as the oral evidence, and also interpreting the service rules, came to the conclusion that that Sri Yashpal Kapoor could not have been ceased to be a government servant till the date of notification was issued by the appointing authority accepting his resignation, which was accepted on 25th of January 1971. So therefore, the court held that whatever assistance Sri Yashpal Kapoor had given to Indira Gandhi till 24th of January 1971, he was a gazetted officer. And it was also proved that he had given speeches on 7th January, and from 14th January onwards, he was the election agent and had carried out several functions for the election prospect of Srimati Indira Gandhi. And therefore, in the month of January till 24th January, whatever functions and assistance was given by Sri Yashpal Kapoor was done by a gazetted officer of the government of India. And therefore, this amounted to corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. On this ground, the court held that yes, this issue is proved in favor of the petitioner Sri Rajnarayan and against the respondent Srimati Indira Gandhi. With respect to other allegations, which were that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces as the Air Force planes and helicopters were arranged for her to reach the constituency for giving election addresses. The court, interpreting the entire documentary evidence, held that the Prime Minister of the country is entitled to make use of Indian Air Force aircrafts while traveling for official as well as non-official purpose as well. And in the facts of that case, the court held that by using Air Force planes to reach Raebareli or to reach Uttar Pradesh did not amount to taking the assistance of the armed forces in furtherance of her prospects for the election. And therefore, that issue was held in favor of Srimati Indira Gandhi and against Raj Narayan. But with respect to the third issue, which was whether at the instance of Srimati Indira Gandhi and her election agent, Sri Yashpal Kapoor, the district magistrate of Raebareli and the superintendent of police and the home secretary of Uttar Pradesh government arranged for rostrums, loudspeakers and barricades to be set up for members of the police force to be posted in connection with her election tour. Because normally whenever a prime minister or chief minister is coming, police force is always there to provide security. Also, sometimes barricades are also issued if there is a big gathering. But what the Uttar Pradesh government servants had done was that they had procured and arranged for rostrum, the Shamiana Mandap, and also arranged for loudspeakers and electricity, which was not within the purview of the state government because during an election it is to be done by the party and the candidate. So what the court held in with regards to this issue is that it was conclusively proved by documentary and oral evidence that the rostrums were constructed by government agency for meetings addressed by Indira Gandhi in her constituency. And it was proved that the gazetted officers of the state, particularly the superintendent of police and executive engineer PWD, got the rostrums constructed for the purpose of public meeting addressed by respondent number one in her constituency. So this the court held that yes, Indira Gandhi had procured the assistance of gazetted officers in furtherance of her election prospect, which gave her an edge over all other candidates because while contesting elections, everybody is equal. And therefore, having assistance of government servants and also the election agent who was the gazetted officer amounts to unfair practice, amounts to a corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. So this issue was held against her and in favor of the petitioner. With regards to other allegations that she had distributed quilts, dhotis, liquor, etc. to the voters, and also that she had provided conveyance to the voters to reach the polling station, the court held that the petitioner could not prove these allegations. But two allegations of the petitioners which are proved were that the candidate Srimati Indira Gandhi had used the assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a government servant, a gazetted officer of the government of India, and also used the services and assistance of the gazetted officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on these grounds, she had indulged in corrupt practices, and these grounds were proved by the petitioner. And ultimately, the court held in favor of the petitioner, declaring the election of Srimati Indira Gandhi as void. And further, she was disqualified for a further period of 6 years from the date of the judgment for contesting elections under the Representation of People's Act. So this was a huge blow at that time to the government, and the prime minister was to lose her position overnight. However, this judgment was stayed for a further period of 20 days, and therefore she was not to be removed immediately from the post of prime minister. But what happened in those 20 days is that on 12th of June, this judgment was delivered. But on 25th of June, the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the President saying that there is an internal state of emergency and you declare that there is an emergency in this country. And on 25th June 1975 itself, the President proclaimed the state of internal emergency, and the fundamental rights and civil liberties were suspended. All the opponents of the government were taken in custody, detained for a period of more than 20 years. The state of emergency lasted for about almost 2 years. In that time, what the government did was that they introduced an amendment to the constitution, which was the 39th Amendment Act, wherein Article 329A of the Constitution came to be inserted, which provided that the elections to the post of Prime Minister cannot be challenged in any court of law. And this was remarkable because this took away the power of judicial review, which is which had been considered to be the basic structure of the Constitution. And this this changed the entire structure of the Constitution. And therefore, the power that she wielded during that time was enormous, which was never seen before and even afterwards. And therefore, that constitutional amendment came to be challenged. And the Supreme Court delivered a landmark judgment, the matter of Srimati Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, where the Supreme Court held that this constitutional amendment was unconstitutional and it altered the basic structure of the Constitution. Also, during the state of emergency, what she did was that she amended the Representation of People's Act 1951 with retrospective effect so that the grounds on which the judgment was delivered were nullified and taken away. And therefore, the entire judgment of the Allahabad High Court was nullified. And the Supreme Court had to accept that since the act has been amended with retrospective effect, the grounds for challenge were not available. And therefore, it set aside the Allahabad High Court judgment. But it did rule that the constitutional amendment with regards to Article 329A was bad, illegal, and void. This is what had happened during the time when internal emergency had been declared. And yes, she had tremendous power during those times. And it is because of this judgment of the Allahabad High Court that this historic event had happened.
So this is very remarkable, and it is almost like a plot of a movie when you narrated it. And nowadays a lot of these OTT platforms are showing these political dramas. So this story, it happened in real, but it sounds like it appears to be a movie plot. But Jeet, let me ask you one question. What is the state of affairs now with regard to the modus operandi of the politicians?
Well, see, election petitions are filed under the Representation of People's Act. Several petitions are pending before the High Court. So, and there are allegations made by both the parties. So well, so there are corrupt practices which are going on, and there are petitions and there are judgments which are being delivered. But ultimately, it is very difficult sometimes to prove these allegations in court. So therefore, what happens is it goes unnoticed or it goes unproved, and therefore we cannot have such judgments in every petition. So therefore, corrupt practices are prevalent in the country. We can't deny it, but it has to be curbed, and such petitions have to be filed before the High Court, and the High Court has to deliver judgments in a uh, in a short period of time, rather than taking.
So, Jeet, the 49th Amendment, which was made during the emergency, what is the status of that now? Is it applicable or it has been challenged?
So 39th Amendment was challenged to the Supreme Court, and some parts of it were declared to be unconstitutional. And thereafter, in 1977, the entire amendment was removed from the Constitution. So it is not in the constitution anymore.
Oh, okay, it is already taken out from the. Okay, so then it's a sigh of relief for a lot of people, because then once you become a powerful person in India, then nobody can challenge it. It is almost like an autocratic state. So it's a good thing that
Absolutely.
it was taken out from the constitution. So I think it's very interesting. I am sure people can read a lot about it. I'm not sure whether a lot of information is available about this incident, but whatever is available, I think it gives a lot of goosebumps hearing about this. How the power was taken away and then wielded by the people who were in power. It was I would say that it was a dark political history of our country, which has been corrected now. So with this, I think I'd like to say thank you, Jeet, for giving us all this information. It's quite interesting to learn about these historic cases. And I will say goodbye for today. I will meet you with some other very interesting legal matters in the next episode.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we would like to discuss about how do we bounce back into business. And this is a very, very important subject. To discuss this further and to take advice, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena, and he works globally. He has organizations and clients and partners world over. So I think he's the best person to discuss on this subject. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Mike Bradley.
Good afternoon, good day, Chandra. Good to see you again, as always.
Yes, by the way, it's your birthday also. So from all of us in India, from Akulmach, we wish you many happy returns of the day.
Dhanawad.
That's awesome. And you remember this word, dhanyavad?
I do indeed. Bahutacha. The one I can remember, or the three words.
Okay. So, Mike, I think the world is struggling because of the pandemic. Everyone is in the same boat, whether you are a large organization or you are a SME or you are a solopreneur or anybody, you are in the same boat. We are all in the same boat. And now with vaccination drive is kicking in, at least in a few countries to start with now. And soon it will become a global phenomena. So that means at least few variants of COVID will not trouble us. But I think there will be more to worry about. But I think we will protect at least 50% of the world. So now we need to discuss about how do we bring our economy back? How do we create our business from the scratch? What we should do? Would you like to throw some light on this subject?
I've got opinions. Hopefully it will be seen as light. Obviously, our economies are all connected. There is a sense in which all businesses all over the world are living entities, and we interact with each other, much like the natural world. We're all part of a global economic ecosystem. And within that environment, each entity is a key worker, because we all have to do our best, generate energy, generate sustenance for the economies that we all work within, and whether that be a geographic based, whether that be sector based, whether it be size based, we are all actually key workers in pulling back these economies from the brink of, let's face it, pretty much disaster. Our own Chancellor in the UK did his budget speech yesterday, and I think, you know, it was one of the toughest budgets apparently that we've had for 50 years, they were saying, because COVID has, you know, taken every economy by the throat and giving it a good shake. So we definitely have to all work together, in my view, to support our economic ecosystems, whatever they are. We're probably members of lots of different ones at the same time.
So I think the reason for Scale Up Arena becoming very popular globally, if it is Africa, India, China, I think your platform is bringing a lot of businesses together. And I think it is one of these ethos of, you know, working together that you are trying to bring. Would you like to give our viewers a little bit a flavor of how we can work together?
I think the important thing is with the whole global economic ecosystem, and within that our own sectors and sizes of operation, is that we all have to, a bit like the Three Musketeers. I don't know that in India, the Three Musketeers, all for one and one for all. We all actually have to succeed, but in order to succeed, we all need each other. And the whole ethos of the ecosystems, the online digital presence that we have, is that we help each other to succeed through the abilities to connect, collaborate, communicate, and also to close businesses together, you know, to close business, because ultimately that's what we're all going to have to do to recover from this COVID economic vacuum that we find ourselves in. Vacuum being a gentle word for something that we're all in, economic chaos. But I think in order to do that, there are certain areas that we have to focus on, because the post-pandemic world cannot return to what it was pre-pandemic for all sorts of reasons. So there are a number of things that I think are important that we change. One of them is we have to, and I like alliteration, so apologies, I smash the silos. You know, in the public sector, we have this idea that we do this. In the quangos, we think we do that. In the telecoms, we think we do this. But actually, what we all need to do is work together and break down those barriers that say, oh, well, we can't do this because you're not the same as us. So in order to optimize the opportunities across all organizations and structures, we must get rid of this mentality of blinkered mentality, because we're missing opportunities, whether it be, oh, well, we can't see outside our state, we can't see outside our country, we can't see outside our sector, because actually we're all interrelated. So I think the first thing we have to do is get rid of that silo mentality and think, actually, we've all got to pull together here. The next one, the first couple are a bit negative. The next one is banish the bureaucracy. Get rid of the red tape. Because actually we're in a fast-moving, competitive, dynamic world. And if we impose red tape on enterprise in that environment, we're actually not going to make it thrive, not going to make it profitable and generate taxes. What we're going to do is, in effect, governments are cutting off the arm that feeds them. We need to simplify bureaucracy, make it as online as possible, as simple as possible. A lot of tax collection can be done electronically. The amount of paper filling we need to do can be reduced vastly, and it's far more effective that our businesses spend 80% of their time selling and optimizing their potential rather than 80% of their time filling out a tax return or ensuring that, oh, this bit of money stays in the country, because actually what we need is to generate funds in all directions and not have these bureaucratic situations. And another one I think is really important, and a post-pandemic particularly has changed this culture, is we need to cease city centre centric commuting, because commuting takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resource, it means that we spend a lot of money on infrastructure. And what we've all learned, I think, in this pandemic is that actually we don't need to spend 2 to 4 hours a day traveling to an office. We can actually work just as efficiently when we're working locally, maybe in a local working hub, maybe working from home, whichever your preference is. It's not saying you don't meet together, but it's saying that when you do meet together, let's do that more efficiently and effectively, rather than sitting in an office with a lukewarm, rather distasteful cup of coffee. Maybe it's the opportunity to go to a hotel, to go to a nice facility, spend quality time together with the team or with your clients, rather than insisting they come into a rather bland, expensive situation with a lot of travel time and cost. There's a few of the negatives that we need to change. I don't know what you think about those.
Well, I think I fully agree with you, Mike, for making these very important points. I have one very peculiar question. I think all the governments are now trying very, very hard to bring their economy back. Even the developed countries are having, like, for example, in your budget also, you might have seen, and you already mentioned that it is one of the most difficult budget that you have seen in the past. And most of the governments are now going towards protectionism or localization. Although we are more global than ever, and it was a wretched virus which came and taught us all. So I think we are at a place where we just need to get a little nudge so that people start really becoming global. I mean, we have been saying global for last, I've been hearing this word global for last, 30 years. But, I think for the first time, we are truly global, even though the governments are moving towards localization. How do you
Yes.
see Scale Up Arena filling these spaces in such a situation?
Well, I think one of the positive points is I think we've realized that we can go for global growth without having, again, to travel. Just like commuting, we don't have to go for a week to this particular place and spend thousands of dollars or pounds or rupees or dirhams in a hotel to do business and have a couple of meetings whilst we're there. What we can actually do is spend a lot of our time working virtually, presenting, having people from all over the world on calls, on webinars, on briefings about new technologies, about opportunities, about trading, about joint ventures and partners. We can do all of this stuff remotely. It doesn't mean we don't want to meet. Of course we want to meet. I'm looking forward to that curry we're going to enjoy in Delhi one day, Chandra, but we can do that on a less frequent basis. It doesn't have to be the thing that starts our opportunity to work together. It's the thing that complements our working together. So we can do remote working, we can deploy and deliver digitally, we can go global working with local people in country. And if by having less red tape, having less protectionism, it means that companies are more likely to say, actually, I'm going to open a subsidiary in India because I don't have to worry about losing my cash on withholding taxes. What we should be doing is actually saying, how can we ensure that foreign companies want to come and invest here, work here, employ here, without being penalized by greedy, dare I say it, by greedy approaches to withdrawing their own cash back out of the company. I think that's a really very negative approach that is taken, which doesn't help. The Scale Up Arena helps in the fact that we have a global platform with the ability for people to showcase, to train, to educate in their new innovations, in their products, in their services, in their capabilities. Also for potential investors, potential growing businesses to find each other, interact with each other, and then trade and do business together. So, that's the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena, is it brings people together to generate energy, to generate sustainable deals together. So I think the whole ethos of Scale Up Arena and the other ecosystems for different sectors is all about making those interactions work, making it work on a global and digital basis, even if it is building roads out of plastic in Delhi, or it's reducing pollution by using rubbish and turning that into electricity. The technology can be deployed locally. And the great news with that is it can generate revenue and business for the economy and for enterprises locally, and it generates employment, and it raises everybody's quality of living.
Yes, Mike. And one particular question which is running in my mind with respect to the Indian businesses here. Let's say if there are tech companies here in India looking for tech partners in other countries, how Scale Up Arena, I mean, you can go step by step, what is the first step, so that, our viewers knows exactly how Scale Up Arena is different from other forums that they have to go through. And one thing I understand is that if I join Scale Up Arena, you can actually reach a lot of people in one shot. I mean, one thing is very clear: you can reach people in UK, Africa, Japan, China, everywhere. So I think, but I would like to hear from you step by step what happens, so that people can.
Yeah. So if you're an Indian company wanting to reach the global markets, the first thing you could do is come along to a session that we run once a week called a Why Join. And we take people through what's it all about, how can you optimize it, why is it there, what's the philosophy behind it. And then we encourage people to come on board to sign up. And we've got a special offer for people who are coming through Akulmach. If there are SMEs that want to join or interested in joining Scale Up Arena, we run a Why Join Scale Up Arena session. And then if they sign up, we will give them a 20% discount on the usual engagement fee if they mention Akulmach and they come via the Akulmach route. So that is a great opportunity for them to then get part of the ecosystem, become part of the online meetings, the online mechanisms for sharing blogs, creating courses, creating product service entries, sharing those out through the social media channels. Who knows, even maybe coming back onto Akulmach and saying, find our entry on Scale Up Arena, which is the great opportunity, of course, to broadcast that not just into India, but into Africa, America, all the different places, the Middle East, Australia, UK, and Europe as well. So it's a great opportunity for SMEs to do that. The other area that we can really help organizations is for the multinationals, the larger organizations who are looking for ways to differentiate moving forward in the future. We're on the homepage of scaleuparena.com. There is find a solution for your multinational. So if you are there and you're thinking, we need to improve the way we service our customers, the way we do our manufacturing, the way we do our artificial intelligence or our client loyalty programs or our cyber security or our payment management, go in there and free of charge, you can click enter a little summary as to what you're looking for. And we will then matchmake that with the innovators and the advisors and the experts that we have at the back and try and bring together a solution. Costs nothing. We've got a network of people with, let's say, 10,000 years worth of expertise and experience in business. That's a lot of hours. So we've got that resource free of charge to help the SMEs and the multinationals, the large organizations, to optimize the future, the post-COVID world.
Absolutely. This is so interesting because as we move towards the gig economy, even the big brains behind the data and machine learning will be available through Scale Up Arena to large organizations. So
yeah. And I think with the gig economy as well, what we're looking at is we're looking at the ability to optimize the expertise of people on a more affordable and realizable basis, geared to results, because you don't need somebody full-time. You could take somebody on a project basis or a time size basis to utilize their expertise in that particular challenge. And then you can have somebody else to help you with the next one, be it strategy, be it marketing, be it finance, be it funds. So you can bring that blend together, a bit like an a la carte menu of services, depending on what you actually need for your business at that time. The other area I think is really important that we haven't talked about in this post-COVID situation is we need to recognize the potential of the emerge up companies, not the startups who, we all know what a startup is. They've got a very, they go to the bank, they have a long conversation. I'm planning to do this business. And the bank manager gets you to sign a piece of paper and then says, I'll send you a debit card and you can start your business with us. Then there's the scale ups, which have 3 years of 20% year-on-year growth and 10 employees at the start of the process. So they're a well-defined group. But in the gap, mind the gap, as they used to say on the London Tube, underground, mind the gap, because the gap is where the energy is. The scale-ups make up 60, 70% of all the revenue from SMEs. Okay, so they're important. But the ones that are going to be the next scale-ups, generate the most jobs, generate the most revenue, profit, tax returns, are going to be the emerge-ups. And they are typically characterized by a shortage. They're short of the working capital they need. They're short of the time to deploy as many clients as they could. They're short of resource to go into international markets. They're short maybe of expertise in a particular field because they can't afford to take someone full time. That is the market which we have to support. So we've got to energize those emerge ups. And I think in this post-COVID bounce back better environment, we have to recognize that they previously have been largely unsupported. And we need to support those emerge ups as we move forwards, because in 3 years' time, there'll be the scale ups.
So I think this is an amazing story. The Scale Up Arena provides a lot of synergy for SMEs as well as enterprises world over to come together and work together across the level. I think it's an amazing story, and it's an amazing platform. So the good news for Akulmach viewers is that if you use Akulmach as a promo code, you will get 20% discount. So I urge you to explore scaleup.com and leverage their presence, global presence, find clients, find merger opportunities, merge up basically with other SMEs, and also funding probably. So I think the possibilities are immense. So with this,
they are indeed.
Yes, absolutely, Mike. I think I'm quite excited, and viewers of this program must leverage this excellent offer. And I think this is one of the very good method of bouncing back with economy.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I mean, to reach out to us with that code, all you need to do is go to contact us on the homepage of scaleuparena.com, or you could just send an email to info@scaleuparena.com. And if I get flooded out with requests from India and Asia Pacific, fantastic. We'll look forward to hearing from them.
Absolutely, Mike. And once again, wish you many happy returns. And it was a
Thank you
pleasure.
very
I mean,
much.
you found time to talk to us today with this very important subject, even though it's supposed to be your off day. So thank you so much. And we will catch up in the next edition with you next week.
Look forward to it, Chandra. Have a great day and a pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. So, let me quickly introduce our panelists. First, Mr. Neval Gund, who is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, and he joins us from UK.
Good morning, everybody.
Second, Ms. Farida Charania, she is the CEO of Career Zone. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone.
And third, Ms. Kanchan Verma, she is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
So I welcome you all, and the topic for discussion for today is really the work of the future, which is going to be digital. That's the topic for today, and what it takes to get on the digital bandwagon. Because I think it's clear to everyone, all professionals, that digital is the way to go forward. But what it takes and what are the pitfalls, I think that is what we will discuss in this discussion today. So, Naval, you have an opinion on this subject.
I do have an opinion, but I'm going to let ladies go first here because we're trying to get more women back into the workplace because we've been sadly lacking that over the years, and their views and ideas I think should be aired first. So over to you, ladies. You can fight over who's going to go first, but over to you.
Okay, I'll take this. Future of work has been discussed so much in the recent years, and in fact, I've had a 3-week discussion on future of work because we had a Thai Singapore event for 2 weeks, and now we have Singapore FinTech Festival, we have the Switch Festival. So future of work has been discussed very extensively. In fact, the Singapore government has made an official statement saying that future of work is digital. And we are seeing that. Now, work is central to human experience because it provides income, identity, and meaning, right, to people's lives. And trauma of a job loss is second only to death of a loved one because it impacts a person really, really in a tough manner. There are a lot of things which are happening, but one of the things that kind of comes very starkly out of all of this is that globalization has happened at a very fast speed, and the COVID situation has accelerated this behavior by sudden shock, sudden action, because everyone was trying to grapple with the situation. So today we sit 1 year down into the pandemic by looking at our globalization, comfortable working from homes, comfortable working on projects in any part of the world. And then we also have our 3 A's of technology, because automation, algorithms, and artificial intelligence. So that convergence has made it even easier. So people who can actually deliver their services online are finding new ways to do it. So I think future of work is going to be very gig based. It's no longer going to be a job. It's mostly going to be completion of task. And then most organizations have come to believe that, strengthen the core and flex the non-core. So there are certain workers that you would, kind of need on a regular basis, and those jobs probably are mid-level jobs. But if you look at the very low-level jobs, or you look at the very high-end management level jobs, those are, not a full-time requisition. So for instance, if you take like say a finance department, the CFO is probably someone who's a permanent fixture because they are required through the company's whenever the company actually needs them, so they need to be there. But then there are projects within that, audit projects which are again cyclical, or financial control activities which are again cyclical, and those might not be something that you need permanently or regularly. So these kind of jobs, they are high end but not permanent. Those would be divided as well. That's a trend that I'm seeing because this is my business. I talk to a lot of people who are, hiring authorities, and this is what I hear from them. So I think future of work is going to look very different. It will create more jobs because artificial intelligence is not here to take away people's jobs. It's here to augment their experience. It will get them to do more work, but then whatever is repetitive will get replaced. Anything that can be, a process, that will get replaced. So when we talk about future of work, there are a lot of question marks, but the trend shows that, in fact, I read a research report very recently which says that in the US, 55% of senior management will actually be part of the gig economy. So they would be paid for completion of what has been assigned to them rather than just being there as a part of the company. So that's kind of my take on it. I'm open to discussion because this is an interesting topic, and I'm sure it's close to many people's heart and to mind as well, because people would be tracking it.
So I feel that New Year is around the corner, and now we have a lot of jobs and lot of educational platform, and many people have understood and they are coming on digital platform. Now, what I feel is the high demand job in 2021 will be accountant, HR professional, operations professionals, IT professionals, or web designer. Now, the need of the hour is people should be open to take up not one skill, but multiple skills. So I put it like maybe a hybrid role is what we are looking at. Somebody who's interested in doing administrative work, they should be open to do operational work also. And I also feel that jobs like designer, graphic designers, creatives, digital marketing specialists, these jobs will be in high demand. So last time we have done a discussion that is there a scarcity in job market? But what I feel is that no, we have to update our skills, and we should be ready to do hybrid roles.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it's good that we're listening to, because Farida has had literally weeks of focused energy in a small country about a very important subject. What's going to happen to the future of our economy? Because this is where we are. This is not just about businesses, small, medium, and large. This is about the future of the economy. It's about the future of young people. Tomorrow's leaders. It's the future of our education systems. So this is such a big topic that we really need to get a grasp of. And I'd like to sort of throw two pennies in here with regards to looking at the global economy, and if you like, the way that corporates have been developing over the last few years. And it's worth looking at how they've been developing, because when I had a proper job last century, sort of in the 1980s and 90s, I was working in the oil industry. And one thing about the oil industry is that we collaborate with every other oil manufacturer, every other oil developer or oil investor. There's no other market, there's no other industry that collaborates like the oil and gas industry. So I would suggest that people just have a look at how the oil industry works, because I have a feeling that this is now going to set the trend for every other industry. And let me explain a little bit more. In the 1980s and 90s, the oil industry was suffering of oil prices. So the oil price was around about $18 a barrel. You had no say of what that value per barrel was, because it was a commodity on the international market. And in many respects, it was set by OPEC. So all you had was control of your intellectual property, in other words, your people, your expertise, and that's it. That's all you had control over. And this became very important to the way you now design your company going forward. And very simply, you decide what's core and what's non-core. You have to do both. Both are important to do. But what's core, you keep in-house. What's non-core, you outsource. And we are seeing, I think we're seeing, and I hope everyone agrees with me here, I think we're seeing more and more of the gig economy evolving from this non-core arena. So let's just take a very simple exercise for a small business. Unless you're a printer, you don't actually, as a small business, print your own business cards. You go to a printer, you have a discussion with the printer, and you say, this is my logo, or can you help me design a logo? And typically a printer is a designer as well. So you design a logo, how it looks on the card. The printer will give you lots of examples of what it could look like, and then they go and do the job. That's a classic example of outsourcing. It's important to your business, but it's non-core. You're not going to go and buy a printing press. You're not going to buy the ink and buy the paper and buy the card just to print 500 or 5,000 business cards. You're going to outsource that project. And in today's language, that's a classic example of the gig economy. It's project-based. It's defined. It has a start and an end. And most of it is done outside of your eyesight. And I think this is the bit that companies are going to struggle with. It's going to have to be done outside of their eyesight. And this is where COVID has really brought the issue to home, is that some managers are in this FOMO arena where they have to be looking over the shoulder of everybody else. So that isn't the way to go. So we need to, as organizations, I think we need to take a step back, look at what we have to do, decide what's core and non-core, and outsource the non-core. Because you're never going to outsource your intellectual property, because that's yours. You know, and for people that don't understand what intellectual property is, it's things that make you tick, that gives you the competitive advantage. So it makes you win the project against somebody else winning the project. So I think if we help organizations think a little bit more, so rather than talk about artificial intelligence and the impact on jobs, etc., just look at your business, decide what's core to you. What do you need to keep in-house that no one else can do? And then the rest is non-core, outsource it. And as Farida said, you know, there's thousands of people in that gig economy already. You know, freelancers is a word that we're going to be more and more used to as this gig economy starts to evolve. And this is where I think women have got a great opportunity, because you can choose the time you work. So what that means is you can do all of your other, you know, chores at home. You know, whether you're a man or a woman, you choose your time to work. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as it works for you. And this is the thing, we're going through a big transition here, and COVID has accelerated the transition, and it's a bit fearful for lots of people. But you need to just go with the flow and try and get ahead of that trend. As I say, this is a huge subject, but I'm a bit more concerned about the 13 and 14-year-olds at school today that really aren't looking for their jobs. They're not looking into the workplace yet. But even if they did, it wouldn't look anything like it's going to be in 7 or 8 years when they join it.
So, Naval, what I will address this in a way is that I will break it down into two segments, broad segment. One is the public segment, which is the government-owned enterprises, and other is the private segment. The use of AI is very relevant when it comes to the government or public offices. And I will just quote few examples of the Indian government. They have been adapting very rapidly the use of AI when it comes to large applications like uh, revenue collection, because in a country like India, it's a humongous task. Uh, Income tax filing. So a few months back, Indian government announced that for all individuals, 1.3 billion people, or roughly about 1.2 taxable people, there will be a faceless tax uh, calculation. So the faceless basically means that you have a file, you will have a number, but who actually compute your tax in the back end is not in your control. So there is a very heavy deployment of AI because the assessment officer can be from anywhere in India. You can be located in Mumbai. Your assessment can happen out of Calcutta. So, and next time, after a few months, the same person's assessment can happen out of Chennai. So I think there is a very heavy deployment of AI in the government sector. But when it comes to private sector, and especially the mid segment and the startup community, uh, the gig economy is really shaping up. In fact, it is already there in a very big way. And all the marketing gurus are saying that almost 50% of the workforce for the private consumption would be contract labor. So whether you are senior or whether you are a junior guy, almost 50% of those workforce will come on contract. So as Farida said, if you are a CFO material, you will be part of gig economy, and your deliverables will be dependent on your experience and what value you bring. As Naval also said, value proposition, IPR, and those kind of things. So all these concepts are very relevant, and people have to learn to use these these techniques to drive their paychecks when it comes to gig economy. It cannot happen that a person with 20 years experience in finance go for a go at the same price as a 2 years experienced person. But the price, the valuation, the equity will be driven by the person himself, what he can bring on the table as a gig employee. So I think that I would like to address it this way so that we can focus on only 50% of the market, which is the private sector. And of that, 50% is going to be gig, and rest of this will be managed um, by the virtual office. So since I'm making the comment about virtual office, the uh, age of brick and mortar establishment is slowly going away. Google has already announced that for 3 years they will not call their employees back to work, and that means they're allowing their employees to work from home, and that brings a peculiar situation because now the managers will have to live with the personal life of the employee while they are delivering work. So I think the challenge in terms of adapting gig economy is there, but at the same time there is also a social angle which is coming up and becoming very relevant. So Kanchan, what do you have to say about that?
What I feel, I just want to tell our panelists that by 2022, we are coming up with a new parliament with the paperless function. So what I have, I'm quite optimistic when it comes to digital platform because there are some addition and there are some usual practices which you have to leave as a professional. So when I suppose if I am a company owner and I have to hire, so I have to hire people with a different skill set, and at the same time I have to take care about the employee wellness and satisfaction. So that is where I feel we are moving towards that. And apart for generation of revenue, I think there's no initially in 2020 there was a little bit, but now it's accelerating, and people are finding out small opportunities and big opportunities, and they are ready to cope up with this new change, and they are also very easygoing when it comes to digital platform. They are learning new skill in digital arena. So what I feel, though Chanka had explained the economy aspect, but what I feel maybe in coming years, like Singapore, they have already announced there will be all digital working platforms for everything. So I'm quite optimistic, and I feel that yes, we have to hire, we have to take up different skill set. Company owners have to hire maybe more contingent of workforce, and they have to be flexibility in their investment. And yes, employees should be ready to work double roles.
I like to pick up here. So, Kanchan just mentioned that employees should be happy at work. And yesterday I was part of a HR roundtable, a CXO roundtable, and there was a poll which was conducted. And out of the 5 or 6 things that CHROs are looking for, the most important thing was that they are finding it extremely difficult to keep the employees engaged in isolation, because there are new joiners who have joined, and we are all social animals, so it's very difficult to keep employees engaged. But having said that, I think there will be a solution. It's a drivable behavior and people will get used to it over a period of time, and it could be taken care of. But I think the good part which is coming out of this is that it makes the cost variable. So you have the same amount of money to spend in your resources, but you have flexibility, fluidity, and optionality, as I would put it, because you are able to choose where you want to invest that money or where you want to spend that money. And also, we are looking at re-aggregated organizations, because now everyone is looking at a flexible. So, like I said in the beginning, that strengthen the core and flex the non-core, right? So it's, so that's what I see. Like the stomach muscles are tightened, and the arm muscles are being flexed, because you want to make sure that it's movable. It can be, money could be put where you actually need it to work. So it's not all that bad, but at any point in time when there is a change, it's never sudden, because it comes over a period of time. This is a very, very different situation, because COVID response actually, accelerated everything. But any which ways, this is nothing new, because people were going towards that way. And gig economy, because there were so many platforms which came up providing opportunities for gig workers. There are so many freelancers now who basically work for 6 months a year and take the next 6 months off, because that's the lifestyle that they choose. So it's not all that bad, but it's not all that hunky-dory, because at any point in time, any change takes time, and change is always difficult. So it's going to be a lot of moving pieces, but when you are mid-air, you don't have the option to land and fix something if something is broken. So there is no hard reset. We all need to, move with the times and get used to it and try to fix things mid-air. So I think the only way forward is adapt and move on.
That's a really good way to be. Adapt and move on. I mean, we are built to be adaptable, by the way. We are physically born to be adaptable, to think differently. Now is the time when it's going to come up to use it. I think I'd just like to throw in a bit of a wild card here, in that in the UK, we also rely despite the fact that this gig economy has been around for some time, we have something called IR35, which I wouldn't worry about, but basically it's easier for the government to deal with a PAYE, in other words, an employee of an organization, because you're taxed at source. It's not so easy, actually, to deal with contractors because you have to rely upon them supplying their information. Like taxi drivers, chefs, I mean, all of this gig economy arena that we've been used to for so long. And interestingly enough, in the last 2 years, the tax authorities in the UK, I was talking to a senior tax inspector literally earlier this week, and I just said to her that the tax arena in the UK is going against the trends of work. So the trends of work are gig economy. So you've got lots and lots of projects that you're going to be working on, which means you are an independent. You're a consultant. You are no longer an employee of an organization. And yet all the tax implications over the last 2 years have tightened up actually to stop the gig economy growing. So although, Chandra, you say about we need to think of the public sector and the private sector from an employee point of view, which is slightly different, we need to remember that the private sector is dictated to by the public sector tax regime, the environment that we are allowed to operate within. So what it means is, for a lot of people out there, they need to think about looking after their own taxes. Now, this is a huge issue, to be honest with you, because if you're an employee, you leave school at 16, 18 or 21, and you go and work for a company, they just take care of all of your taxes. No matter where you are in the world, they pay your taxes for you. They take it out of your salary, and you don't have to worry about it until the year end. But then you know that you've probably paid just about the right amount of tax. When you move into the gig economy, you're now responsible. So you now become an entrepreneur. You really do need to think differently. And this is what we're not getting people ready for, to be part of the gig economy. But there's going to be loads of work out there. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that if you want to work, there'll be work there. AI will create more work than actually taking jobs away. And I think Farida said that already. So, the biggest issue here is we need to be preparing people for the future. So part of this round table here, I think, hopefully, is not just telling people what to expect next year, but for those younger people, what to expect in 7 or 8 years' time. Because now you need to get yourself ready for this. It's coming. Please don't think it's not coming. It will be different in 7 or 8 years' time than it is today. But get yourself ready for that change. Find out what's going on out there currently. If you're not in full-time work and you're in full-time education, now's the time to find out what's happening in the world. And you could actually be part of that gig economy tomorrow, because there's lots of opportunities for you to put what you've got out there, whether you're a designer, any type of practitioner, whether you do art or anything like that, something that's of interest to you, you can actually start to put yourself out there. One thing I would say is the work trends of the future will be the same as today. Your network will be your most valuable asset. So network with as many people as you can, which will make you a better person anyway, but it will give you options for the future. So go and join Facebook, go and join LinkedIn, join the groups, get that experience. So no matter what age group, you can start doing something for yourself. We've covered a huge amount of ground here today, Chandra. I'm not too sure quite where we were going to go with this, because it's never scripted. People just say what they feel. But for me, it's been enlightening, because we are talking globally here, and people can be listening from a global perspective.
So never just add sorry, I like to add something to this. So one way is basically, preparing people for the future, but I also feel that the younger generation is getting prepared without any special effort. The reason is that people like me, we have never used a typewriter, because by the time we grew up and started working, you were already computerized, and you were trending towards that. So I didn't need special training to move from typewriter to the computer. Yeah. So I think nowadays the kids, they actually hardly use a laptop or a desktop, because they have their smart tabs or smartphones and they use everything on that. So they are getting prepared. So in a way that, if you look at it, one way is, yeah, people who are probably in the mid of their career, they need preparation more than the younger kids, because we will have to adapt. But them, they are already adapted and they are moving forward because they don't know anything else. This is the way that they've been growing up. If my child tomorrow is kind of referred to as a gig worker, my child is going to give like a look, what? Because everyone is going to be a gig worker in some form or the other. So yes, I think the preparation is more for us who still have a few more years to go in our career, but not so much for the younger people.
So I think all the panelists have made very good point, and I would like to summarize by giving information to our viewers. And some of these points are related to the taxation, as Neville said, and also about preparation, as Farida said, and also Kanchan talked about multitasking, ability to do multiple jobs to stay relevant. So I would like to I would like to provide two information to the viewers which are very relevant, because if people are preparing for the future, the Indian government, and India is a very large country with a lot of people. India has already moved ahead, and today in the digital payment area is number one, and that is sheer because of the number of citizens we have here. And by no means I'm saying that we are covering the entire India. The people who are using the online tax platform or online tax payment platform are not more than 20%, but that 20% takes you ahead globally because the sheer numbers are very large. So the government of India realized that the Indian workforce has to be ready for gig economy for next 5 years, and that is why they have introduced something called GST, which is a very big project. And for last 2 years, all businessmen are filing their returns online every month. So we are moving away from the traditional method of filing tax returns every year. We are making money, depositing tax every month, and moving on. And for doing that, certain businesses are also getting incentives, because if you are doing that on time, then the government of India will calculate incentives and return some of these tax to you after a quarter or so. So I think that the activity is stabilizing. It is not completely stable. It is stabilizing, but people have got used to this GST formula, where when you receive a payment, the GST is automatically calculated and paid to the government. So it is no longer a difficult situation for anyone to remember what expenses they incurred at the end of the year, how much money they made, and accordingly, they should not be worried about that they have not paid the taxes. So I think that portion of problem has been taken care largely. The second one, in order to support all these people, 1.3 billion people, or maybe half of that, you need a very strong network. When I say network, is basically the physical network which will allow bandwidth, and that has been a big problem, and not for India, but I think for it's a global problem. That is why we're talking about 5G, or Elon Musk is talking about Starlink. But 2 days back, a very ingenious plan has been introduced in India. It is called PM Vani. So, for the benefit of Neville, let me translate Vani. It has an abbreviation of Wide Area Network of India, but Vani actually in our local language means voice. So PM is Prime Minister. So it's a program which has been launched just 2 days back, and what that will enable is everyone in their household without any licensing will be able to share their Wi-Fi. So, for example, if we have a Wi-Fi, I can share it, and if somebody's walking by outside the house, and if they are hooked on to that Wi-Fi, they can use my Wi-Fi. Basically, every individual with Wi-Fi can create a Wi-Fi network within his home or office or shop, and that will increase the bandwidth. It will solve the bandwidth problem. Now, Wi-Fi will be available across length and breadth, and that will solve a lot of these problems of reaching out, launching new applications like virtual office, um, tax filing on the move, and things like that. So I think, as you said, Neville, this is a very large subject. We are just giving information and asking our viewers to get ready. And if they are not ready yet, I think it's high time to get ready with the gig economy, because 40 to 50% of the people will be contract employees, whatever it takes.
Very true.
So if there are no comments, I would like to close the discussion for today. And we will catch up next week. And thank you for finding time to join us this week. And really pleasure talking to you to discuss this very important subject, which affects all of us.
Thanks,
Thank
CK.
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Thank you, and have a good weekend, everyone. Bye for now.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I am Chandrakant. So much bad news is now coming. If you look at the top newspaper or read any mainstream media, you will have all the statistics, you will have all these, when the vaccination is coming, a lot of politics is being discussed openly. So the challenge for us is, how do we keep our positive outlook? How do we maintain that, we always have a good, events happening, going to happen beyond the horizon? How do we maintain that as a business leader? Or in fact, this is a hallmark of the leadership. So to discuss this very important subject, I have been joined by a very important, very senior industry colleague of ours, joining me from UK. So an outstanding show coming up. Friends, there is also a giveaway. So please stick around in the show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Friends, let us welcome our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is joining us from UK, and he is Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So we will welcome him without further ado, and we will ask him a very, very specific leadership question today. Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very good, Mike, and fortunately the curve of infection has sort of flattened. It's still growing, but it's sort of flattened because of the lockdown, which was announced a couple of days back.
Right.
So
that's very positive news. That's very positive.
Yes. So I think the question today is...
keep our fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that continues.
The question really is, how do we maintain a positive outlook, or how do we remain positive with positive mind frame in the event of adversity? That's really the question for leaders and your advice for the leaders.
Absolutely. I also would phrase that as the art of true leadership, because I think anybody can lead when things are going well. But the mark of true example and leadership is when things are going badly, that person can still maintain the support and the spirit that enables somebody to overcome the challenge. So for me, that, maintaining a positive spirit in the face of adversity is the art of true leadership.
So much bad news and new mutation of corona. Because of that, people are having a lot of hindrance in their day-to-day activities. The strategy planning also is not working, because what strategy to plan for what month. So all those of complexities are now coming up in the business. So what is your advice? How do we maintain a positive outlook towards our business?
Well, I think one of the first things that's most important is we must maintain a positive outlook. We must always look for the positives in every situation, because if you don't, it's a downward spiral and things will only get worse. So the trick, I believe, is to get up one more time than you get knocked down. So I think there are 3 E's that come to mind when it comes to overcoming adversity. There is endurance, obviously. There is endeavor, and there is endearment. And I think those 3 E's apply in all situations, obviously in business, but also in education, in family, in health, in government, and of course, least likely to occur is in the media. Because, and I think, let's start with the negatives around this first. The first thing to do if you want to maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity is don't go and talk to the miserable people or the miserable leaders, because they will drag you down. They will bring you quite happily into their downward spiral staircase, and you'll all be going down to the abyss together. So the first thing to do is to avoid spending time with those people who are always on the negative. Second thing to avoid is to avoid taking the mainstream media too seriously. Because if we listen to the media or we read the media too much, they love a story. And there's an old expression that used to be, bad news travels like wildfire. What sells, what gets viewers, nothing better than a good old tragedy or some scandal. Some negativity will always get the attention. And a few years ago, there was a newscaster in the UK called Martin Lewis, and he basically was saying we should have more good news. And of course, he was very unpopular for saying this because, unfortunately, good old auntie does not like good news. They really like to stir things up. And so they'll always look for the negatives. So the second thing to avoid is the mainstream media. Don't expect to get up every day, read the paper, and then have a positive outlook, because you will be, disappointed. Because I can guarantee you, if you open up the front page of any Indian newspaper or any UK newspaper, particularly the red tops, as we call them, you will see a negative headline, because they love to drill into that. And of course, we all read these things and we all, but what actually happens is nobody actually gets anywhere by focusing on the negatives. And I think as an example, if wars start when both sides focus on the negatives, they seek revenge. Okay. But the only way you ever resolve an argument or a challenge is to sit down with the other component parts, the other party, the other opposition, and say, how now can we solve this problem? It's only, and every war ends up with a sitting around the table of the two parties who originally started the war. So the crazy thing is you have all this negativity in between, lots of deaths, lots of collateral damage. And at the end of the day, what solves the problem? Sitting around a table and seeking to find a positive way forward. So short circuit all that and start, I would suggest, with looking at the three positives I said, the three E's. So the first thing you have to do is obviously work hard, endeavor. Okay. So there is no point sitting in the middle of a room, head in hands. Oh dear, I've got a terrible situation. It's terrible. It's bad news. All I would say is stand up, get up, start trying to open the doors that you can see. You may get 9 doors slammed in your face, but the 10th door will be the one that opens. So the key to that is, leave no stone unturned. You as an individual, a leader, a worker, a member of the family, you are the only person that can change the situation to a positive. And you can only do that by trying to open the doors that are immediately in front of you. It's like nobody climbs a staircase by jumping to the top. You have to climb one step at a time. But who has to take that first step? You as an individual have to. So, first of all, endeavor is vital. Yeah? Do you agree with that? And now I'll give you the next one.
Well, I think very good advice. So very important. Stay away from naysayers, negative people is absolutely essential for our own good. And also not look at the mainstream media too seriously. I mean, you can look at it, but not too seriously. But I have a question, Mike.
Exactly.
The question is that, people used to read the newspaper and whatever they can grab, and they used to call themselves information junkie. And what happens to those kind of people who have this urge of knowing what is going on? Current affairs, they have to know everything, every bit of it, because that helps them decide the next move. What happens to those kind of people?
Well, I would probably fall into the same category myself, actually, Chandra, because I spent, longer than I care to admit, several decades being very interested in current affairs and politics. So yeah, I'm one of those. I will read the intelligent paper, I would say, not the red tops. I'll read a semi-intelligent paper at the weekends. I will always watch the news. My father used to be compulsive about watching it. He'd sort of watch the 1 o'clock and then watch the 6 o'clock maybe, and he may even get around to watching 10 o'clock as well. I don't think the stories was that varied. Even in his old age, he didn't forget them, but maybe there was a slightly different slant, a little update. So I don't think there's anything inherently bad in following current affairs. In fact, when you're approaching these doors, we said you've got to keep banging on. If you don't take account of the environment that you're living in, then you're not going to actually take the right course of action. So I think, being aware of current affairs is very important. Also, I think on the opposite side of what we said about mainstream media, Akulmach, for example, is a positive influence. Okay, listen to Akulmach every day. If you're having a negative situation, have some encouragement, have some positive input. And that's, I think you've got a major contribution to make on that, Chandra. You're a decent, positive person, and you're running this show, and everything about this show is positive. So, you could do worse than tune into this every day if you've got a problem. And that brings me to the second E, which is, in my opinion, endearment. Because actually what we need around us is not the naysayers, but on the opposite side of the equation, you want the encouragers around you. You want the positive thinkers, the creatives, the people who say, actually, what about if you tried this? Or, I know, you could work with me in this particular instance and we could together overcome the challenge. So look for partnerships, look for joint ventures, look for people that are around you that you can build relationships with who are positive and make, the old word synergy, 1 and 1 equals 3. So find people around you who are going to actually contribute something positive in the face of that adverse situation. And that is, for me, the second vital element is not only are there the doors that you can go and open, but actually, if there's 2 of you trying to open doors, there's twice as many doors potentially to be opened. And you never know what might come from that. Because as we know, within the scale-up arena environment and within business growth environments, you don't get to enter into international markets unless you do it in conjunction with somebody locally. So, partnerships and joint ventures, having and finding those people that you can build this endearment relationship with, whether it be business or personal, will certainly help not only to maintain a positive spirit, but actually to maybe even establish a positive path forwards. So I would suggest, that's the second E, very much so. And as I said, Chandra, you're a positive person, you're an encouraging person, you're a good listener. And therefore, the show that you're producing, I believe, has a very positive contribution to make to that. And I think if more people listen to Akulmach and listen to your discourses, particularly if they are facing an adverse situation, they may get some ideas, they may be able to glean from the positive endearment and endeavor spirit that comes through the show. You can pay me later.
Well, definitely this is not rehearsed, and thank you so much for giving such nice compliments. We're trying our bit to not to have any negative impact, and we always cover the positive side. We always give advices to business because everybody needs advices. We also help people in networking. So try to maintain the positive outlook. So thank you so much once again, Mike.
Pleasure. And I think for me, the third E, if you like, is endurance. Okay, nobody ever said the journey was going to be easy. Nobody said that the difficulties are going to be over by, well, what time would it be for you? By 5 o'clock this afternoon. Nobody said it was going to be finishing and that it would be all plain sailing from now till the end of time. However, one thing's for sure, if you give up, you're never going to arrive. You're never going to break out of that situation. So, and I think it was, I think we've used this before, but on the expression that it's never over until you've actually achieved the objective. So if there's still the opportunities there, the situation isn't finished. And even if you get knocked down, the key is to stand up again. Some people have lost everything and then come back and made a fortune. So it's never over until you've actually given up in your mind. And those 3 E's, the endeavor, the endearment, the endurance, they came to me as the approach that a chap called Ernest Shackleton took. He was an explorer who, in the beginning of the last century, 1912, he used to do explorational journeys to the South Pole. And on one of these, he went down to the South Pole from the UK And unfortunately, his wooden ship got frozen in the ice. And it wasn't just frozen for a week. It wasn't just frozen for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. It was actually stuck in the ice for, I believe, it was 15 months. It was way over a year. And and he obviously had a team of people, a team of men with him on that trip. And basically, those were the three characteristics of his leadership style that it meant that actually at the end of that period, and this is just a demonstration of endurance and endeavor, to manage to rescue his entire crew, which is what happened in the end. He didn't lose a man. And basically, when there was sufficient melting of the ice, what he did was him and two or three of his crew members, they rowed from where they were stuck in pack ice to South Georgia in the South Atlantic. They actually rowed it, got support and supplies, and rescued the rest of the crew. So again, if he'd given up, he would never have rescued his crew, but he never gave up. And to me, that's probably the most amazing example of leadership. If you can imagine 15 months stuck in white snow or ice with virtually no food, with virtually nothing to do. I mean, I think they used to play football, so a team sport for endearment, for, keeping their spirits up. I'm not so much a football fan, but I think even in that context, I would have played football. I'd have probably gone for rugby, but since there were no hospitals to fix broken collarbones, football was probably a better option. But for me, that and when we're talking about how do you maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity, how many times in 15 months you must have woken up and wished, well, I wish today we'd had some melted ice, but no, we haven't. Another day, we got to endure, we got to work, got to keep busy, got to keep eating, got to keep positive, and we've got to keep working together. And because of his leadership spirit, and for me, that is probably the best example of leadership that I can think of. And then there was, of course, Horatio Nelson, who was quite a famous admiral a couple of 100 years ago. And just before the Battle of Trafalgar, he had a fleet of ships, and he used, and I couldn't tell you what it looked like, but he used flags to signify a message to his fleet. And the flags he signaled, and the message he signaled was, England expects every man to do their duty. And I think that's the other key, is we as individuals, in the face of adversity, have to do our bit. There's no point in expecting your next door neighbour to do it for you or somebody else to come bail you out. They've got their own challenges to resolve. Maybe they've got their own adversities. But one thing's for sure, if you sat down with your neighbour at a safe social distance, and maybe had a cup of chai and chatted through your challenges, built the rapport, given a bit of encouragement, a bit of support, some creative ideas, there is much more chance that something positive is going to happen for both of you if you both sit down and, mournfully think about how bad my situation is. I can't get out of this and blah, blah, blah. Because the other good thing is you're not alone in it. Particularly in the current situation, there's an awful lot of people in the same boat. And the other point that's relevant is there's always somebody worse off. It's not always easy to think that. Sometimes we want to be inward looking and thinking how miserable our situation is. But actually, the only way to look at it is to say, actually, I could be much worse off. If you've got a roof over your head, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't got a roof over their head. If you had something to eat today, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't had anything to eat yet today. So whatever happens, you got to be, count your blessings, because if you don't count your blessings and keep positive, you'll join the naysayers and the mainstream media on the spiral down. And there's only one way that you go down, and that's to the abyss. The only way is up and forwards, in my view. So how do you maintain a positive spirit? You've got to work at it with endeavor, endurance and endearment.
Well, Mike, you gave a very good example of Mr. Shackleton. I think people who have not read about him must read and understand what is this, endurance is all about. I think he went to the North Pole and then he wanted to find the South Pole, and that's when all these events happened, and I think many more events. His life is an example for everyone.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So I think some of these very positive words came out from our discussion today. I think you are speaking from the heart and saying that, hey, let's not, there is no need to lose hope. In any adverse situation, we have to keep our positive outlook always, because something good will happen beyond the horizon. So I think that is what your advice is to our viewers, isn't it, Mike?
Absolutely, 100%. And the contribution from someone like yourself. And don't take for granted those people who can add a positive contribution in your life, because they are the ones who are going to help you get through whatever adversity you're facing today.
Absolutely. I think these are some of the positive encouragement we have got today from you, Mike. And I'll tell the viewers that if in case they want to talk to us, talk to Mike, please contact us. We will make that happen. We will have, we will bring you live and you can discuss directly with Mike. So with this positive outlook and advice, I'd like to end today's show. Mike, thank you so much for finding time and coming and discussing and telling us so many good words today.
It's been an absolute pleasure as always, Chandra.
Thank you, Mike, and I will catch up with you again next week. Until then, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Last week, a very remarkable, outstanding judgment given by Supreme Court of India, and they allowed women soldiers to hold a command. That means they have been legally now given right to become a commanding officer. So essentially there are two things. One is command, and that command will lead to combat. So women soldiers have not been given combat right now. They have been given command. But after 70 years of independence, the women were inducted in army or defense forces, but they were not given command for whatever reasons. So I don't want to go back into the history of last 70 years. But prior to that, we had women soldiers. We had many examples. Even during British era, when during the independence struggle, there were a lot of women who were fighting as a soldiers. And and even in the mythology, if you go back into Indian history, there are examples of women in combat, not only in command. So right now, I think it's a step-by-step process. The command has been given to the women, and that has a far-reaching impact on the configuration of the army. So far, the women who goes and work for defense forces in India, they had a short service commission, which is valid for 7.5 years. After 7 years, there is no extension if you are a woman soldier. But now, with the command being given, that means they can work as long as they are male counterparts in the army, and they can hold a command. They can command a platoon, they can command a regiment, they can command a brigade. So the possibilities are endless. And so the short service commission for women will get nullified, and they will have a long term career path in defense of the country, which is, I think it should have been done earlier. It should have been done when we got independence from British, but I think it is done now, and it has come from Supreme Court. I think I totally have faith in the women of my country. They can very well defend our country. They can contribute. They can plan things, and they can certainly command. So I welcome with this move from Supreme Court, and we are actually waiting to see some valor from the women forces, which is still awaited in the independent India. With this, I will see you tomorrow. Please do leave your comments, and I will reply as quickly as possible. As usual, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Roundtable.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this very fine morning.
Thank you, Neville. And in fact, today's subject is the latest scare that the globe has seen, that is the coronavirus scare. And you name any country, they have blacked out. There are advisories issued. The business are confused what to do. So what do you think is going to happen, especially now when the global economy is already in the doldrums?
Well, the interesting thing is, you would almost think it's world's end, according to what some people were going to say. The economic markets are in free fall. They're not, by the way, but that's what some journalists are saying. They've gone down to 15%-ish. But as we've already noticed, some of those markets are recovering, because when markets start to fall, certainly in the global economy, in the Far East, in Europe or in America, the traders say, here's an opportunity. I can now sell short and buy in when it goes to what I think is going to be a lower price. So they've effectively taken a 10% improvement on the value of their asset. And that's really what's happening in some markets. Of course, there are some areas where it is a real fall. So consumer demand for oil and gas has considerably reduced in the short term. Why is that? Well, Italy's on lockdown. People aren't travelling. Diesel's not being used. Petrol's not being used. Electricity's not being used. People are told to stay at home. The schools are closed. So schools are not using electricity or gas. So there is a physical demand shift. Equally, that's been matched with, as we've heard on the TV, Russia and Saudi Arabia saying, we're not going to cut our volumes. We're very happy with the volumes. So if people are asking for less, demand is falling, but the supply is still up there, then guess what? Price comes down, and it comes down even more. So we're seeing some fluctuations which happen because we're in a volatile world. People aren't collaborating together. They're not sharing best information. And that's the fact of life. So what does that mean to the small business arena? The entrepreneur that might not be working in that global market, but certainly, like you and I are working very locally sometimes. What I've seen here is the coronavirus is a classic problem that SMEs struggle with in what information's available, but more importantly, where's it coming from? What's the quality of that information? I mean, you know yourself that to make the best decision, you do need the best information. So what I'm finding currently is that a lot of the information out there is well-meaning, but not from experts. So you get influencers that are talking about the coronavirus, but they're not health specialists. I'm not a health specialist. And when people ask me, what's your opinion on the coronavirus? I say, well, go and ask an expert for the health stuff. I can suggest what it might be on the business side, but don't ask me about the health arena, what I should be doing, because I'm going to go and Google, this term that we can now use, Google it, go online, find out from your own government's health experts what the real issues are, what you can do, not what you can't do, but what you can do. We've seen over in the UK and certainly in the Western world, wash your hands. Social contact is a real issue. So our social contact here, I'm going to give you a digital shake. There you go.
Yes, this is not going to spread the virus.
It's not going to spread the virus. But the key thing is now is SMEs can really take the benefit of this. So stop talking about coronavirus. Do something that you can do about the circumstances around coronavirus. Work digitally. It's cheaper, it's more focused, it's more economical, and you can actually get to a decision much, much faster. But who's doing it? And the answer is not many. So the first bit of advice we can say today is you're now an SME owner. You're an entrepreneur. Other businesses are still out there. They may be working from home. I'm working from home. I'm in my study. It's very relaxing. I've got all of the accoutrements around me. I've got my coffee mug that gets filled every time, and I've got plenty of fluids to keep me hydrated. I've got the heating at the right temperature. I'm not even having to worry about what the weather's doing out there as to whether I'm going to travel to a client to talk to them, what the roads are going to be like, whether it's in the school run time, in which case it's going to be, gridlock and all of those excuses that I would have when I turn up to see a client an hour and a half later having left home. So the benefit is, let's go digital. Let's really embrace the digital arena. And you work digitally all the time. We're something like 7,000 miles difference. And the beauty is we're working over a medium that for the majority of people out there is free, without the aggro associated.
In fact, I would like to share my experience which I had in the morning. Today is my kids' parent-teacher meeting, PTM as we call it.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be organized for distribution of the annual results. Now,
Important time, very important time.
Right. So the PTM is a monthly affair. One day in a month, all parents have to go to school, queue up outside the class, meet the teacher for 10 minutes, and come back. So this takes the entire day actually, because you have to drive 20 kilometers, you have to wait for your turn, you have to meet the teacher, come back. For some reason, the school canceled the meeting today, and they said, "Hey, why don't you come on Hangout?" right? So I'm sharing this experience because Hangout is not something new. And as you said
No.
rightly, time has come for everyone to move to digital platforms. But I think it's a mindset because the Hangout was there for last 20 years. Online medium was there for last 15 years. Social media has been active for last 15 years. But for the first time, just because there is a coronavirus scare, the school said, hey, don't come to school. We will do it online. So I think it's a trigger which happened where the school is forced to use the technology which is freely available.
Well, in some respects, that's revolutionary, but as you and I both know, there's nothing new in it. It's actually, let's look at the behaviors that this actually is going to drive now. So how many kids, how many parents will have to turn up at this one-day event, roughly? Just a rough number.
About 120 to 150 people, roughly.
Okay, so 120 to 150 people have had to put a time in their calendar to disrupt their regular, not that this isn't important, this is a really important day in your child's career, their future. So you need to really put the time in, as a good parent, any parent would do that. So, but you're talking about over 100 people that are changing their calendar. And as you say, it's not just a 15, 20-minute meeting. And if you've got a number of teachers you've got to see, it's not just 2 hours,
right.
Typically, it's an hour and a half to get there. It's an hour and a half to get back. So just from a business context, a 2-hour meeting is now 5 hours. Plus all of the anguish that you've had stuck in traffic, trying to get there. Imagine that all of the schools in the local area did it on the same day. Now you're not talking about 100 people, you're probably talking about 1,000 people. And the knock-on effect of that travel. More pollutants in the air because, frankly, there isn't a car, even electric cars are polluting. Even in the manufacture of the batteries, we've created pollution. So all of that, what I would classify as behavioural waste, you've heard me use that term more and more, is now evaporated because there's no value in it. That's why it's a waste. I mean, you wouldn't take a 1,000 rupee note and just burn it and say, yeah, that's my contribution. But you wouldn't think twice of jumping in a car and spending an hour and a half on one journey and an hour and a half on the journey back because it's important. But you may as well have just burnt that 1,000 rupee note, frankly. But the other thing is, what behaviours is it now driving? I'm now using a diary as a diary was meant to be used. I can have that meeting over the web like we are doing now. We can get more value out of it. The teacher can still bring up the results on the screen and have a very interactive discussion with you, rather than print out all this stuff, put it in front of you, that you're not allowed to take home or what have you. You can have a digital copy. So again, we're not cutting down trees here. Well, again, eureka. Guess what? We've been here for 15 years. We've never had to cut down another tree to make a paper copy.
Right.
So another behavior that it's driving. But the efficiency of time is absolutely huge. And the other thing is, now you're having a conversation with that teacher, what's the knock-on behavior that you might have in a digital world? If that teacher's got a problem with your child, guess what? They don't have to write it in the book. They could send you a message and say, I'd like a 5-minute conversation with you, but don't spend an hour and a half in the car to get here. We've got 5 minutes on Wednesday at 5:05, and we can have a short chat. We need to realign what's going on. Or I need to tell you how good your child's really doing. And let's work out why they're so good here, but not good over there. So that one thing, using Hangouts, hopefully will fundamentally change behaviours going forward. My guess is when the coronavirus scare's gone, they'll revert back to the original.
Unless there are IT players, the startup or the SMEs who come out with specialized solutions and say that, hey, why do you have people come? It's not only about traveling, it's also about parking. When you reach school, there are 100 cars which needs to be parked there.
Exactly.
Right?
It's only geared up for the few teachers that are there. It's not geared up for every parent to come, So now the cars are parked in the road and you've had all the aggravation there, and now you can't even park in a car park. I've got to walk 10 minutes, This is more aggravation for me. And then you meet that teacher, and guess what? You're not in the right framework. You're not emotionally competent. And all you want to do is offload of how bad the parking was. And it's actually that teacher that's their problem.
Right. So I think the more important aspect is packaging the solution in the right way. So there could be a solution for schools. There could be another solution for offices. Because I think the same scenario will play out there, where thousands and thousands of people are coming to the office. So whoever can work from home can stay at home, and if there is a proper virtual office kind of a solution available. So I think there is an opportunity which can be encashed, which can be utilized. Why I'm saying there's an opportunity, because there is a very important aspect related to security. Because we have Hangout, which is free, but I think for a serious business, you need to have security. So what do you think, considering this scenario, and how the cybersecurity will play a big role in transitioning from physical world to virtual world?
Well, you raise a really important issue, and there's so much written on cybersecurity. It's almost the coronavirus of yesterday, because it is a virus. Fundamentally, if you do not put even the basic level of protection on this arena, your PC, your mobile, because a lot of people that I talk to don't realize that they can put security on their mobile. And I'm not talking about a PIN code. I'm talking about the fact that when you use the free Wi-Fi that's available, okay, and as you and I both know, there's nothing for free in this world, fundamentally. Right. There's always a cost somewhere. If you use that free Wi-Fi and it pops up and it says, this is an open environment, it may not be secure.
Yeah.
How many people just ignore that? They just click, okay. Because they've got this inherent trust that, frankly, they should. So whilst we're looking at the change in behaviour that the digital world will do, it's not in this, for instance, and we'll look at your child's your meeting with your child's teacher. You've taken all of the security around your drive. You're driving to school and making sure you're in a safe environment and you get there in one piece. You don't have an accident. You park the car in a safe area and you go back and it's still safe. There's no scratches on the car. We need to adopt that same approach now in a digital world. So ask the question, what do I need to be safe? We're going from A to B. You're B, I'm A, or you're A, I'm B. Here you go. So you're A, I'm B. We're having a conversation A to B. We're physically connected over screens and the internet. How secure are we? Well, you and I both know we're on a very secure platform. No one can log into this. No one's allowed to, because you block them out. We can't make the assumption that that is always the case. We need to know that when I'm talking with someone over here, that conversation's private. And the interesting thing is, what you need to do is prove it to yourself. So when you sign up for WhatsApp or all of these other, great digital tools that are out there, and a lot are free, so by all means use the free stuff. Look at the terms and conditions. Just see what information is there. Look at your social profile. And this is where it becomes really important to business owners. This conversation is part of your and my social profile.
Right.
When you launch, everyone will see who we are. They will form an opinion just by looking at the video, even if they've not got the sound on. So your social profile, our social profile, is really important. And that's what the digital space opens us up to. And it's not about your position, who you are, your title, the address, your phone number, but it's what do you do? And this is where the digital space, if owners, small business owners, and because large business owners do it, if they can start to work in this digital space and put their own performance out there, then as you and I both know, people buy from people. And the digital world allows us to do things much, much faster. It could go viral. You and I have had some interesting conversations with people where, frankly, some people have been the most boring presenters out. They're monotone. They're absolutely fantastic. They know everything about their product, all the technical ins and outs. They don't know how to pitch it. They don't know how to sell. And of course, they get in this mode of, I need to sell, I need to pitch. And the last thing people want to do is to hear a pitch. So they're very happy to have a conversation.
Yeah, so this is why I would like to tell my viewers that there are opportunity on one side, which is for the software developers or the system integrators to come out with solutions which will cater to the virtual environment, which is related to offices or schools or any other virtual world. And to take a lead, MindFit Limited, which is Naval's company, and my company, which is Akulmach, we have actually tied up to bring, for the first time in the world, a workshop on a virtual platform. And this is specifically planned for chief executives and leaders. And come on this platform, make your pitch, basically share your ideas with others, sit together, and on virtual platform using whiteboard with Naval as an instructor, training all the chief executives, and basically decide your pitch. So Naval, why don't you give a little bit more information on this program?
Well, very simply, I mean, a lot of people will say you need to be pitch perfect, and it's a sales pitch. It's nothing of the sort, frankly, because if I need to find information about your organization, you're online, typically, you've got a website, I can find you in social media, I can find everything about you if I really want to. But I will find out lots of technical stuff. And what we find all over, and organizations, some organizations, networking organizations, are set up to help you improve your pitch. I say, don't pitch, stop pitching. There's an old phrase that says from contact to contract is one letter, and it's the letter R, and it's building a relationship. R stands for relationship. And if you can build that relationship, guess what? You'll be very successful. They may not buy from you, but that isn't what your aim should be. Your aim should be is to get them to understand who you are. So people buy from people. The thing is, that's been chopped by, let's say, salespeople out there that can only remember short things, all right? Neither you nor I have got the sales title, okay? So I'm sorry if anyone's listening to the sales arena, but this is a fact of life, so get over it, fundamentally. Be more resilient. People buy from people they know and trust. But as you can see, you've lost sight of my right hand. Because we've got this phrase, people buy from people. And there is this fictitious thought process that you've only got 30 seconds to get your message over. Some people will say you've only got 10 seconds. What can you realistically do in 10 seconds? I'll tell you one thing you can do. You can smile. Anyone can smile. It's a universal language. You don't even have to open your mouth. You can smile. And how many people do?
Right.
So our process around this team building session on Saturday is unique. We're going to have 15 business owners around the world that are all going to come together on what we call it a boardroom, because that's what it is. It's a round table boardroom discussion. It's not going to be printed. It's not going to be copied and sent around the world. This is very, very closed arena. This is an opportunity for you to discuss what you do, how you do it, in a very informal setting. It's a workshop. You can do it from your own home, and that's the beauty. We're not restricted by coronavirus. We're not restricted by the fact that we've got to struggle into a meeting room. You can do it from your own home, from your study, or from your office, and it's an active workshop. It's not me and CK spouting stuff at you, telling you what you should be doing. This is an open forum where we will all learn. Because the key is, the more we learn and the more we practice, the better we will be. So, I mean, that just, I hope doesn't say in a nutshell, it says it in far too many words. But fundamentally, this is a workshop. It's online. Be prepared to be put under pressure.
So
does that help?
Yes. So this is just a preview from Neville. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is on 14th of March at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. India time. And I will actually add the description and also the link for you to join in this workshop. Please join in and take advantage. This is again on a virtual platform where up to 15 CIOs, CXOs will be able to join. It's a very closed boardroom kind of a discussion. So do take advantage of this facility. So it is a pleasure talking to you, Neville. And I hope coronavirus become a catalyst for us to change our way we carry on our business. I really hope so. I hope the people will see the opportunities and come out with new systems which are secure and tailor-made for various business activities on a virtual platform. So with this, I will say goodbye to you this week. We will catch you again next week, same time, same day on Tuesday.
Same place, same channel. And a high five?
High five.
A virtual high five. There we go.
Yes. This will not give us any infection.
No infection.
Or we can
Good luck, everybody.
Or we can do
Embrace
the Indian style. We can do the Indian style. Namaste.
No, namaste.
See you, Neville. See you next time.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma. You know, music plays a vital role in removing stress from our lives. And we'll be discussing this aspect of leading happy life with Dr. Shambhavi Das. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available for you. Stick around till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello, friends. Welcome to the show. And today we have a special guest, Dr. Shambhavi Das. You had been meeting her every week, and we all enjoy her singing her songs. So, without wasting any further time, I would like to present Dr. Shambhavi Das. So, Shambhavi, please welcome to our show. How are you doing today?
Namaskar. I'm doing very good. Thank you, Kanchanji. It's my pleasure, and thanks for inviting me again. So, without wasting further time, I would like to present a bhajan in Rag Bhopali, and this is the rag which I'll be discussing today. So, I will be singing this, and this is bhajan. Why? Because in these pandemic times, we need bhajans, and this is a Shiv bhajan. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. तीन शब्द में सृष्टि सारी समाए। ओम नमः शिवाय। पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े, नदी पार क्यों जाए। पर्वत पर्वत क्यों चढ़े, नदी पार क्यों जाए। जो मिलना है यही है, जिनको दे वही पाए। ओम नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय। सा धा पा ग रे ग ग, सा धा पा ग रे ग ग, धा पा ग सा रे, सा धा पा ग रे सा सा। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा लगा, और मैं तो बस बहुत ही आनंदित फील कर रही हूँ, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो ये जो राग भोपाली जो आपने लिया है, इसके फीचर्स, इसके कैरेक्टर्स क्या होते हैं, और ये किस समय गाया जा सकता है, और कौन से जो पॉपुलर सॉन्ग है, एक दो लाइन अगर आप बता सकें पर्टिकुलरली इस राग भोपाली के।
तो भोपाली बहुत ही पॉपुलर संगीत है, बहुत ही पॉपुलर राग है, और ये थेरेपी कॉन्सेप्ट में भी बहुत पॉपुलर है। और इसके नोट्स 5 हैं, सा रे ग प ध। जैसे कि पिछली बार मैंने मालकॉस डिस्कस किया था, उसमें भी 2 नोट्स मिसिंग थे, इसमें भी मिसिंग है। लेकिन फर्क इतना है, ये थोड़ी बबली राग है, वाइब्रेंट, कि मतलब आप सुनेंगे तो आपको दुख का अनुभव तो नहीं हो सकता है। और ये शाम की राग है, और ये ब्रेन वेव्स पे बहुत अच्छा, एक जैसे ना, वही मैंने जैसे बोला कि ये करुण रस हटाता है। जैसे आपने सुना द द द द द द, सारे सुर शुद्ध हैं, और जब सारे सुर शुद्ध होते हैं तो नॉर्मली बहुत ही वाइब्रेंट, प्लेजेंट, मेजर, हैप्पी ट्यून्स निकल के आती हैं। वो आजकल बहुत जरूरी है, जिस तरह का स्ट्रेस हम डील कर रहे हैं। इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू लिसन टू द वाइब्रेंट रागस। एक बार गा के दिखाती हूँ। सा रे गा प ध, सा सा ध प ग रे सा। सिर्फ 5 नोट्स है, सा ध प ग रे, सा ध, सा रे ग प ध। इसमें म और नी नहीं है, सारे गा म प ध नी होता है, तो म और नी मिसिंग है। तो ये भी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग राग है। इसी के बीच हमें रिवॉल्व करवाना पड़ता है और थोड़ा कठिन होता है, तो वो इंटरेस्टिंग भी हो जाता है गेम की तरह। सारे सारे ग रे ग प ग प ध प ग प, सारे ग रे ग प ग प ध स ध प ध प ग प ग प ध ग प ग ध ध प ग प ग प ग रे, सारे ध सा प ध सारे ग ग रे ग प प ध प ग प ध प ग प सा ध प ग प ग प। तो वो एकदम उसी के बस 5 नोट्स में इट्स लाइक कि आपको बस 2 घंटे तक कुछ ही फ्रीक्वेंसीज पे मूव करना है, तो दैट्स इंटरेस्टिंग। इसमें कुछ गाने हैं, बहुत गाने हैं एक्चुअली म्यूजिक में, तो जैसे दा 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 सायोनारा सायोनारा वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा, ये गाना इतना बबली है कि कई बार बच्चों को इसका हल्का सा लिरिक्स चेंज करके मैं ये सिखा देती हूँ। सायोनारा सायोनारा वादा निभाऊंगी सायोनारा, इठलाती और बल खाती कल फिर आऊंगी सायोनारा। इसी तरह एक गाना है, देखा एक ख्वाब तो ये सिलसिले हुए, दूर तक निगाह में है गुल खिले हुए, ये अदा है आपकी निगाहों में, फूल भी हो दर में आ तो फासले हुए, ला 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 ला, ये है। उसी तरह एक गजल है एक मूवी की, इन आँखों की मस्ती के मस्ताने हजारों हैं, मस्ताने हजारों हैं, इन आँखों से वाबस्ता। ये उमराव जान का है। एक गाना है जो कि थोड़ा संगीन है, इस पर इसी राग में है, दिल हुम हुम करे घबराए, घन घम घम करे डर जाए, एक बूंद। इसी तरह बाजीराव मस्तानी एक बहुत ही रिसेंट मूवी आई थी, उसमें है अलबेला सजन आयो रे, इसमें है कि राजा जीत के आता है, तो उनकी जो वाइफ्स हैं, सारे लोगों की वाइफ्स हैं, वो सब ये बहुत ही खुश होके ये गाना गाती है, तो ये खुशी की राग है, अलबेला सजन आयो रे। तो ये राग बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है आजकल के टाइम में गाना। थैंक यू।
वेल ऐसा होता है कि इन इस दुनिया की हापा धापी में we take up jobs and we really forget to really touch base to our inner self. So what happens later in life when people want to learn, when they are adult and they have time, they are retired from their job, so can they also learn music? Is there any I think is it late for them to learn the music?
नहीं, मैं तो बहुत सीनियर सिटीजन्स को, और लेट म्यूजिक ऐसी चीज है कि वो लेट नहीं है, कोई एकेडमिक्स नहीं है कि आप लेट हो गए, क्योंकि इसमें क्या है कि दिस इज मेनली फॉर रिलैक्सेशन, और रिलैक्स करते करते तो वो जब रिटायरमेंट की एज, और जैसे बल्कि हमारे म्यूजिक में कहा जाता है कि जितने ही आप बड़े हैं होते हैं, उतना ही आप मेच्योरिटी से जो रागों के इमोशंस है, रस हैं। अब हम लोग छोटे छोटे थे, तो हम लोग तो म्यूजिक में ही हम लोगों ने पीएचडी मैंने करी, लेकिन बहुत ही म्यूजिक का मजा नहीं ले पाए, क्योंकि हम लोग हमेशा से पढ़ते रहते थे चीजों को, और एकेडमिक्स में यू कैन नॉट एंजॉय सर्टेन थिंग्स। अब जब चीजें थोड़ा अंदर डीप जाते हैं तो मजा आता है, तो आई थिंक वो बल्कि अच्छी एज है। अब मेरे कुछ क्लाइंट्स हैं और मेरे स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं जो कि बहुत ही 75-80 हैं, लेकिन अब वो सुर नहीं लगते हैं भले ही, लेकिन द वे दे एंजॉय यू शुड सी। और पुराने पुराने गाने केएल सहगल के, और जब गाते हैं एंड आफ्टर दैट दे मैसेज मी कि मैम आई हैव जस्ट रिजुवेनेटेड टुडे। इवन आप अगर क्लासिकल में देखिए तो जितने ही बुढ़े माइस्ट्रोज हैं, भीमसेन जोशी जी, उल्लास कशालकर, जितने भी माइस्ट्रोज हैं, अभी इनकी एक डेथ हुई है पंडित राजन मिश्र की, जितने भी हैं ये सब आप देखेंगे कि जितने हैं उनका जो एक पर्टिकुलर गाने का लेवल है वो इतनी मेच्योरिटी, एक चैन पीस इतना हाई है कि यंगस्टर्स में, यंग मैस्ट्रोस में उतना नहीं है। यंग मैस्ट्रोस जल्दी 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 गा के खत्म करते हैं। तो मुझे तो लगता है म्यूजिक का उल्टा है कि जितना ही आप बड़े होंगे, हाँ टेक्निकलिटीज वीक पड़ जाएंगी, जैसे सुर, गले का आवाज, गला कांपने लगता है, बट यही तो खासियत है कि म्यूजिक में एज लॉन्ग एज यू आर एंजॉयिंग, ये सब टेक्निकलिटीज एक एज के बाद मैटर नहीं करती। जब कोई बचपन से सीखता है तो उन्हें सिखाई जाती है। तो मुझे लगता है सबको म्यूजिक सीखना चाहिए।
That means there's a difference between a person who has studied and learned music, maybe from the age of 6, and somebody who has time and started studying or learning music 40 or after this year. There is a difference, or they can match. I mean, they can match the parameter of music learning.
No, that is difficult. Like if you are learning from if a kid is learning since birth or since the childhood, obviously his quality of singing would be different, because kids learn 75% faster than the adults. The more you grow up, your learning ability gets little slower, because obviously your brain is involved into many things. You have to see the studies, you have to see the job, and therefore so many filters are there that that purity is missing like the kids do. So obviously there's a big difference in terms of technicalities, in terms of the grammar memory as well. When I tell you the rag, you might not remember, but your kids would remember the grammar, and they would just learn it and tell me, and they might learn it for a longer time. Suppose in Rag Bhupali, I told you my knee is missing. I'll ask you tomorrow. You might not tell, but the kids would tell. So that there is a big difference. But yes, we normally when we teach kids, it's okay. They are a graspers. They are fast learners. When we teach adults and senior citizens, we anticipate that they will take time, and accordingly we teach them. Take time means they can take 6 months, they can take 1 year to understand and to memorize. So sometimes one rag goes on for a year or so, which is okay. They are not in a hurry, and that's what I tell them. Don't be in a hurry. You are not, actually this is not a race. Music is not a race. It's for your own well-being, your own personality, good, nice demeanor, and for relaxation, of course. So you don't have to worry about how much time it's taking. And in one rag, there's a lot of things to do. Like I normally make them see the things which goes into old songs. So suppose that goes on for many months, one song in a particular rag. So we don't keep on doing one things, because even they will get bored for that. There's so many tools in one rag that even if you go on with one rag for a year or so, there is no end. But the good part is that they are holding up to one particular thing and they're enjoying it. So there is a different purposes of learning music. When a kids learn, then they learn because their parents are saying, and yes, with time they become very ambitious. But when you are teaching adult, they are not ambitious, they're very cool in mind. In fact, they are learning music for their own coolness, calmness of mind. So the purposes of learning music is different for everyone.
Well, nowadays there's a COVID era. People are inside their homes and they are worried. So, can they learn? They can't go out. They can't intermingle with with the friends and the colleagues. So, is there any provision where they can learn online music? It is appropriate for them to learn online.
it is definitely like right now I am teaching online only. Since 1 year I've been doing online classes, and there are so many tools now because of this online and virtual classes. There you have a lot of tools, like my courses on Udemy, so you can have recorded courses, and there are many other courses as well. So now they are actually, earlier even I had a problem that online is not equivalent to the in person class, that personal touch. But now I feel there is so many tools that my even my attitude has been changed, that technology is bringing all the learning aspects so well, that there is something called live demi. So it's like you will see the you in that you have a courses that you can make the courses, record it, and let the students do it whenever they want. They just have to purchase. After 5 classes there would be a live class. So that is a concept of live demi. So Udemy, there is a full recorded class, and whenever they have to, but yes, through mails they can contact me. Graphy, an academy also, there is a we I have a so we are making a course for that. So there are so many tools, and this thing, the shoot, the videos and all are so good. And it's not that I am doing it, they guide me to make a very good video with a very good sound. So it really makes you feel that it's an in-person class. And I feel in this pandemic times it's very important to learn something. I am doing 3 courses of drawing and nirvana art. So this makes me feel a little, and I always tell my students and even the senior citizens who are getting bored and very stagnant life they are leading. And I know when you hear a lot of news, so your mind gets very struggled and you get into depression. At that time, okay, you better deal with it, but then with time these things um, repair you. So they'll help you. These are the repairing tools, because you have to forget things and just grow up. And so I think drawing, art, dance, music, you should join the course. And you should because if you will only sing, you will stop it. How many days you will sing? Just 5 days, 6 days. And then you will, if you will learn it something, then I think you will sustain it for a longer time, because you have paid for it. And even you have heard some news, so you'll say, okay, today I won't do, I'll do it tomorrow. So at least you have some goal that, okay, I'm learning and I will do. And I always, every 3 months or maybe 2 months, I normally do virtual online concerts of my students, and they are so excited with it. And students are adults also, senior citizens, kids also, sometimes toddlers are also my students. So, and yes, special kids. So for everyone, like last time in Holi, I had Surdemi had online sessions. So I'm not doing that. There are many people who are doing virtual classes, and it's going very nice. I know it's a very bad time, but you have to repair yourself, and these are certain tools to repair yourself. And you should do online classes if you're unable to go out.
Great. Due to this pandemic, I think one should be more positive minded, and they should engage themselves in music,
Exactly.
which is a remedy for day-to-day life leading. Now, I would like to end with something in Rag Bhopali. I would like to hear again your beautiful voice and a beautiful song.
Sure. Thanks, Kanchanji, for the compliment. And so Rag Bhopali, and I would like to sing. ज्योति कलश छलके, ज्योति कलश छलके, हुए गुलाबी लाल सुनहरे रंग दल बादल के ज्योति कलश छलके घर आंगन वन उपवन उपवन करती ज्योति अमृत से कंचन मंगल घट ढल के मंगल घट ढल के ज्योति कलश छलके पात पात बिरवा हरियाला धरती का मुख हुआ उजाला नीचे आंचल के नीचे आंचल के ज्योति कलश छलके. Thank you so much, and I really pray that in everybody's home there is a lot of jyoti kalash, light falls in every place and all the darkness goes, and that's why this is the intention of this song. And I loads on loads of reiki and loads of light should throw upon all the people who are suffering and who are not suffering, for everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks Kanchanji for inviting me again. Thank you so much.
It is all our pleasure to hear your songs and understand the ragas. And we'll be discussing next in our next episode some different raga. Till then, bye bye. Stay safe and stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously invite you to Jeremy Blaine Live. And in today's session, we will talk about the mastering sales in the digital era. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
It's great to see you, and you're back in your castle, Jeremy.
I am back in my castle. I know that you'd be very upset if I wasn't back in my castle. So yes, I'm back here.
Great. So Jeremy, I think the discussion is about basically the paradigm shift in the business, where the businesses are struggling in terms of finding new clients. And I think there's a lot to do with how they approach the market in terms of their lead generation exercise, their different marketing campaigns, how they engage with the client. So there are a lot of new aspects of generating business which are undergoing tremendous changes. So I think I would like to know from you where we are today in 2020 and what is the business has to do to stay relevant with regard to finding new clients.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask, because before we even hit this year, that we've talked about during some of our sessions, is that many organizations, as we know, were struggling with the so-called digital transformation, transforming their organizations for the more digital era. We're working more remotely. We were working more remotely. We were doing things in different ways. From a point of view of marketing and sales, we were doing marketing in a different way, digital marketing, more direct and targeted marketing. And then from a selling point of view, we were having to do a lot more, be more analytical, embrace data, also be expert networkers, because that was also how we would grow our business, through prospecting as much as with existing customers. So where we are now in this year that has accelerated a lot of these trends is that many sales organizations have been left behind a little bit, because sales is one of those areas within business that hasn't, in my experience, transformed so much. Now, I work, obviously, and I have a consulting stroke training business, and I have been in learning and development for many years now. And I do criticize my own industry about this, because what I see out there for sales training, let's say, and sales coaching are the same things that we've been doing for years and years and years, just repackaged for now. What we haven't done is make that jump and evolve it forward. In fact, that's something that myself, I really made a strong decision to do and to challenge myself. So what it actually has done, it gives me two things to show you, really. The past now and the future now. And I say now in there because it's happening. So the past now is traditional selling, but it's still in place with many organizations. It's still products and solutions focused. We have sales professionals. It's very driven by the human touch and face-to-face touch, which has been challenged this year. We know our competitors. We're driven by KPIs. We have traditional skills that we are still trained in, which are still valid, of course, by the way: questioning skills, presentation, value proposition, objection handling. But if we fast forward to the more enlightened organizations who are future now, they see selling differently. They've moved from solution selling to customer and consumer journeys, understanding at each point in the customer where they can impact positively to add even better value for them. So this is creating great experiences, engaging the overall organization, not just our buyer or the people that we're used to seeing. Being digitally enabled, using technology to help us, being data experts, data-driven decision-making, helping our customers understanding through data what the strategy might be moving forward, etc. And understanding that we live in hyper-competitive times. So we know some of our competitors, but we don't know the competitors who will come tomorrow. So we need to be agile, ready to act. So in terms of our own skills, we need to be far more connected to the underbelly of the industry. We need to be great on LinkedIn. We need to be at industry events. This year, we need to do it online. We need to reach out, and we need to be industry spokespeople. So we need to not only be experts in our products and services, but also in our industry, and create a voice for ourselves. So it's actually creating a very different brand. The mindset is moving from target mindset, I must hit my targets, to growth mindset, which is, what do I need to do to hit my results now, but how do we grow in the long term as well? And how do I use digital to enable all of that for collaboration, communication, customer mobilization, customer engagement, and doing this all together? So these are the things that are happening now, and many organizations are still in the past now, whereas the more enlightened and potentially more successful ones are future now.
So, Jeremy, I think the biggest challenge any sales guy will face, whether you are a CEO or you are a sales manager, is basically making the customer remember you. And one of the key aspect of that is, you don't want to look like a Me Too player when you meet the customer. And when everybody is getting on to the digital platform, somehow there is a new skill required to get into that, or get out of Me Too syndrome. What do you suggest to our viewers how they should leverage the digital platform to not be part of a Me Too ocean and get out of from Me Too?
Well, it's really interesting question that, because the Me Too versus the competitive advantage was always about the product, the service, the solution. What has emerged this year through this intense period of remote working, remote selling, is that relationships are trumping traditional solutions, services, and so on. So creating very strong human touch relationships, albeit remotely, like we're talking here, helping the customer through this very challenging period as much as working ourselves, is actually giving the very best salespeople out there competitive advantage. So in the digital era, the human touch becomes more important than it ever was. In fact, that you can do more digitally, so you can be more connected. So we're seeing much more, less of the formal selling. So my hour meeting at a client, much more of the short 15-minute, 20-minute meetings with one agenda point, but also the informal communication via platforms like WhatsApp, for example, whereby we're exchanging much more than we used to do and keeping in touch, very much also from the human side of things. Empathy is being demonstrated, an understanding of where we all are in the situation. But the very best salespeople out there, if you consider them, there is a growing gap between them and those salespeople who are still more traditional, who are still saying in their minds, no, you can't do selling without having a very strong human touch and being face to face. This is a myth. You can actually have an even closer relationship. So there's a sense of readiness and a sense of mindset within sales professionals to switch to think, how do I become better? Because actually it's upskilling myself in areas that I haven't been able to work with before, working remotely, the technology, being digitally enabled, being great networkers, all of these things. What's interesting, a piece of data has come out from Spotio that talks about, in the B2B and B2C spaces, buyers who are now buying through trusted referrals to people or companies has increased from 60% to 92% in this era in terms of remote working. So it goes to prove what I'm saying is that the human touch is trumping the traditional services and solutions that we have. Of course, we have to get that right, but actually being able to do digital and create great relationships remotely like this is great, because they'll pick up referrals like that, and over 50% are actively following them up. So that's a prize worth having by getting this right.
So I think in nutshell, what you're saying is that you have to up your skill of networking, because now you're not physically visible to the client. You have to do digitally. I think that is one tip, very important tip. And people who are watching this program, they have to get that essence of what Jeremy is saying. That means you have to do networking, and the challenges are that you need to pick up digital skills to be able to become a good marketeer, a good salesperson, or a good network person.
In fact, CK, I mean, I have to use you as an example here, don't I, really? Because you're doing exactly what I'm talking about here. So you have your own products and services, but you're doing so much more than that for the industry. If I look at your the videos that you publish, the live videos that you publish every day, every week, you're adding so much value around topics in terms of life, business, work, personal, the human touch. And it's giving you, it's increasing your brand, not just in terms of what you used to do in products and services, but actually there's so much more that you offer out there as value add. So therefore, you've got people who are far more now willing to have a conversation with you about your business services, because you're actually doing so much more for the community, for the business industry that you're in, and outside it, of course, but also that demonstrating that strong human touch and bringing people in from all over the world. So it's, and we met by doing exactly what we talked about, this networking. It's network to get work, right? So this is what we were doing. And I think you and your company is a fantastic example of this.
So, Jeremy, thank you so much for recognizing. I think we are doing our bit, but I think that brings me to the third question, which is very relevant. You see, when we go out and meet the client, we are always judging whether he is the person to target or follow up in future. That means whether he has the money, authority, or need. So every sales guy is looking for these three qualities in the client also. When the client is looking at a salesperson, the salesperson is also making a judgment. So I think in the digital arena, the qualification or the client qualification is becoming a big challenge. Would you like to give some ideas how a qualification can be done using digital platform?
Yeah, well, this goes back to my original point, is that sales has not evolved fast enough. So the way for me to describe the challenge that you talk about is the ability to up our game as a sales professional or as a sales rep. So if I go back 10 years, what key account management was yesterday is being a sales professional today. So it's actually, you're having to move from so the thing is that traditionally, when we look at how salespeople have been recruited, and I remember because I was a salesperson, I started my career in Procter and Gamble, and I was recruited into Procter and Gamble. And it was based largely on personality. I had an outgoing personality. I got really excited and passionate about stuff. And this was a really key trait of a salesperson. And it still is. We have to be able to do that. And we have to be able to create good relationships. However, I remember then my analytical skills weren't so good, but that was fine because I was going into sales. Right now, you need great analytical skills and more strategic skills. So the very best salespeople out there who are looking to develop themselves need to understand that in order, let's say, for example, to absolutely penetrate a customer or a prospect in the best way, they need to be prepared to do some research. So they can go onto LinkedIn, they can look at industry papers, they can look at company reports, get in there, look at who the key players are, and start to think about how they grow their network within their company by, first of all, who they know, and then moving forward in terms of not just going directly to call a person, but doing exactly what we said before. Start raising their profile in the industry as an industry spokesperson so that they can then start to share things. So they can start to tag people in posts, let's say, on LinkedIn, that they know are key decision makers in their prospects or targeted customers or people that they haven't known. Reach out and say, hello, I work with your company. It's really great. It's an honor to meet you. I'd love to connect. And here's something that I published about the challenges in our industry that I think you might find interesting. So it's starting with the informal and moving up. So it takes far deeper, greater skills as just being a sales rep, in the old language that we used to do. This is about now being a sales professional. And it's what we used to call being a much more experienced key account manager or strategic salesperson. So we need to up our game or else we're going to fail, CK.
In fact, Jeremy, I like to quote your last session, and you very explicitly quoted about having the new skills. And what I see is that many of these standard established leaders are finding it very tough to network in this arena because they had already established name in the physical world, and to replicate that in the digital arena, they have to do the whole thing all over again, and they are finding it very tough to do it, and they are still living in the past and behaving very high-handed in a very high-handed manner while tackling with people digitally because they are not used to it. So I think it's very clear that people have to get used to digital empathy, as you mentioned in the beginning of our show today. uh, the fourth question really for me is where they can get acquire these skills because nobody's teaching these skills. I think that is the biggest question we have.
Yeah, I'm teaching those skills, CK. That was a very nice segue into that. Thank you very much. Because I, like I said at the beginning, I think it's our duty as learning professionals to challenge ourselves, learn ourselves, and provide those new skill sets on top of the existing skill sets, which is still important because you still need to know how to ask great questions, create great relationships, but you need to do it in the virtual world better, and you need to do it differently. So I spent a lot of time doing that. However, if I look at what's happening more generally out there, then nearly 40% of high growth companies from a sales perspective they're starting to pivot their sales skills and using inside sales technologies. So in old language, that was call centers. So they were using the skills to boost their selling techniques of how call centers did it. So the call centers know they potentially got 5 to 7 minutes to sell something to a call, maximum, absolute maximum. They've got to create a great first impression. They've got to do this, and they've got to do it repeatedly, time and time again. And they've got to get used to hearing the word no. And they've got to get used to kind of getting up again and going. So what many traditional sales organizations and newer sales organizations are adopting are these skills from inside sales. So those connection skills, and then they're bringing into that. In fact, they're bringing into the new skill sets, and of the new skill sets, 80% of organizations are believing that data analytics expertise is the route to Salesforce competitive advantage. So they're spending a lot of time creating a lot of training around agile working and agile methodologies, data interpretation and analysis, and then therefore to provide insights, and then training on how they actually present that data to a client. So for example, a agile technique like data visualization. So trying to use the least words possible and trying to use pictures to kind of paint the story and tell the story for a client. And storytelling is really at the heart of this, using visuals to help drive a narrative through it. So these are upgraded skills from where we are. And on the job, when you think about kind of management support as well, over 60% of organizations report creative new practices to engage the customers through joint selling online. So for example, here we can do a lot more. I can bring people in to let's see if this was a selling call, I could bring a special guest in to a prospect, say, here, I instead of providing a customer testimonial on a reference, I've got someone who's just going to come in for 5 minutes, tell you about the experience and answer any of your questions, live. Now it's kind of guest practices live, isn't it? I can do joint selling with my manager. I can do far more by coming onto, let's say, a Zoom call like this, one day before a really important meeting and practicing the meeting with my colleagues or my people. And I can record them and view them and start to look at how I interact in the virtual world. Do I provide great eye contact, for example? Do I look into the camera, into your eyes, or am I looking at what I'm presenting on my screen down here? Which is really key for sales. You've got to keep that eye contact and got to keep your body language very positive. So smile, open your eyes quite wide and, be very open. Use body language, although I'm using too much right now, I know. So don't use too much, but use some of it. And you can start to create these brand new skills and understand also the changes that you need to have. Your meeting now might be 15 minutes. So have 1 or maximum 2 agenda items with the customer. Pre-prepare them, talk about upfront what the outcome is, so you can get down to it when you're on the call. But one thing that has emerged from 2 or 3 of the customers I've worked with this year, when I've talked to them about what's really worked, they've said spending 5 minutes, even though we've just got 15 to 30 minutes on the meeting, spending 5 minutes just talking at a human level and connecting around how people are feeling and talking about demonstrating a bit of empathy and talking about how we are, has made a very, very big difference to engaging and mobilizing customers to be orientated around your products and services and being ready to listen to what you have to say. So a few tips there, I think, CK.
These tips are very valuable. I think people who are struggling and try to start their journey in the digital world, I think they can take the cue from here, which is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are a lot of things which you can bring on the table, and there are a lot of things in digital empathy which people need to really learn. Sit in front of a guru like you and learn, pick up those traits which are very important. And I would like to say one more thing before you speak. One is that people used to meet 100 clients in a year before the digital age happened, and
Now this factor has you simply multiply this by 1,000. So now people have to realize the power of digital platform. They have ability to address 10,000 clients in a year now. So I think the strategy itself has to completely, it's a new strategy. You have to work on a new strategy to be able to talk to 10,000 clients as if you're talking to them face to face, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And we've gone from here in traditional selling, let's just say just at sales rep, sales professional level, to what a sales rep, sales professional is now is up here. The skill gap from where we were to where we need to be now, just to compete on a normal selling and general selling, is really quite big. So these skills that you talk about, we can engage far more. We can engage at industry level. We can use technology. We can leverage data. We can do so much more, but it takes a modified and upgraded skill set to be a super salesperson in the 2020s.
So, Jeremy, I think we had a very fruitful discussion today. There is, tremendous amount of learning from you. There is a lot to it, and people who want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you directly, or they can drop an email. The email will be shared at the end of the video, and we will connect you with the people. So, with this, I'd like to thank you for finding time and joining our show. We will catch up next Tuesday.
Thank you very much, CK, and thank you everyone for listening.
Have a nice day, and bye-bye for today.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore, and many of us would know her by last name and first name. She is in the fraternity of all the CXOs, and she is invited by universities to give lectures on human capital. She is a very famous personality, and we are very glad to welcome Farida Charania on our show. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Farida, we are in India. Today is day 20th. It's a total lockdown. And there are certain districts in India which are in extreme end of lockdown where you can't even step out of your door of the main houses. But I think by and large, almost 100% of the citizens in India are following the lockdown. I think that is pretty much the only solution we have. And since you are in Singapore, how does it look like in Singapore?
So we are amidst a circuit breaker right now, which is basically, circuit breaker is a lockdown, but slightly different, that you can go out for essentials still if, it's absolutely necessary. I come from a place where people generally follow rules. So the roads are very quiet. If you need to kind of buy your essentials, then, it's a restricted number of people in a certain place. People wear masks and everyone is working from home. So I think law and order is in place. But like every other part of the world, people are scared. But yeah, we'll get there.
So it's a lockdown in most of the countries. Do you see any change in the behavioral pattern of people, or any innovation that people might have come out with in order to follow the law set by the government?
I think everyone is getting used to the new normal, which is working from home, because working from home used to be a privilege. Today it's a necessity and it's becoming the new normal. Innovation, of course, when there is a situation, people innovate and they try to adapt. So people are adapting very quickly. A couple of examples here. So there is a food service which is Food Panda, and as soon as the lockdown came down, they started something called Panda Mart, which is basically within less than an hour they will deliver your essentials. So very basics like milk, bread, egg, etc., but you get it sitting in your house. So I think they already had the infrastructure and they very quickly built on it, and they were the first ones to actually come out with this. So that was one innovation which I thought was quite cool on the business front. In terms of people, yes, we are innovating. I'm learning to work with noise in the background, as you can see my daughter. But I think, yes, people are adapting. They're adapting very quickly. And I do see business still happening, which is a good thing.
Your daughter is very sweet, and she's very inquisitive, and she's trying to see, what mama is doing.
Yeah. She doesn't see me so much, so I think she's kind of a little overwhelmed by having me around so much.
Yeah, and I think as a leader of my organization, I also see this because earlier my team was working from the office, and now they are working from home. So me as a leader also, I'm getting exposed to their personal lives. So there are many young parents and their kids and all that. So all that is now coming. Now, having said that, I think the way people are doing business has changed quite a bit. Do you, from your point of view, because you work with a lot of senior people across the world in UK, in Singapore, and also in India, do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business fraternity?
I think initially, so there are a few stages that I experienced. I'm basically talking about this right from, my contacts in San Francisco, where I actually speak to a lot of people, to England, where I lived till recently, and Singapore, which is home. And India, of course, because I do have a lot of business discussions in India as well. I have seen it emerging from it's fine, it's just a temporary situation, and we will get back to office, we'll meet up for a coffee and let's talk face to face. There was another phase after that saying that this might take a little bit of time, but when we meet, we will make decisions. Now we are at a stage where people say that we do not know how much time it will take. So let's go back to business. BCP is anyways in place, and let's continue to do business. In fact, so there are several companies that I advise, and Zopa is one of the companies that I advise. And we actually picked up a couple of very large government deals during this time, which is actually in normal situation, it would have taken a lot longer. But we did it because it was a good time for everyone to kind of sit down. Everyone was available. So many a times you don't kind of close things off because people are not available, but where would they go at this point in time? So everyone is available. But I think overall sentiment is a little bit low, definitely, because you do not know that how long will the economic impact of this whole health emergency is going to last. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Because it's just started. We will start seeing the impact in a few months. So definitely there is a dampening of sentiments, and even after all of this is over and it's behind us, there is going to be cautiousness. So it will stop raining, but the floor will be wet. So people will still be very conscious.
In fact, you mentioned a very important word called BCP, which for the benefit of our viewers, I just elongate this abbreviation, that is called Business Continuity Plan. So we should have a BCP for all countries, because I think most of the countries, entire world is under lockdown right now. So from your point of view, what do you think governments of each country should do to bring the sentiment up after this lockdown is lifted?
I think the governments in every part of the world are in a very difficult situation right now, because this is something that no government has seen. 3 or 4 generations who are parallelly surviving in today's world may not have experienced anything like this. So it's new for people, it's new for governments. A lot of governments are doing what they can. They are trying to keep the morale up, they are trying to see what they can do, but they are dealing with a very difficult problem. So they are dealing with the problem of one, treating people who are infected, to finding who are infected and not symptomatic, and infecting others, making sure that the ones who are well stay away from that. So they are dealing with this, and they are also trying to find the cure. So there are a lot of things happening, but governments are coming up with different kind of aids, different kind of packages to help economy, to help the country. Like Singapore government has been one of those very very they've had a very good approach to this whole situation, saying that we can't do anything about what's already happened, but what we can do is we can prevent the further spreading. England, so in the UK specifically, they have come out with a lot of measures as well to help companies keep their employees, etc. I think it's very early to say what governments can do, and this is a very fluid situation. Things are changing much beyond anybody's anticipation, expectation. So it's very difficult to say what the governments can do, because I think they have a lot of advisors who tell them what to do. But in my opinion, I think as responsible citizens, what we can do is follow the rules. What we can do is listen to the government, and just be conscious of the fact that this is not something that they have experienced before. So instead of finding fault with the system, we just go along with the system, respect the rules, and then just work with our immediate fraternity, with our immediate community, to see where we can contribute. But expecting something from the government more than what they are already doing, I don't think at this point I want to even say anything there.
Farida, actually, what you're saying is making a lot of sense, because the first thing every citizen should do is follow the rules set by the government, because they have the right thinking, right advisor. It is in their interest to make sure that the global economy is kicked in again after the lockdown.
Precisely.
So I think,
because we can't have a situation where the cure is more destructive than the disease itself. So we need to just play it by the ear. In fact, somebody asked me that what is your next venture? I said, I haven't thought that far. I'm just taking it one day at a time, because nobody can think that far. I made 100 plans, but I couldn't, kind of execute any of them, because the world had changed by the time I was ready to execute. So I haven't thought that far. But my recommendation to anyone who probably thinks there is some advice coming from me would be that just play it by the ear. You can't plan too many things right now, because you don't know how things are going to pan out. But stay within your fraternity, stay connected via means which does not require physical meetings, and listen to your government.
I think these are very important words of wisdom, which is coming from such an experienced person like you, Farida. It is wonderful talking to you today. It has been a great pleasure, and I'm sure we'll find another opportunity to talk to you once again after a few days to check what's going on.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure, Chandra. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's watching this. My good wishes to you and your family. Stay safe, stay calm. This too shall pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Be safe, be positive, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I'm more than thrilled to invite Swapnil Deshmukh once again to Top Brass. He is the CEO of Resurka, and he joins us from Mumbai. Welcome to Top Brass, Swapnil.
Thank you, Chandra. It's great talking to you all once again. Long period of lockdown, so a lot of events happening.
Right, Swapnil. So we are on day 18th. As you know, there are certain districts in India which are getting into total lockdown, while some other are, in a normal lockdown. So after 18 days, what do you see? Anything new that has happened around you with regard to lockdown or people's sentiment?
I think a few things have progressed and few have digressed, I think. One thing that's happening is a lot of new processes are settling in. New processes for buying grocery. Now, we almost have like a standard operating procedure. So we know who to buy from, the grocers know who are their customers. We get all our vegetables and the raw produce from a farm in Nasik. So that person knows that a certain kind of bulk order is going to come from this area. So completely new processes and alternative supply chain is kind of settling into place. Initially, it was a more ad hoc, a more little panic reaction, and everybody did on a one-off basis. Now, consistent vendors are getting settled in, and so everybody feels a little assured about the essential goods coming in. Not all the goods are coming in. So we literally get basket A, basket B, basket C. So basket A price so much, it has these things. Basket B price so much, these are these things. And then you tell which basket you want. And so everything is not available. Really, really basic essentials are available. But the panic about essentials has gone in. Now I think people are missing things like washing powder, soap, because now they see some of that storage at home going down. Little medical supplies, because 15-20 days now, whatever people suffering from different ailments, their stock is going down. So new set of requirements are coming up, but the processes are set in. So that's the good part. The bad part is the lockdown is much harsher. So hardly anybody can get out of the house. You're literally stuck in the house. You have to wear a mask going out, and unless you have a medical prescription, you cannot even go to a neighborhood store which is 1 kilometer down the line, because the police stop you. So you need a medical prescription to even walk up and go. Cars are not allowed unless you have a press or a government India sticker and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going to happen to the air in my car tires. So, some of these things, but the basics are settling.
Right. So I think people are innovative enough to come out with the solution to the problem which are staring at them. However, I think this will continue for a slightly longer time, and you talk to a lot of people. You are in a consulting business. You have your clients and you have your colleagues and your company workers. Do you see any lowering of sentiments in the business circle in your community?
There is a huge lowering of sentiment actually. I think we have two problems. In the initial days, it was more of a panic, because people did not know what's coming. Nobody knew what a lockdown essentially was. What is it supposed to be? What will work? What will not work? Some things started working, something did not start working. So you don't know what exactly does it really entail. It was a completely strange phenomenon, and you did not know. Now I think there is some understanding of what a lockdown really means, and what it's going to mean for your business. So in the initial days, it was work from home, work from home, work from home. But what does work from home mean? Which functions you can do, which functions suffer? What is the efficiency of different functions? What is the cost of taking a certain function off from office and really doing it remotely? This understanding business to business is dawning. And I think slowly, but I think the thinking processes are going forward. In terms of revenue, there is a pretty downward sentiment. I think the repercussions are going to be there. But right now, I think people do realize that they will have to do something different. But I don't think they are right now in a mindset to really go and project new revenue models, new ways of reaching customers, or redesigning their complete value offering. Because I think many of them are also dealing with their personal family issues, and they are more caught up in BAU issues, running what's existing in some way or the other. So most of the questions and discussions that happen are more around existing processes. How to optimize them? Can we use big data or AI to automate them? So previously, all other registers were there. Like, well, this department has been there for a long time, and this department is untouchable, and this is the project that we want to take. This is the project that we don't want to take. They were more by the priorities were, I would say, were not driven by any urgent business call. Now certain priorities are driven by certain business call. Right from how do we conduct meetings to to what kind of apps we need to handle remote connectivity, remote interaction and workflows between people. Previously, a workflow application for a certain department would be a luxury because everybody's sitting there, 20 people in one room. Now 20 people are in different rooms, and now you need a workflow application. Now it is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. Now intelligent analysis of data is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. So some of these changes are there. They're more on the existing processes. I don't know at what point people will feel comfortable saying, well, but what do we do about revenue? And how do we get new revenue? Or what is our business model really? Or how are we really going to continue offering the value that we offer, given no physical presence, given no physical contact? How are we exactly going to continue doing that? Maybe some people are comfortable, but from what I see, not everybody is really geared up to focus on that. I'm sure somewhere at the back of their mind they have things going on, but I don't think that's the focus right now. I think probably there is some hope in their mind that somehow this is not an extended lockdown, that some kind of normalcy will return 1 week later, 2 weeks later. Well, I think some relaxation might be on the way. We don't know. But in my view, we are not talking about a 1-2 week. We are talking about a 1-2 years where we completely change our culture. I don't see people, for example, going to multiplexes in a very, very long time. And even if 50% of the people who are going previously continue to go, you have 50% drop in revenue, in people going there, in footfalls, in malls. So these businesses, we are talking about these businesses completely going bankrupt unless they re-innovate themselves. And I don't think our mental processes have reached that point yet. So that's
Right. I think the ideas will have to come. It has to fructify and it has to be implemented. I think that's the stage we are at. And I think you mentioned multiplex, but I think look at the schools. None of the parents are willing to send their ward to school maybe for 3-4 months. We never know. So there is a very profound change that is going to happen. But having said that, from your point of view, what do you think the government should do after the lockdown is lifted? Because I think most of the countries are under lockdown right now in some form or the other. After respective lockdowns are lifted, what the governments of each respective countries should do to bring the sentiment up?
right. I think in my view, we have to look at it from two different thought processes. One is the traditional macroeconomic processes, which is you will need a fiscal stimulus because many people have not got their salaries. Only the registered class who have EPF and everything, they might be getting paid. Even they might have got fired. And then there is a huge amount of population in India, which is all contract labor. And they are definitely losing a lot of money, and we are going to have a lot of issues there because unorganized sector in India is really, really massive. So we will need some kind of infusion, but I always get concerned when government says that we will support banks and we will support industry sectors in a certain way, when actually money is required in the accounts of the people. But even there, does everybody have a Jan Dhan account, Aadhaar payment account? We don't know, which means something else is going to be required. While the whole Aadhaar and the whole initiative was really huge and for 1.3 billion people and creating Jan Dhan accounts for everybody, and so it's really massive exercise. But still, we have a lot of people, Adivasis and a lot of other unorganized sector people who may not even have a bank account. How are you going to get money into their hands? I think that's one huge project that, in spite of whatever has happened in Aadhaar, etc., we will have to do. And I think something like what we today have, where all migrant laborers are being supported by giving them food, like soup kitchens, for example. So we have lakhs and lakhs of people being given food by the government. We will have that kind of policy if we don't want more suicides, because I think if then we will not just have farmers committing suicides, but we will have a lot of other people committing suicide. And so something needs to be done macroeconomically to support them, not just fiscally but and monetarily, but administratively. I don't think we are getting out of that, and I hope someone in government is thinking of this very seriously. The second thing I think is to differentiate between investment capital and working capital. I think there are some organizations which are going to go bust because they have too much capital investment into their existing business models, which are very tightly coupled to physical presence. If the government gives bailout packages to them, that is going to be a waste of money. It's better to let them die, let them restructure, pay off their business, their loans, and pay their employees, and get them out of the business. We don't want to put very scarce resources into them. Rather, I think we need a strategic level thinking at the government, where a lot of digital access methods will have to be encouraged by the government to be used. And we need to see what can we really digitize. Because I don't see any other way, because unless we digitize, we are not in a position to get the products and services into the houses of consumers. So consumers may have money in their bank accounts, but they are not paying because they are not getting digitally what they want. So human beings are always going to have needs to be fulfilled, right? Status needs, social needs, all these needs will have to be fulfilled. But existing physical presence methods are not going to work, and which necessarily means we will have to have digital methods. So we will have to have a complete restructuring of economy, and an industry-specific allocation of funds has to happen there, rather than a pure macroeconomic level stimulus. I don't think that's going to do the job. Just the macroeconomic stimulus.
Yes, I think as a professional, I also agree with you. In fact, I also feel that there is a need for a government-run project. And if I go back in history, about 100 years back, there was a big recession in 1920s in the America, and then the government of America decided to launch two major projects, which is construction of Hoover Dam and the Panama Canal. And that brought the whole country out of recession. So I think we have so many projects pending, and government should think of realigning the workforce, because as you rightly pointed out, what we were doing earlier may not be applicable going forward. So there will be a surplus workforce in the first place. So we can actually create some sort of a capital-based programs funded by the government. For instance, connecting all the rivers. That has been pending project for last 50 years. So
Yes.
Probably initiate that.
True. Absolutely. I completely agree that rivers, a few things like I always think about housing and the escalating costs of houses in cities, and whereas if you go villages and other places, the kind of housing is also very low. I mean, apart from the fact that you don't have modern housing with all the modern amenities, because electricity is yet to reach, gas is yet to reach. These are the things that we can take, because one thing that countries like United States did, like you said, massive public projects, and at one time they encouraged huge home ownership. So I know today if one talks of home ownership, one always thinks of the subprime crisis. But I think home ownership, the good part of home ownership started much earlier, 30 years ago in United States, where they encouraged home ownership in suburbs, and you suddenly had tapping of suburb land, because now everybody got a good home, which was also an asset, and which was a desirable asset. So you had a huge credit, obviously, but you also had an asset, and this asset which was not valued so badly as it was in the subprime crisis. It was pretty decently valued at one point in time, for example, the 80s and stuff like that. And house values increased significantly in the United States in that point. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I made a lot of my money actually in that at that time by buying and selling houses when he had just joined Hollywood. So that nobody complained about subprime crisis at that time because it worked. Problem is not credit for housing issue. Problem is not being able to manage it or giving it to people who don't have incomes. That was the issue in the subprime crisis. So we need to encourage great home ownership away from cities. The city folk may not like it because their houses will not, the prices will not double every 3 years. But I don't think they need to double. I mean, in 3 years, it's okay if it doubles in 6 years, if it doubles in 7 years or 8 years. I think they can live with that. What is needed is that in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, home ownership is encouraged, and it comes by balancing credit and asset ownership, so that people don't have to work their entire lives to own a home. They can get on with the business, like a lot of us get on with our lives by taking a loan for 20-25 years and building the house as an asset with our EMIs on the side, and we get on with other things in our lives, which leads to socio-economic upliftment. And this requires effort and construction resources, which is pretty much possible. It's not. It's just that you have to, like you said, you have to take it up as a national project.
Yes, certainly. I think, Swapnil, there are not much you can share with us, but there'll be another opportunity. We'll definitely find, another slot where we can come and discuss about these things. Maybe after a few days, the situation may have changed, so we can revisit all of that. So it was a pleasure talking to you, Swapnil.
Thank you so much for it. It was great.
Friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies. You are welcome to Jobras. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. And as you know, she has a deep interest in Ramayana. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much.
Ritu, we see an instance, we had been discussing about few aspects of the life of Ram. You see, in those eras, those times, king to marry multiple times, and they used to have multiple wives. But Ram married once, and he devoted all of his life to Sita. So would you like to throw some light on this aspect of Ram?
During those days, for men, especially from the royal family, there was no rule forbidding them not having multiple wives. But Ram had only one wife, Sita, and which shows that he was a very honest person, and which also added to his greatness. Now, when he was in exile in a remote jungle, he was seduced by Ravan's sister Shupnaka. She tried seducing him, but then Ram never lost his control. Now this thing says that he was a ideal husband and ideal lover too. He followed the path of dharma, and this dharma protected him in return, and that is why he could win the war against Ravana. So Ram was an ideal man. He loved his wife. Sita ji had her own identity also, and they basically, this story Ram Ramayana is about two characters, Ram and Sita, and they both were great lovers. So this is it. Ram was an ideal husband, and I think every husband should be an ideal husband. Like Ram, he was a perfect gentleman, and he protected his wife, loved her thoroughly, and in wife in return always did what husband wanted to.
Okay, when we are in modern times, and when we look back, and when there were a chance for him to really get married, and he can go for another wife also at that point of time, but he didn't. So what this signifies?
In today's time, if I take it, should I take it from today's time?
Yeah.
In today's time, it's very difficult. What I see, people divorcing, people are into live-in relationships, and they are getting married multiple times, and it's very common in metro cities especially. So I think Ram was never into all these kind of hassles. His life was on domestic front and on personal front. His life was away from all these hassles, and so he could become a very good king also later on when he came back from exile. So if you are personally satisfied, you're professionally satisfied too. So on his domestic front, he was very much happy, a satisfied man. He gave 100% to his wife, and in return he got 200%. In today's world, if I see, this signifies that people are not happy. The loyalty factor is not there, and that is why they are not personally happy, and they are not professionally happy too. So people should be honest in their relationships, like Lord Ram was. They should be loyal, and they should be loving, and should sacrifice certain things which are not important in life to be giving 100% to your domestic life.
Yeah, correctly, you have mentioned. We'll meet again with the other aspect of and discuss the other aspect of the life of Ram.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
I'll see you tomorrow again. Bye bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our series Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Samudragupta, who is one of the greatest king of India, and I think many of you may not be knowing that he established entire India, conquest entire India, leaving few parts of Kerala and Gujarat. So to discuss more about this interesting king, we have an eminent historian, Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College for Women. So without wasting any other moment, I'm so eager to know about Samudragupta, who established the Gupta dynasty. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I am fine, Meeta ji. How are you? How's everything?
I'm also good. So everything is fine. So I will talk about Samudragupta.
Right.
Samudragupta was the son of Chandragupta I, the founder of the Gupta dynasty, and a Lichavi princess. Okay. So he is also called as the Indian Napoleon.
Oh, really?
By many historians, yes. Like historian Vincent Smith, he coined this word. He compared the conquests of Samudragupta with Napoleon Bonaparte. But here, many historians have, different opinions because Samudragupta was in the 4th century CE and Napoleon Bonaparte was in the 18th century. So, yes, and the empire of Samudragupta was almost the entire Indian subcontinent, leaving some, pockets of coastal Gujarat and Kerala.
Okay.
But if you see the empire of Napoleon, Napoleon Bonaparte in the 18th century, then he conquered, he was ruling the present France. Okay, then the northwest is Italy, western part of Germany,
Okay.
and small countries like Switzerland and Belgium. So if you compare area-wise, there is no comparison because Samudragupta's area was way bigger than Napoleon Bonaparte. This is one difference. Another difference is according to the Allahabad pillar inscription written by one of the officials of Samudragupta, Harisena, who happened to be his court poet also. So he wrote in that inscription that he was the hero of 100 battles. Who? Samudragupta. Okay. And if you leave the battles of North India and if you just count the battles which he fought in the Deccan, in down south, then you will be amazed to know that he participated in 29 battles in Deccan and South India alone. And it is said that he fought more than 100 battles, Samudragupta.
Okay.
But if you see the wars of or battles of Napoleon Bonaparte, he fought 60 battles in his 20 years as a commander of the German army, and in those 60 battles, 8 times he got defeated, Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay.
But Samudragupta was an undefeated ruler.
Oh.
All the wars he fought,
Okay.
he was never defeated. He
Oh,
always won.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Samudragupta was a ruler, but Napoleon was made a prisoner by the Britishers and he died in captivity in St. Helena in one of the islands.
Right.
So the comparison, you can say that, okay, the conquests of Samudragupta and conquests of Napoleon were similar. Okay, but you cannot compare Samudragupta with Napoleon because if you see the personality, if you see his rule, there is no comparison. Napoleon, and as I told you, Napoleon was in 18th century.
Right.
And Samudragupta was in 4th century CE. So almost 1400 years after Napoleon came.
Right.
So there is no comparison. But because one of the European historians termed him as Indian Napoleon, so he is known in historical records as an Indian Napoleon. Why? Because Napoleon was a warrior, and he was a main figure in the French Revolution in 1789. Samudragupta, he established his empire when he started as a king, his empire was very small. But sitting at Patliputra, because his capital was Patliputra, and then fighting so many battles and establishing a huge kingdom, but managing it very nicely. Because what he did, in all the wars, it was not only deaths and blood. He went to the rulers and he asked them to accept his suzerainty. So who agreed, he annexed their kingdoms to his kingdom. So that way, very intelligently he worked, Samudragupta. And if you see the model of administration, it was very nice because after Samudragupta, many rulers have copied that model of administration. Sitting at Patliputra, managing such a huge empire for a long period of time, because if you see, Samudragupta was from 335 to 370 AD. Okay, and as I told you, in the there are many inscriptions. This is known as Prayag Prashasti. Prashasti means inscription. So in that inscription, he is described as a hero of 100 battles, and because not only he was a warrior, he was a very good poet. He was a very good musician. So he had a multifaceted personality. And in his reign, art, architecture, in every fold there was development. And that's why, because of his, administration and the development he did, Gupta age came to be known as the golden age of ancient India. It was not like this that everything was gold, but the development which happened, and then a very good coinage he floated, Samudragupta. Pure gold coins were, started by Samudragupta, and those coins had an influence of Kushans. Kushan were foreigners.
Right.
So when you see the coins, the dress which the emperor is wearing only had little differences there, because they used to Kushans used to wear a pointed hat. He was not wearing a pointed hat, Samudragupta. Some modifications here and there, but because he had this influence on him, Kushan influence, and uh, when he was an emperor, not only the domestic policies, the foreign policies were also very good, because he had friendly relations with many countries like Burma, Ceylon. So, and he followed Vaishnavism, but he was tolerant towards Buddhism also, because that time Buddhism was flourishing. So
Right.
he was tolerant towards Buddhism, and he even gave permission for many for the construction of many stupas, viharas, and monasteries of Buddhism. So that way, if you see Samudragupta, his personality in total, he was one of the greatest kings of ancient India. One of the
Yes,
greatest
I
king.
can very
And
well understand that,
yeah,
because if we see into the modern India, even Maratha also moved towards the north, and they were not able to sustain that empire, though they were so strong empire. And I can very well visualize the empire so big. I mean, from north, from maybe Kashmir to really Kanyakumari, leaving few parts of Kerala and few parts in Gujarat, and then maintaining it.
huh. Coastal Gujarat and Kerala were left. Otherwise, the Deccan down south, North India, everything was conquered by Samudragupta.
Yes.
And some historians, they also compare Samudragupta with Ashoka.
Right.
But that is a wrong comparison, because Ashoka was all for non-violence and peace after the Kalinga War.
Okay.
And Samudragupta was all for wars, conquests, aggression.
Okay.
So two different, ideologies. But if you see the extent of the empire, that matches, because Ashoka had a huge empire, Chandragupta Maurya had a huge empire. Same way, Samudragupta also had almost the whole Indian subcontinent under his reign. So
Yes.
that is the difference.
Yes, and that is the thing I think we are missing out. We always remember a Maurya dynasty. We think of and talk of Ashoka, but somehow in some matters we are missing out Samudragupta, because he has managed to have that big empire, and then he is also a good administrator, and he knew how to really do the management day to day. So in spite of being general, a good general, he is a good administrator also. Otherwise,
Yes,
it's difficult to really manage such a big empire.
As we call Ashoka as Chakravarti Samrat. Chakravarti means who was ruling the entire thing.
Right.
Same way, they used to call Samudragupta as a Chakravarti.
Right.
Digvijay. Digvijay means who has conquered all the, all the dishas, all your north, east, west, south. And even for Samudragupta, it was said for his horses that they have tasted the water of four oceans because the extent was so huge.
Right.
So Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, all these oceans, because the trade and commerce was also very good. So the main ports were under the Gupta Empire, under Samudragupta. So that's why it is also said that he and his horses have tasted the water of many oceans, four oceans.
Right.
And can you imagine, Kanchan, a person who fought 75 odd battles and never got defeated? Never ever.
Yes.
So
So
it is
good.
a real, a big thing.
Right.
It's a huge thing. And that times the army which Samudragupta had, it was a Chaturang army. Chaturang means infantry, cavalry,
Okay.
this cavalry, infantry, then a unit of these horses and elephants. So all that all together, artillery. So it was a very, very well organized army also which he had. That's why they were able to conquer and they were able to conquest the entire Indian subcontinent because of the army also. Not only administration, his strategies, his war strategies, and his diplomatic policies. Because with some kings, he was diplomatic. He asked them to, come under his suzerainty and he annexed their kingdoms into his. So that way, he developed the Gupta Empire in by all means, art, architecture, music. He was a great musician. In one of the coins, he is shown as playing the veena.
Right.
And it is said, it is written in some text that even the musicians of gods, they got defeated by Samudragupta when he played the veena.
Oh, great.
This one story.
He's a master.
Ah.
He was a good personality. He was a general and musician. So two contrasts actually. So because
very because his love for music, his love for music, his love for poetry,
right?
It's very another side of his personality.
Right.
But he was like that, Samudragupta. A great warrior king. You can call him a great warrior king, a good administrator. And because of him only, the Gupta age reached the glory, and that's why the Gupta age was known as the golden age in ancient India. Because of all round development, art, architecture, administration, everywhere the progress was seen. That's why it is known as the golden age. But after him, like the successors, Ram Gupta, Skand Gupta, they were not as great as Samudragupta, but somehow they managed, to take the legacy forward. But the face of Gupta Empire is only Samudragupta. Only Samudragupta. No one else.
So it was so wonderful to talk to you today. We will be discussing Samudragupta, who is the greatest, one of the greatest king of ancient India, tomorrow. And we'll discuss more about how he managed such a big empire and how he managed his army in our other series. For today, it was so wonderful to really talk to you and know more about Samudragupta. I'm sure our viewers will be benefiting to know about this knowledgeable topic. So till tomorrow, bye-bye, madam.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Thank you. Bye.
The third issue is with regard to the promises made by this government that they highlighted all the scams of the UPA government, and that's how this government is here. So it's a major issue with regard to how they save their face, because if they say that, hey, I want to enforce collection of 1.76, millions of people will lose their jobs, a lot of CEOs will go behind bars for not paying this, and although the blame also lies with them because they signed something which is written in fine print, they didn't see it, but still a lot of people will lose their job, which will be very bad for economy, and a booming sector will get a hit because it's a globally recognized booming sector from India, which is asking for a lot of contracts and a lot of people are working for it. It'll get a bad name. Third thing is, it will look like that 1.76 lakh crore rupees were a notional figure. So they cannot afford that. So even though the government has changed, in fact, this government has been elected twice already, but nobody is going to collect this money. Government will not collect the money. Now the Supreme Court has got into this and they are saying, hey, why didn't you pay up? As rightly said, because the Supreme Court is following the law and what has been signed by these companies, between the companies and the Indian government. So that has to be collected. So it's like a catch 22. I think this will continue. My opinion, Vodafone and Idea will continue. They will not file for bankruptcy. Airtel and Reliance will pay part of it to remain afloat, and the matter will continue for some more time before it basically dies its own natural death, or basically in future it will not have any relevance, maybe a few years down the line. Until then, we will keep hearing some headlines every 5 to 6 months or during elections that there is a money which is owed by the telecom sector to Indian government. As usual, I will meet you again tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today we'll be discussing about Bindisar and Ajatashatru, the great kings of Magadha. And to discuss about these wonderful kings, we have uh, uh, Shrimati Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department at St. Anne's College in Hyderabad. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Sure, Kanchan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So yet again, we are discussing the great king, Ajatashatru and Bimbisar. So I'm eager to really listen to you and what is in store about these great kings.
Okay. I will give you a little political backdrop before I start about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. If you see in the 6th century BC, it saw the rise of Mahajanpads, districts. 16 Mahajanpads came into existence and some republics also. And this all happened in the 6th century BC, in which these Mahajanpads were fighting with each other for power. Okay, and this time the Magadha Empire, it rose. And that's why they say rise of Magadha. And we don't know about the previous rulers because there is no mention in the accounts. But we get a mention about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru. So Bimbisar was the fourth successor. He was the fourth king of the Pradyota dynasty or Haranka dynasty, and he was a contemporary of Lord Buddha. So these two things are going parallelly, okay? Buddhism and rise of Magadha. Now, Bimbisar, when he came into power, he wanted to expand his empire. He wanted to expand his Magadha empire, and for that, he waged wars with some kingdoms, with some Mahajanpads, with some he entered matrimonial alliances so that peace be there and they accept his suzerainty also. In this imperialist policy which Bimbisar followed, he set up a very good administration in which he appointed some officers which were known as Rajbhatas. And if you see broadly, they were divided into four categories, like someone for justice, someone for administration, someone for army. So like that, the categorization was done. Apart from having a set of officers, what Bimbisar did was he gave autonomy to all his small kingdoms which were under him. So they were like Bimbisar was the head. Then there were these Mahajanpads and republics, but they enjoyed their autonomy. They were free to take their own decisions with the consent of the king. So this was the
So something like
setup.
it's like a separate state, I mean, small state, and something like today when we have a federal system, small state, they are reporting to central. I think something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this type of setup was there, and because Bimbisar was a contemporary of Buddha, so he some texts they tell that he followed Buddhism. Some texts tell that he followed Jainism, but the Brahmin accounts tell that he was the follower of Brahmanism. After Bimbisar, his son Ajatashatru came to power, but to come into power, Ajatashatru killed his own father. He killed Bimbisar according to the Buddhist tradition. But if you see the Jain philosophy in the Jain text, it is mentioned that he poisoned himself, he committed suicide because Ajatashatru had imprisoned him. So different theories are there about Bimbisar's death. Now, Ajatashatru, when he came to power, he came to power around 492 BC and he ruled up till 460 BC. And he followed the same imperialist policy which his father followed. He tried to expand his empire. In order to do this, the first war he had with Prasenjit, the king of Kosala kingdom. And after this war, Prasenjit offered the hand of his daughter to Ajatashatru, and Ajatashatru married him. So again, matrimonial alliance. After this Kosala kingdom, he had to wage a war against Lichavis because that time two republics were very powerful. They were Lichavis and the Sakyas. So with Lichavis, he had a long war, Ajatashatru, and probably it was the time when he established this city Patliputra. He laid the foundations of Patliputra at that time when he had a war with the Lichavis. After Lichavis, he again had to wage wars with the ruler of Avanti because see all these small kingdoms which were there that time, they were powerful in their own territories. So with Prasenjit, why Ajatashatru fought was because he stopped giving revenues to Ajatashatru. So one by one, he waged wars, either by war, either by treaties, either by matrimonial alliances. He tried to expand his empire, and before his death, he was able to make Magadha a very powerful empire. Before his death, he had extended the boundaries of Magadha empire far and wide. And one more thing because of which Ajatashatru is known in the pages of history is that he was the king who convened the first Buddhist council um, at that time. He patronized the Buddhist council that time, and Buddhist council was nothing. They were meetings. That was a huge meeting in which the monks, nuns, and either kings were invited, and they sat together and discussed how to compile the teachings of Buddha and how to propagate the good things about Buddhism, far and wide. So this was the main what what shall I coin the word, main purpose of the Buddhist council. So it happened under Ajatashatru, okay, after the death of Buddha at Rajgriha. Rajgriha was the place, and this council was presided over by Mahakassapa, and they decided that how to give a shape to the teachings of Buddha so that it reaches more and more people. So Ajatashatru, he patronized Buddhism, and with this first Buddhist council which he convened at Rajgriha, he became very, very popular. But only one drawback which you will see in the personality of Ajatashatru was that he killed his father to come to the throne. And not only Ajatashatru, all the rulers of this Pradyuta dynasty, they killed their fathers to come to the throne. After Ajatashatru, his successor Darsaka, he also did the same thing. Then Shishuna did the same thing. So I don't know why this trait was there in these people, but the truth is that they did that. Killing their own fathers and coming to the throne. That's why this dynasty is little infamous because of this trait of killing their own fathers. And after this fall of Shishuna, then came in being the Nanda dynasty. Nanda dynasty, which was very, very brutal because they were not pro people. They only wanted to take more and more revenues for their own selfish motives. This is all about Bimbisar and Ajatashatru Kanchan.
Okay, so I've heard that this Ajatashatru was a very great general, and he's invented few weapons, and one of them is a rod caterpillar, I guess, catapult, I guess. So apart of that, one weapon was also there. Later on, it was used very much by other kings.
It was a unique device in which it was a wooden thing in which they used to put the rock and throw the rock to the enemies. If you have watched the film Bahubali, Bahubali has used the same weapon in it.
Yes.
So this see the war techniques which they had, the weapons, they were very advanced. That's why they were able to conquer more territories. That was one of the major reasons.
So, apart of his impact on the Buddhist, the recognition of a Buddhist council, and he was a great general. Yes, that the trait of killing his father and coming on a throne, this is not known as far as I know, and as far as I have read that any king has done in the past. So I think that is something which is really bad when we talk about Ajatashatru. But we have other a very great and profound trait of Ajatashatru. So, what is the impact of Ajatashatru the period politically on India?
See, politically, as I told you at that time, these 16 Mahajanpads came into being, and then republics also came into being. So, Ajatashatru, he tried to expand the Magadhan Empire. Okay, he wanted to establish his supremacy, and he did that with his imperialist policy number one, with the wars which he waged, and with the matrimonial alliances. And when you are powerful, and then he, with this Buddhist council, became more influential because uh, he was the first person who convened the Buddhist council at Rajgriha.
Okay.
So, because of all these things, he became very strong politically. That's why Magadha was, and then he laid the foundations of Patliputra, which has a huge history. As a city, Patliputra has a huge history.
Right.
Not only with the Magadhan kings, but later when you will, we will discuss about other dynasties, then also you will find the mention of Patliputra.
Yes. So I think contribution of Ajatashatru is immense because he's laid the foundation of Patliputra, who is in our history page attained at greater heights. And apart of this, he was a great general. He's invented a weapon which we generally don't know. Most of people don't know and they don't discuss. So I think I can safely say that Ajatashatru as a great general, and we should be discussing about this face profile in schools, and people should know about this great king. It was so lovely to talk to you, Mitaji. We'll meet again in next episode and discuss another great king of India. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we are in company of a very accomplished leader from IBM. Her name is Melissa Sassy, and she joins us from SFO, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Melissa, welcome to the Likeable Leaders segment of our program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I hope I'm a likable leader.
Oh, of course, I mean, you are such a popular leader, you're world famous, so you are definitely a likable leader.
Wow, my head might explode.
But I think we will understand your journey today, and for the benefit of our viewers, your journey has to be conveyed to the people so that they can get inspired by things that you have done right and things that you have not done right. So I think this discussion is about all of that.
Awesome. Good. I'm here. I'm ready. Fire away your questions. I think I have answers.
Melissa, you had such a versatile journey. So to begin our program, I just want to say as an overview, I mean, we have a lot of questions, but as a start of an overview, where it's all started and how you became what you are today.
Yeah, my journey is one of taking my worst nightmare and turning it into my superpower. And what I mean by that is about 13 years ago, my children and I became victims of parental kidnapping. And my children, they're safe, they're healthy, they're normal adjusted kids, but I never got them back. We're still in contact. They know they have a mother who loves them, and they know that this was not something that I opted for, I chose, or I even imagined. And I think a lot of people ask me, well, wait a second, how can something so awful turn into something that is a superpower? Like, unpack that for me. My daughter one day, and this is about 5 years ago, she said to me, and I was working at Microsoft at the time, and she said to me, mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. And I'm going to walk with us while I let my dog get out of my office. So forgive me. She's scratching at the door. And if I don't do it now, she's going to give me a... There we go. All right. You know, we're all working from home these days. And as much as we want to handle our distractions in a way that we have distractions these days. All right, now let's go back to my superpower. So she said to me, Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft. I'm like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? That's her accent. She's got a bit of a French Arabic accent because she has spent most of her life now in Tunisia. So sandwiched in between Algeria and Libya, the spark of the Arab Spring, the Jasmine Revolution that, you know, essentially changed Tunisia and the region, some for the good and some maybe for the not so good. But I tried to figure out, like, what do you mean you're learning Microsoft? And I realized that she was learning Word in her classroom and she didn't have access to her own computer, and neither did her classmates. 30, 40 kids shared a computer, and she would go to the front of the class when it was her turn and file, open, type, and all the things you do with Microsoft Word. And I thought, wow, you know, how can any young person really learn to become a creator, a maker, and a doer, you know, empowered by technology as opposed to a consumer of technology, if they're not exposed, you know, through either formal or informal education. And so my daughter, you know, was talking about how she learns in her classroom, you know, and my kids had technology at home. So, you know, laptop, tablet, phone, you know, I got all of those things for them because I'm essentially a digital mother. You know, I know that sounds kind of strange, you know, for those who have not went through something that I've went through. And, you know, everybody handles their things, you know, their nightmares, their tragedies in different ways. But I thought, you know, there may be something I can do about this. I mean, hey, I work at Microsoft, you know, and so I went back to my leadership team and, you know, found a way to get computers into our classroom. And what kind of led from, what kind of started from, hey, let me get my kids some computers, ended up becoming a program between Microsoft and HP, where we sent 400 laptops to 20 Tunisian schools, and a collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And I started thinking about, you know, what is it that, you know, technology can bring young people? And I realized that it's not just having a device. It's not just having access to the internet, which, by the way, only 50% of the world has access to the internet, actually 52%. And I realized that, you know, a big piece of making meaningful use of the technology in front of you, whether that's a physical device or, you know, internet access, you know, is skills, you know, digital skills. And as I started my journey of thinking about how can they make meaningful use of these devices, I thought, there's a place for me. And I may not be an engineer, I may not be an architect, but I know a lot of engineers. And what if I were to, you know, collaborate with some university students in Tunisia? And what if we were to travel around and spend 3 weeks teaching young people to code? You know, not necessarily coming up with, you know, a solution that would empower, you know, all of these young people to all of a sudden launch their own business and, you know, become the next best coder. But I thought, why don't I go out and demystify computer science and run some workshops, you know, with young people, exposing them to computer science and enabling them to learn how to talk to computers, how to program computers to do what you want to do. And so me and 3 or 4 young students had a trunk full of laptops, and thanks to HP, we traveled around the country teaching young people to code. And what was kind of the beginning of all this was really just a summer vacation of giving forward in the community and, you know, feeling good about empowering young people, you know, through tech. And every time we went to a town, sometimes the mayor would show up, sometimes we'd have like banners all over a town center. We had the National Guard show up, and we kind of looked around and didn't realize, you know, that we were setting off to do something that, you know, empowered people to transform their lives and the world. And we came back home from this 3-week journey, all of us in this stinky car, me and 4 engineers and our trunk full of laptops. And we're sitting in the capital of Tunisia, in Tunis. And I said, guys, gang, this wasn't just a summer vacation. We have a company, and we have something that will not just change the life of Zahra, Zahran, and Yumna, my kids, but these are the skills that will empower young people to prepare for the future of work. And there's a huge gap. None of these kids had ever been exposed to computer science, didn't even know what it was. And this is not just something that is relevant in Tunisia. It's relevant on the continent of Africa, the region, the Middle East and Africa, and the world. And so we launched the company. And I think a few years later, fast forward to today, my life's work is digital inclusion and technology entrepreneurship. And that's all about empowering young people through access to such skills. We've now taught tens of thousands of young people to code in 12 countries, and it's fueled a career shift for me. So I now am a CEO and founder of 2 companies, and I also am the global head of a startup program at one of the largest tech companies on the planet, thanks to my daughter one day saying, "Mommy, I'm learning Microsoft."
What a story, Melissa. I think nobody can tell a tragedy and say that, hey, I turned the tragedy and my personal experience into my superpower. I think it's quite inspirational, and people who can, because most of us live in a very cozy environment and we don't see the hardship. So I think, thanks for sharing some of the personal side of you. I think it's quite inspirational.
Thank you. It's taken me a long time to be able to figure out, how to transform that experience into something positive, and not just positive for me and my outlook on the future, my mental health, my physical health, but it's also been something that I think has empowered, many young people from around the world. I often write recommendation letters for the students who participate in my program. And at one time, a large percentage of my students actually received scholarships to come and study in the U.S. For a year or 4 years. A large percentage of them are very interested in international experience and cross-cultural dialogue, because one of the things that I do in my camps is we think about problem solving, we think about solving world challenges, we think about bringing in world leaders who are doing really interesting things in technology and entrepreneurship. So when these young people are going out and learning to code, they're not just going out to learn to build things for the sake of building things. They start off with, what are some big wicked problems in the world, in your community, and how does it impact you and your family or you and your friends? And how can you create locally relevant and locally generated businesses and technology versus expecting everything to come in from Silicon Valley, but creating local leaders through this concept of how do you empower young people through problem solving, through critical thinking, crucial, how to have crucial conversations, how to manage your reputation and your personal brand, but how do you get those core skills, those core technical skills where you can hands-on build a mobile application or an IoT device that connects into a mobile application or an e-commerce solution, or even just a plain old website.
So I think you must have had a lot of challenges while doing your work or doing charity or enhancing the life of these youths with regard to language. So in Tunisia, do they speak French or?
Arabic and French. It's a version of Arabic, and actually I taught myself the local dialect. I'm not perfect and I can't read or write, but I am competent. And I've done TV interviews, I've done radio interviews in the local dialect, and I always start out my camps when I'm there. I'm not always there because my team really handles everything locally. And my team, by the way, is all youth led and youth run. So I have one person under the age of 35. Everyone else is, I have one person between 25 and 30, 25 and 30. And then everyone else is under the age of 25. In Tunisia, a lot of young people now are quite competent in English. Previously, the older generation or previous generations learned French and Arabic, and a lot of the school stuff was in French. The educational system is still very kind of French and very theoretical in fashion. So a lot of young people, finish school, finished university without having practical experience, because they've spent a lot of time memorizing things but not necessarily knowing how to put those things into place practically. So that's kind of one of the other things that I think about. But I've been going back and forth to Tunisia for many, many, many years. I usually am there several times a year. I usually spend my summers there. So many times I'm around people who do not speak English and only speak Arabic or French. So I've picked up the dialect and tried my best. I'm very good with languages. I lived in France for a year. My French is not great, but I'm okay in French. And then I also am fluent in Spanish.
So this shows that when there is a will, there is always a way to pick up different languages, even though they are from a different segment. So, I mean, French and Spanish are from the Latin segment. So, but I think it's good. I think
my Italian is not bad either. I can, and sometimes I can read okay and figure out the gist of things in Portuguese. I can't speak Portuguese, but it's my brain, for whatever reason, is able to pick up languages by hearing, and I can recognize patterns. I don't know why, and I don't know why my brain works like that. It just does when it comes to language. And I have some people say when it comes to linguistics that I have a photographic memory. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do remember things, when I hear people using common phrases, and my brain just remembers them.
Very good. So before we move on to the next segment, did you get united with your kids?
Yeah, I see them all the time. We're really close. They haven't come back to the United States. They will when they're old enough to come back. My oldest is waiting for the youngest to get to become old enough to leave on her own, because she doesn't want to leave her there by herself. But it's been a while since I've been there because of COVID-19. I don't mind traveling there, and I would go there in a second, but there are a lot of rules and regulations right now because I only have an American passport. With the COVID-19 situation in the U.S., the U.S. passport is a bit of a challenging piece of paper these days when it comes to travel. But I heard there's some ways around getting into the country. I just haven't explored that yet. I heard if you're not coming from the U.S. directly, but you're coming from another country that you can travel from, they allow you in. But I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. So, and I've been a little bit nervous too. I don't know. Try that experiment in case I end up getting there and they don't let me in. That would not be so much fun.
Well, the worst that can happen is they can put you in 14 days quarantine. So I think you can take a try. I mean, just try it out. So.
Hopefully I get to pick the hotel versus getting thrown in jail or getting thrown in a less than favorable hotel.
I'm sure. I mean, they will not pay for it. So
but that's okay. Tunisia, I think the currency exchange between Tunisia and the U.S. is pretty good. So usually coming over from the U.S. or Europe or other parts of the world, when you're in Tunisia, is you end up in a good spot.
Great. So Melissa, in your long career, you have seen so many situations, and you have dealt with all of them. And while dealing with these situations, your evolution as a leader happens. So would you like to share some experience, how, for example, you shared one of the experience that how the transition happened from Microsoft to getting into a CEO role. But over 2 decades of your entire career, how did you evolve considering the changing scenario of the markets?
Yeah, I think for me, when I first, so I studied international business in university and Spanish. While I was in university, I did a couple of study abroad trips, one to Spain, so that I could be better with my Spanish. I lived with a Spanish family, and they only spoke Spanish to me, so I had to learn. I was forced to learn, which was good because that's what I wanted to do, because I'm good learning languages by being just immersed in the culture. I did a study abroad trip to Finland. So I spent the summer in Finland and spent a lot of time in Denmark and in Sweden. After I graduated from university, I decided that because I studied international business and I'm from the Midwest in the United States, so the center of the U.S., I really felt like I needed, more international exposure. That I didn't feel quite ready to go and work yet. I didn't feel like I knew enough. I felt like what I'd been doing was very theoretical in nature versus practical, and I hadn't ever really done an internship. So I went off and got my MBA. I studied finance as my kind of focus area, and I spent a year and a half in the UK. So I lived in London for a year and a half. I was planning to go out and work right after that because I felt like, oh, okay, I'm ready, and I stumbled upon a university that had a program where they sent you for a master's, you work with a company, and there are all these benefits. You get a job at that company afterward. And so I thought, well, I hadn't planned on getting a second master's, but it's in France. It's in the south of France, and I get a job out of it. So, hey, why don't I go get another master's? So I did. I studied supply chain or procurement. And I will tell you, it kind of sandwiched me into a career and a job that just wasn't the right fit. I essentially took the first job that I got because I needed to bring in money, and I needed to eat, and I needed to pay for my life. So I took the first job that I got, which was as an analyst in a chemical company. And there was nothing socially good about what I was working on. I came in, I did my work, I earned my money, and I left. And I ended up kind of moving from that to consulting, to marketing. And I felt like at that point, like I really wanted to do something more with education, and I wanted to do something more with something more empowering for people in the world. By the way, I did a stint on Wall Street. So I worked at Goldman Sachs. I've worked at BlackRock. So BlackRock, for those of you who don't know, is the largest asset manager in the world. Somewhere between like $4 and $6 trillion under management. I was a director at BlackRock and a VP at Goldman. Decided I wanted to go into tech and saw the opportunities of tech being integrated into everything, everywhere that we do, and everything that we have, and that tech touches every single industry. And I realized that I could actually help make the world a better place, make a good salary, and be, and utilize the skills that I have while empowering others. And I didn't realize that a job like that existed. I thought that you always had to trade off a good salary for doing good in the world. I didn't realize that you could do well while doing good. And so that's something that has been a big fuel of my career. And I think there's a lot of passion around I have a lot of passion for my work, whether it's working with early stage entrepreneurs or young people who are thinking about careers in tech, or keeping underserved communities in tech, whether that's women and girls, the Black community, the Latinx community, or whatever underrepresented group might exist in a particular country. So for me, I think my tragedy fueled a lot of this, because it gave me this altruistic thing that I needed in life. And it wasn't just going in and making a bunch of money on Wall Street. I actually quit my job on Wall Street without having another job. I went in for my performance review, and they asked me, like, what do you want to do next? And I said, I want to put in my resignation. And my boss is like, what do you mean? She was like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to move to Nicaragua and go help make the world a better place. And so I did. I left my big high-paying job on Wall Street, and I moved to Nicaragua and had some fun until I helped to kind of transition my career into, what it is today.
Well, this story reminds me of a movie, of an Indian movie in which there is an Indian guy, very successful scientist working for NASA, but then he wants to light a bulb. So this whole story is about, from sending satellites into space, coming back to India and lighting a bulb.
There you go.
And you took the name of BlackRock. They were in the news here because they picked up a non-controlling stake in one of the large companies here in India. So
I have a lot of respect for BlackRock. I think they're one of the, one of the companies that really speaks out about, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, about that concept of conscious capitalism, about, doing well while doing good, and that corporations have a responsibility to the world and their shareholders to not just expect the government to pay for, certain social factors in life, but they have, I think, a nice stance when it comes to gender inclusion, Goldman as well, and a nice stance when it comes to making investment decisions and making sure that they've got, women, female representation, in the boards of companies that they invest in, looking at, climate action and investing in small and medium enterprise. So.
Great. So Melissa, you have achieved a lot in your entire career. Would you like to share something which you feel is the best accomplishment so far?
Yeah, I think that for me, it's finding a way to compartmentalize, my tragedy, if you will, and, turn it into something positive, not just for me, but for others around me, and something that's much bigger than just me. From a career perspective, so that's kind of a life thing, how did I deal with this and how did I get on versus being a wreck? And don't get me wrong, I was a wreck for 5 years, and sometimes I still am a wreck. Sometimes when I think about things of like, why me? Why did this happen to me? Why didn't I see it? Is it my fault? Did I do something that caused this? And if I would have done this, and this, would we not be here today? But I try not to think too much about the things I can't control, which I can't control the past. It is what it is. But my biggest career achievement so far, and there are quite a few really cool achievements, but one of them was when I was thinking about this device giving program at, between Microsoft and HP, I participated in a hackathon at Microsoft because I saw how difficult it was to get devices outside of, into the hands of nonprofits and into the hands of people without. And I also recognized that at Microsoft they had hundreds of thousands of devices that went into PC Recycle, and these are devices that weren't connected to the network at Microsoft. So areas where there could be no personally identifiable information or trade secrets that could be taken off the devices because they were meant for demos or marketing or in-store and that sort of thing. And I realized that they were only breaking even with this whole PC Recycle thing, so they weren't necessarily even making money off of selling those devices. It was just more a process of getting rid of them to make sure that they didn't end up in a landfill. And so I thought, wow, what if we were to take those hundreds of thousands of devices and put them into the hands of nonprofits, and truly live the mission, Microsoft's mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And I thought, if you don't have access to tech, you don't have access to the internet, how can you really live that mission of empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more? So I created this team as part of the employee hackathon, 4,000 teams, more than 100 companies or countries participating, so thousands and thousands of people, around the world. And we won first place in the Inspired Me category, and I had a chance to meet Satya. I pitched to Satya, so the CEO of Microsoft. My Twitter picture, the background is actually me pitching to Satya, so it's a picture of Satya and I. And I stepped in front of him. He was not coming to talk to me. My team said, Satya's coming, you're going to step in front of him. He's going to have a lot of cameras, and you're going to say, Satya, can I tell you about my hackathon project? He won't be able to say no, and this is your opportunity to make a difference. My team was about 50 people strong from all over the world. And I did just that. So he had to say yes. And he said, yes, tell me about your project. And the cameras are rolling. And I told him about my project of, Microsoft having hundreds of thousands of devices that go into the PC recycle and are not put into the hands of nonprofits or others who could make meaningful use of those devices. And therefore, we weren't truly living our mission of empowering every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. And he said, tell me more about this. And so I did. We spoke for 30 seconds, a minute. It was a really quick interaction. He nodded to his person and said, I like this idea. We ended up driving a big change within the company. One of the organizations in the company ended up rolling out a policy that enabled them to make that possible. And they changed the way that they handled PC recycle activities for devices not connected to their network. It's now a program that's been rolled out worldwide in every single country that Microsoft operates in. And it really fueled a new career for me and, helped me to kind of get where I am today from a career perspective. So it was a hackathon. And it was stepping in front of a big CEO and taking a risk and not being afraid to step in front of the big boss to tell him something that I had in my head that I knew he didn't know about and I thought he should know.
That's a very good learning that we can have and get inspired after hearing this. The confidence and the drive. I think these are the two key messages that you're giving.
Well, I'm thankful to my team that they enabled that to happen. And what I mean by that is, nothing is you're no good without a team. I don't know everything, and they always say this thing about there's no I in team. And for me, my team inspired me and empowered me and pushed me to take that big risk of stepping in front of one of the most famous, if not the most famous CEO on the planet.
Absolutely. In fact, over the last so many years, the industry is also getting transitioned. We used to see client-server environment very long back, and then we started seeing Windows and Windows-based systems, and then the Apple OS became one of the most preferred operating system, and a lot of changes happened on the server side. So the industry kept migrating and modifying, reinventing. In your career also, you also have changed from the analyst to investors, now one of the world largest entrepreneur program. What do you see that is the winning quality or essentials for any entrepreneur who want to get inspired by your story?
I think the biggest thing is to just go and do what you have in your head and not be afraid to take a risk, not be afraid of what might happen if you fail or if things don't go the way you think they're going to go. Surround yourself around a squad of people who will help you recognize that you're not an imposter, that you deserve that seat at the table. You didn't get there by accident. And it might be scary for some people who have never been an entrepreneur before. I became an entrepreneur by accident, and it took me a few years before I said, I'm a CEO and founder. And that's how I felt a little bit shy to say that. I don't know why. I'm not a shy person, but I felt like it felt pompous or something. And now I wear it like a badge of honor of, yeah, I'm a CEO, I'm a founder, and I deserve my seat at the table. And it's not arrogant for me to talk about the, experience that I have. And it's not arrogant to help, empower others, with those skills by saying, hey, I made it and so can you.
Great. So now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. I mean, you started with empowering young people and youths, but now you're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. So where do you see the industry going from here?
I think that, in my role right now at IBM, I focus on fintech, health tech, and insurtech. So for me, I see a lot of innovation happening, but I also think that, these these small companies should have access to enterprise grade solutions to keep our sensitive data safe. You know, there are a lot of companies out there that have access to our data, and not all of them use our data in the right way. I think that, you know, we need to have more control over our data, and I think as consumers or business leaders, we need to make better decisions about technology, about incorporating technical solutions that don't enable, you know, people to gain access to our, you know, to our data, versus it being managed by policy. You know, I want my data protected by the safest technology on the planet versus a piece of paper that tells an employee what he or she can and cannot do with my data. So I think we'll see a lot of, you know, continued conversations around data protection, privacy, and security, and that being both policy-led as well as technically led. I think there's a lot of innovation coming in, you know, in fintech when it comes to payments. I think we'll see a lot of innovation in health tech when it comes to predictive modeling. And, you know, I have a lot of startups that I work with that are doing really cool things when it comes to predictive modeling and or, you know, bring your own record to your doctor versus relying on your doctor, for example, to have read your medical history and understand all of the different things that might have happened before you came to see that doctor. You know, those are a few of the areas that I'm thinking about. I mean, I think about like the role that quantum computing, you know, will play. I think about the role that, you know, cloud computing is already playing, and, you know, seeing a lot of, you know, cloud revenue become fragmented, you know, despite some of the larger players, you know, owning big pieces of the market. So lots of fun and cool things, but I think we need to be careful of, you know, that concept around, you know, what are these disruptive technologies? You know, we know there are going to be lots of IoT devices. We talk about the role of 5G. We talk about, you know, the role that AI will play when it comes to, you know, replacing people, which I believe AI doesn't replace managers. AI replaces managers that don't incorporate AI into their work. So you have an opportunity to stay. But you know, 52% of the world is online, right? That means 48% is offline. So while the haves are thinking about what are they doing with 5G and what are we doing with, you know, IoT and, you know, AI and all this sexy stuff, remember 48% of the world doesn't have access to the internet, and large portions of that population may have access, but they can't afford it. And so we are, you know, in turn creating this world of the ultra haves and the ultra have nots. And I think that, you know, as we continue to see technology advance and advance our lives, that divide is going to become bigger and bigger unless we think about how do we actually empower the underserved, you know, through access to the internet, through access to energy, combining those two things together when you're going out and building networks versus going out and building a microgrid and then coming back and getting it, you know, getting that neighborhood connected, but combining those two things together. And again, it's not just about having, you know, technology for the sake of technology so that consumers can go out and consume, but how do you empower people with true digital skills? Not everybody's going to be an engineer, not everybody's going to be a data scientist, but people need to understand how to keep themselves safe online, how to, you know, understand what it means to speak the language of computers. So
I think the IBM is doing a lot of pioneering work, and people like Microsoft, IBM, some of the large companies like HP, they are doing great. And I think a lot of other companies like Starlink is joining to make the you know, Earthlink affordable all across the world, and you can just get it from the sky. So there is no need for laying cables. I think a lot of work is happening. And you, as you said, that there is an AI, virtual reality, a lot of things are happening there. And you also mentioned quantum computing. So a lot of things are happening there as well. Are you personally looking at playing some sort of role in any of these?
you know, I think of it on a few different spectrums. You know, if I think about wearing my IBM hat, you know, my whole role is about being an entrepreneur, so an entrepreneur inside of a big company. And, it is my goal that, the 30 startups that I'm adding to my program this year, the 15 that I had last year, so I'll have a total of 45 under my management by the end of this year, that these companies revolutionize fintech, revolutionize health tech, revolutionize insurtech, and that IBM goes to market with some or all of these startups to really think about how can we bring innovation, creativity, new ideas, new business models, new technical, innovations into our enterprise customers, into government. I think there's a wonderful place that startups play when it comes to helping companies innovate. So I would consider myself kind of like a chief innovation officer within, or one of them. I'm not the chief innovation officer, but I would consider myself one of a handful of chief innovation officers, within, my division or within the world of IBM, that's really kind of thinking about how can we revolutionize our cloud experience? How do we learn from our customers to help make the experience better? How can we enable them to do the things that they need to do and come up with the innovations that they need to come up with, by giving them the tools that can help fuel that. And how can we help fuel that through them? So I think it's a lot of co-creation and collaboration. I think in my nonprofit world, I'm very focused on how do we empower people through digital skills, professional development, and entrepreneurship so that they can become economically empowered. They can increase their healthcare outcomes. They can gain access to informal education that goes above and beyond what they might be getting in a formal setting, and enabling people through practical experiences so that others can go out and say, okay, what can I do with IoT? What can I do with 5G? What can I do, with the connectivity in front of me? How can I become more economically empowered or socially or politically empowered and be part of the dialogue?
Melissa, it was my greatest pleasure learning from you today. We have come to the end of our discussion today. We have learned a lot. What would be your last message to the budding entrepreneurs?
So I think it's very simple. It's do the thing, whatever that thing is. Go and do it.
So do the thing. Don't hold yourself back. I think that's a very clear message coming from a well-accomplished leader, Melissa. Melissa, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I am Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss something which is related to business, and it is also coined by United Nations. It's called SDG, and there are different levels of SDG. To discuss this, I have a very special guest. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway, so please stick around to this outstanding show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and let me invite my friend from UK. His name is Mr. Naval Gun. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, and today we are actually going to discuss very important issue. And without spilling the beans, let me first invite him, and then we can discuss this further.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful Tuesday morning. Certainly a beautiful Tuesday morning in the UK. The sun is shining and the weather's, the rain is holding off, but in an hour's time it'll be pouring down the rain. So it's beautifully green at the moment out there, CK. I don't know, you're in a different part of the world, 6,000 miles away, and you were going through some pretty stormy features last week. Are you recovering from those? Have you got the sun shining yet?
Well, Neville, sun is, but the issue really is usually it used to be very hot in this time of the year, but it's quite comfortable, and we have another cyclone coming from the east now, and it is going to be even more intense than the previous one. So it's raining. It's cloudy. The temperature is 24, which is I've never experienced in my entire life in the month of May. Usually the temperature used to just about 45, but it's like 24, 25. So it's very comfortable, actually.
Well, all change, as they say. And talking about change, I thought today we'd talk about SDGs. Have you heard of SDGs, CK?
Yes, I think that's a very hot subject, especially after the pandemic, and suddenly it has become in the forefront. And I've heard about it, but I don't know too much in detail. I know that it's a concept from United Nations. It was first discussed in, I think, something like a couple of years back, 2012. But I think it is now taking the front seat.
Well, it is. And for those that don't know, SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goal. So the three words, actually, that are really quite important, because we all individually, we all should be looking at goals. Hopefully, for the majority of people, they're development goals. And the main thing is, are they sustainable? And the whole purpose of these sustainable development goals was to bring a bit of unity around the world, because we know we've got environmental, political and economic challenges around the world. And the whole purpose of these SDGs was to bring them all together under one banner. The problem, if you like, with that is that the UN brought them together, and there's the big stamp on SDGs that's got UN stamped on it. And that means that people haven't owned it, because they've believed that actually it's the UN ownership. But the reality of life is we all own them. All the UN did was a bit of research, put it all together into 17 sustainable development goals. I'm not going to list those 17, but they include poverty, equality, good education for all, a level playing surface for the workplace, and all those sort of things that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Black Lives Matter falls into SDGs, etc. The environmental concerns fall into SDGs. But the key thing now is we're several years into it, and you will also see that SDG is sometimes followed as a hashtag as 2030. So these are goals by 2030. And you will have heard certain governments around the world starting to talk about these SDGs now because of the environmental issues around them. And certainly in the UK, by the time 2030 comes along, there will be no more combustion engines produced in the UK. Now, people are saying that's 9 years away, doesn't matter, we don't have to worry about that. But what does that mean in reality? Well, it means that I've got a combustion engine, I haven't got a hybrid, I haven't got an electric car, but by the time 2030 comes around, we as a nation will only be able to buy new electric vehicles, and that's it. We won't be able to buy new combustion engines. Now, that's a massive step. And in fact, there's been quite a lot of discussion, really, of how on earth are we going to achieve it. But I think the nice thing about that is when the government actually puts that into law, it has to happen. So we're forced into a corner. And what I don't want to do today is to force anybody into a corner to start to talk about SDGs. But
SDGs are a great introduction to a conversation. So CK, you and I talk about, getting small businesses and large businesses to collaborate with each other, to talk with each other. And do you find that by focusing on SDGs, it's a great icebreaker, it's a great opportunity to look at collaboration on a different scale, on a different type of project? What do you think about that?
Well, you mentioned about my vehicle, not particularly my vehicle, but I heard it as my vehicle, simply because I love my SUV. And for past 1 year, I have not driven it because there is nowhere to go. But I simply love it's a 300 horsepower vehicle. It can climb mountains and all that. Now, if you're saying that within a couple of years from now, 9 years is like a blink of an eye. We will not be able to run this gas guzzler 300 horsepower vehicle. It's a bummer for me. I think the government must take care of people like us who likes noisy vehicle and like to climb mountains and go off-roading. I think there has to be a SDG of my own. I think I like to propose, which is a conversion kit for my car. And that is my ulterior motive. But I think you're making a very important point that SDG, I think, must start at the collaboration, at least, if not really finding customers on the digital space.
Yeah, and as I say, it's a great opportunity to be able to talk to your competitors about SDGs and what you're jointly doing to achieve one or all of them. There's, in the business arena, there's SDG sort of 8 through 11, and we're talking about the workplace, equal opportunities for people, the theory of growth, of developing, and then there's SDG 17, which is collaboration, to be able to work collaboratively, which are all great things. But I'm going to throw, as I usually do, a bit of a bomb out there today, is that all of these SDGs assume that we have a growth mindset. And I'd like to propose, actually, you can't make that assumption. You have to actually have the missing SDG, which I've always called, and I've said to the UN many occasions, it's SDG 0. It's the one that underpins them all. It's having that growth mindset, the entrepreneurial mindset, the collaborative mindset, the what do you do? How do you do it? Can we do things together? It's that exploratory, like can-do attitude that I talk about all the time. And I know, CK, you're a great proponent of it. So what do you think about the concept of SDG 0, CK?
I think, Neville, it's very, very important for us to have a growth mindset, especially people who are even the solopreneurs, because that's where the journey starts. And also, while networking with people, we should have can-do or a growth mindset, because if we don't have that positive attitude, then we are not going to go anywhere. I think that is the first point. But I think I would like to understand more from you, what is SDG 0? And when you classify this as SDG 0, that means people are just beginning to get into growth mindset. What are the activities people will have to do to progress from that point? I think that will be more interesting to know from you, Neville.
Yeah, sure. And as you say, you hit the nail on the head. You have to have a growth mindset. So in your mind, you already know what that means and how you're going to achieve it. And the point is, the majority of people out there will already know what that means. And I'm going to give a really simple example of what a growth mindset is. And I want to take you back to when you were a baby, CK. Can you remember that far back? You were on all fours, maybe crawling around, or maybe not crawling around, actually. You were sat in the middle of the room with your diaper, being fed, playing with things that you now know as they're called toys, and using your imagination, despite the fact that you hadn't gone to school, you didn't know anything, you had no experience. And yet you had a growth mindset. So what do you think you were doing with that growth mindset?
Well, talking about me, I think I was very clear at that time. Although I don't remember, I have just vague memories. But I wanted to grow and become adult, and do what the adults are doing.
Well, exactly. So you wanted to do what others were doing. You wanted to grow. You didn't even have the concept of grow. You didn't know what a growth mindset was, but you had one. And here's why. You learned how to walk. Now, you probably copied what the adults were doing. But when you were that small, you had to consciously engage into learning how to walk. I mean, today, I'm sure you don't actually say to yourself, oh, I'm going to walk now, and say, I need to put my left leg on the floor, my right leg on the floor, and push up and get my bottom off the chair. You don't actually say that to yourself. But when you were a baby, you were going through those motions. You were saying, now, what have I got to do? And it was a very mechanical type of approach, and it was quite clunky. But the point is, right, clunky or otherwise, you had a growth mindset. I'm going to do it. Nothing's going to stop me. What can I use to help me? And notice what we're saying here, lots of questions. So even though you could hardly speak, no one could understand you, you hadn't gone to school, you couldn't read a book, you were going through that acceleration of, what am I going to do? How do I need to do this? You were asking yourself questions. That's a growth mindset. And it's the other thing is having a purpose and not in anything getting in the way of that purpose. Now, as we get older, unfortunately, we lose it because we stop asking ourselves questions. And the questions that if we start to ask ourselves, tend to end up with a negative response. For instance, when we go to school, ultimately, when you get to sort of 16 or even earlier, 13, 14 years old, it's all about passing exams. And it's all about learning, the knowledge we're learning, and how to pass the exams. And we end up saying to ourselves, well, I'm not good enough. I don't think I'm going to do very well here. And how do we know that? Well, not all students get A star. Because if all students were saying, I'm not going to let this go, if they had that mentality when they were a child of, I'm going to walk, no one's going to stop me, get out of my way, then all students would have an A star because they'd find a way to do it. But we do know that not all students are A star. Now, there is something about, we learn at different rates, which is absolutely fine. But the point is, even if today all 60-year-olds took an exam where you actually could have got an A star at 16, the likelihood is you still won't get an A star because the motivation isn't there. The growth mindset isn't there. Why am I doing this? What's the point? Starts to come into our vocabulary. So just going through that simple explanation, just talking about when you were a baby, CK, and if you can think back that far, you're better than I am, by the way. You've got a very good memory. But we can see that in your own children, You've got 2 children, you've seen them grow up, you've seen them have that ability, that capability. So when you look at them, do you feel that they've got a can-do growth mindset?
Well, they have definitely more than I have got because lately what has been going on is that just to engage them, I have been giving them very difficult questions, and I do that in the morning. Otherwise, they will just waste their time watching cartoons. So what I do is I tell them, can you give me distance to Mars? Can you give me distance to Venus? And they will have to exert, go online and search and all that. And what I've seen is that they want to do it right then. I said, no, I'll tell the question in the morning. They have to do it in the evening during our walking session. but they want to do it within next 20 minutes or 30 minutes or so. So I'm assuming they have a better growth mindset than what I have got.
Well, what you're doing is you're sparking an interest. You know, maybe they've got an interest in astronomy or astrology or astrophysics. I mean, we don't know, especially at such a young age. But the point is, we can spark their motivation. We can spark their interest by asking them questions. And again, it doesn't matter if the answer's not quite right or perfect. The point is, it's sparked an interest. And that's the key element about having that growth mindset. It's that underpinning determination to do it, having a real purpose, a real sense of purpose. And the other thing is to be able to collaborate with other people effectively and when you need to. And then be internally, mentally competent and confident. You know, it's that emotional intelligence arena of saying, well, I may not know the answer, but you know what? I'm going to go find out. And maybe there isn't an answer. Being prepared to say there may not be an answer. You know, not that you may find something and it's not quite right, so therefore you fail. You know, equally, not having the fear of getting it wrong or missing out on their cartoons. So this is all about having that, it's that mental ability. And we do make that assumption in all of the SDGs. And I'm, you know, sorry to have to say it, but we do. We make the assumption that everyone has a can-do attitude. And unfortunately, people don't. And the results around the world show that people don't. And they think they do. That's the key. They've got an inner belief that they have a can-do attitude. But then when you ask them to collaborate with other people, it's obvious they don't have a can-do attitude. They're not prepared to share. They're worried they're going to say the wrong thing. I mean, I'm 62. I don't care if I get it wrong, you know? And if someone picks me up on something, then that's absolutely fine. I'm really not bothered, to be honest with you. If it's core to what we're doing, I like to think I'm getting it right. And even if it's core to what we're doing and I'm really talking a load of rubbish to other people, then I expect other people to say, Neville, that's a load of rubbish. Or in whatever terms they would like to say. But I'm quite happy. I'll take feedback wherever it comes from. And this is another one. Feedback. How do you give feedback? Oh, I don't want to hurt someone's feelings. Well, you know, I think they should learn by experience. Rubbish. Don't let them learn by experience. You know, give them a leg up the ladder. You know, how would you like to receive feedback? Feedback, CK. How would you like to get feedback? Do you care how you get feedback?
Yes, I definitely value the feedback and I take it very seriously. And whenever, the feedback in today's environment is given only when there is something seriously wrong, because usually people stay away from giving feedback. So if I get a feedback, I assume or I already know that there is something seriously wrong. I need to work on it. So first of all, the number of feedback that we get nowadays, and I'm not exception. I'm sure feedback is very rare nowadays, but whenever I get it, I take it very seriously.
Well, the interesting thing is, you know, everyone over the age of 16 or 17 is really good at giving feedback. Do you believe me?
Not entirely, but
you're having to think here, aren't you? Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a classic arena where, and I say over 16 because the legal age of driving is typically over 16. Over here, you have to be 17 to pass your test, I think. But it's about 16. So, you know, people on motorbikes in India and in tuk-tuks and in even the taxi drivers, and even you in your SUV, okay? You give wonderful feedback. Everyone gives wonderful feedback. And you know where I'm going here, because now the penny's dropped, don't you? Someone cuts you up. What do? What does everyone do? automatically, beep, hit the horn. Hit the horn. Okay? We all hit the horn. Guilty. Everyone put their hand up, say guilty, because everyone does it. I mean, particularly, in your country, I know, having been there several times, you don't even have to cut someone up. You just have to be in a traffic jam and someone says, oh, what's going on here? Hit the horn, hit the horn, hit the horn, get out the way. And that's what ambulances and police do, don't they? They put the siren on. Get out of the way. I mean, it's an emergency. Get out of the way. We all listen to feedback. Right? So we can all get good at feedback. I bet you've hit the horn, even though you haven't been out very often in your vehicle. I bet you've hit the horn, haven't you, CK?
Well, people horn for no reason.
You're avoiding the question, CK. I just wanted a simple yes or no. The answer is...
So let me tell you, Neville.
Answer is
yes.
The answer is CK. The answer, of course, the answer is yes. So we're all giving feedback. But anyway, go on. Sorry I interrupted you, but it was important.
The answer is definitely yes. And when I say people honk for no reason, I have actually evolved a system where looking at their road rage or driving style, you can actually get the psychoanalysis done about the driver. He must be very disturbed or he must be very calm, those kind of things. And that is one of the feedback that we get, especially on Indian roads. If you're very agitated, you will be actually showing a lot of road rage. Otherwise, you'll be driving calmly and not doing anything, not honking also.
Well, as I say, the classic thing is, can we give feedback? The answer is yes. Do we know how to give feedback in the car? The answer is yes. Hit the horn. It's common. It's a common thing. But joking aside, one of the key growth arenas is being able to give feedback and receive feedback. We all know when we do things wrong. We don't have to be told we're doing it wrong. But we do need some friends to help us discuss why we think how we can do it better. And then this is, again, it's having that growth mindset. A fixed mindset would say, I'm not listening. Say what you like. Yeah, I know what the answer is. Oh, no, don't have to tell me. Well, you keep doing it wrong. So actually, yeah, I do need to tell you. No? And the point is, if you keep doing it wrong, you're not listening. And it could be the simplest things. So, as I say, the message today is SDGs are important. From a small business perspective, I think it's a great opening line, a great introduction to your colleagues, your competitors, to actually focus on something that is common to you both, but you're not in competition over. And that's why I think SDGs are an absolute fantastic invention by the UN. But the key thing is now is we all need to own them. And we all need to have that underlying SDG that no one talks about. It's not even there. SDG 0, that growth mindset. You might want to call it an entrepreneurial mindset. It probably is, to be honest with you. But I'd like to make it more simple. Like Carol Dweck said, it's a growth mindset. Like Martin Seligman said, it's not a learned helplessness mindset, a can't do mindset. It's a can do mindset, even simpler language. And have you all got it? Have we all got it? Of course, we learn how to walk. No matter how old you are, you can all remember the fact that you must have learned how to walk because you're doing it today. Unless you've got a physical disability, you learn how to walk. And you also learn how to watch and see and think and listen. But do we really listen? So that's the message for today, CK. Hope it's an important one. Hope people understand it. Remember, you can give feedback too. And we'll leave it on that smiley face note.
Well, I think we had a very interesting discussion, Neville, and the discussion today has given me a lot of ideas. What I'm going to do now is think about what are the rules of engagement for collaboration, and put that as part of the partnership program. Because what is happening right now, if somebody says, hey, let's collaborate, but we don't have the rules, until unless I have given a thought, and at least from my side, I will write them down and say, here are my rules of engagement. If you're game, let's collaborate. Because I think collaboration is an abused word. Everybody says collaborate, but they don't know how. So I think I'll start that. Thank you for inculcating this bright spark in me. And I got this input from you after discussing with you.
Fantastic. I hope everyone else has a good day. Remember, unfortunately, collaboration is 5 syllables, and that's probably why it doesn't work. There's too many. But rules of engagement, rules. Yeah, let's work with rules. It's only 1 syllable. So, leaving it on a happy note today, ladies and gentlemen, get out there, understand what the SDGs are, see how actually you're contributing to the global environment, to the global economy, and talk about it. Because people need to be talking about these, because these are global goals. These aren't just local or national goals.
Absolutely, Neville. Thank you so much for finding time and discussing SDG 0. We will have future sessions on SDG, the higher levels of SDG. I think there are so many. But for today, I'd like to say goodbye, only to catch you tomorrow.
Cheerio, everybody.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia, which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. It's Friday, it's day 10 of lockdown, and you've got some great news, I hear, from what happened yesterday.
Yes, today is day 10, and we got up early, and there was an early morning transmission on all channels across India. The Prime Minister of India was addressing the nation, and so he mentioned few things. He mentioned few ideas. He also hinted that this is going to be a long battle. But most important thing that he mentioned today was he, as Prime Minister of India, is grateful to the citizens for following the lockdown, because that is one thing which will defeat the coronavirus.
You're absolutely right. And that word grateful, which interesting enough, yesterday we had the word feedback, which was an F. Today we've got grateful, which is a G. So we're following the alphabet, perhaps. Maybe we're taking a weekend off, remember, because tomorrow's Saturday. So we'll be back on Monday. But being grateful is really important, because we need to say thank you. We need to say thank you to our families, to our other halves, to our partners, to our friends, to our relations, to our kids, because working from home has not been easy. It's been a challenge for a lot of people. And equally, remember to be thankful to your team, because they're under lockdown too. They've never experienced this either. So be grateful to them. And there's another G there. Be gracious too. Be that boss that is thankful and mean it. Because everyone's struggling with what's going on. As you just said, your Prime Minister said, we're in this for a bit longer. This is a long haul. We're actually only delaying, we're buying time here. We're not stopping the virus. We're just buying a bit of time in many respects so that we can get better prepared for what comes next. And that's really important. And we need to be thankful for that too. So you've got your Corona warriors, and I believe, is it Sunday evening at 9 o'clock? Put a candle in the mirror in the front window.
That's right. So Prime Minister urged the citizens to have another event to thank the Corona warriors by lighting, a candle or some sort of a light. Even if you don't have a light, use your mobile torch. Make light for 5 minutes while switch off all your lights in the home. So this is sort of a tribute that he has asked us to do for 5 minutes, 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Well, I think that's great. And, maybe that could be adopted around the world, although we're on different time zones. But we certainly light a candle. We had our clap for carers, we call it over here. Clap for our carers. And that's the hashtag. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, everyone went out onto their balconies and to their front lawns and just clapped for 5 minutes.
Right.
My wife regularly puts a candle in the window at the same time. So that's our little tribute, if you like. We can all do little things. But the main thing is, the message today is the weekend's coming. It's halfway through your day already. Pick up the phone and say thank you to your team. And in the evening, say thank you to the family. We don't say thank you often enough. And the very mention of the word thank you brings a smile on your face too. Because it's a feel good. It really is a feel good factor. And then the more you say it, actually, the easier it becomes. Simple, isn't it?
Yes, it's a great idea. I think, thank you, Neville, for, telling us this idea. I think it is important. I'm going to do this as soon as this call is over. I'm going to organize a video call with all my team, whichever part of the country or whichever part of the globe they are, and I will say thank you to them.
Yeah, and I bet they say thank you back. Because we're humans, you hope so. Well, you soon find out, and it's okay. This is not weak leadership. People think, showing your vulnerabilities, showing your real self is a weakness. It's not weakness at all. It helps your organization get stronger. And people can say, I see what you're struggling with there. I can help you. Then you say, well, thank you. It's not difficult. You just have to start.
It's a great idea, Neville. It's very nice. I think, thank you. I would like to say first, thank you to you for spending time with me and also giving such great ideas. So first, thank you from me to you on a Friday.
And the thank yous returned. And everyone out there, thank you for what you're about to do, because that's the really important thing. So enjoy the weekend. Day 10 today. We'll be back on day 13, which is unlucky for some, but let's make it lucky for you. Have a nice weekend, CK. See you Monday. And good luck, everybody.
Have a nice weekend and be safe, Neville.
And you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today we'll be discussing about city Manchester. Manchester is also known as City of First. We'll be discussing and we'll be knowing about this aspect of the city with our guest today. But before that, I would like to remind you that there is a free gift available for you. So please stick around to this outstanding show till end to claim your free gift. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan, and today we are discussing about one of the greatest city, and it is about Manchester. Now, this is a city of first atom splitter, first kind of association of textile industry in kind of epicenter of industrial revolution. But to discuss more about this, we have our distinguished guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. This is wonderful to talk about the memories. It's wonderful, Kanchan, to talk about the memories where I have traveled. And good that you are reminding me back about those days. Virtually, I can definitely travel if physically not. How have you been?
I am fine and just coping up the COVID period and taking all precautions. But when I really see the pictures of Manchester, I'm really kind of see that, yeah, this is a city which is a city of first. The first time the public library was opened for the public. It is one of the modern city. We can also see the ruins of Roman Empire in Manchester. So I would like to know more about this wonderful city.
Well, Kanchan, this was my good luck. This was my good luck, Kanchan, to see in England first time something beyond London. Most of us, we think England is all about London, but that's not the great situation. It's actually the wonderful thing is to see the English landscape when you travel to the hinterland of the Britain. Then you see the real England, the real landscape, the real small towns and suburban areas. So I had a chance to be, as I told you, in Warrington, which is just 15 miles from Manchester. So Warrington is very strategically placed exactly between Liverpool and Manchester. So that's where I was, and I used to visit Manchester almost every alternate weekend, and that was my gateway to understand the city, which was synonymous of one of the largest industrialized city by 1717. Just imagine, Kanchan, this was just 10 years after Aurangzeb passed away in the Indian subcontinent. 1707, Manchester was already one of the big cities on the trade towards the Atlantic trade. And no wonder all over the world, the examinations, the educational examinations have always asked this general knowledge question: what is Manchester of Asia? What is Manchester of India? What is Manchester of Japan? So see, just imagine that was the historical importance of this city, Manchester, by 1707, and by 1850 it was almost one of the biggest trading routes, trading centers of the world. And of course the textile world as we know it today, all the modern textile innovations that happened, it happened in the city of Manchester. Now, Manchester grew up very, very fast after 1717. And it was just if I see in 1717, Kanchan, there were only 10,000 people. But by 1830, there were almost 300,000 inhabitants. And this city is important to understand the industrialization of the modern world after the 16th century, 17th century. This is the one of the great places to roam around in this city, is to actually see the modern industrial world and how it grew till today. So that importance of Manchester is actually very dear to me.
Well, when I think of Manchester, I think of Charles Dickinson, and I also think of Town Hall. So I would love to really take a virtual tour of this place at Manchester, which is called Town Hall.
Well, Kanchan, Manchester is full of such places which are bustling with everyday items, everyday kind of a shops. Suddenly, you feel that you are in a posh area of Delhi, or a posh area of Calcutta, and town hall. The word town hall was actually came up from the British side into the world, and that is where the this city is important about the certain places where you can see lots of cultures mingling since morning till late night, and town hall is definitely one of the places. I am more fond of the Arndale shopping center, which is about the food, and if you go to Manchester and if you don't visit Arndale shopping center and you try the flavors, the Asian flavors, the Mediterranean flavors, the Mexican flavors, the authentic British flavors, that is something which I have always loved doing whenever I have been in Manchester. From my weekly or monthly grocery shopping to the sumptuous Bombay aloo, to the sumptuous paneer parathas, and lot of Mediterranean food. I actually developed the Mediterranean food taste in Manchester. There are a lot of heritage buildings in Kanchan there, and as we understand, because of the hub of industrialization, the modern industrialization, there are a lot many landmarks in Manchester which one can basically visit and spend all day in Manchester's different industry museums, science museums, architectural wonders, and just get a feel of what it used to be.
Well, it's a good news for all vegetarian people, because most of the population and the cuisine is based on vegetarian item. So now I would like to know somebody who's traveling to Manchester. So what kind of cuisine Manchester offer?
Well, as I said, Kanchan, if you are in actually the setup of uh, Manchester is more about the Muslim population you can find, and most of them are from Pakistan, and therefore there is a lot of Pakistani cuisine influence even on the Indian food, and several of the restaurants you can see the labels are written in India, in English, in Hindi, as well as in Urdu, so that they can have all kinds of customers there. And therefore whether it is the sweets, they will have a flavor of a Muslim flavor to the sweets, as you might definitely understand this because you you live in Hyderabad. So it is very interesting, the kind of fusion foods. And as you spoke about the vegetarian stuff, you definitely get a vegetarian stuff, not only as per the Indian vegetarian, but you also get Thai in vegetarian, you get Japanese vegetarian food, Korean vegetarian food, and it is a foodie's delight. Manchester is a foodie's delight for the single reason that it used to see the raw material coming all over from the English colonies, and therefore the food also traveled, and not just the raw material.
Okay, so now suppose if we are planning to visit Manchester, what is the exact time period one should spend and enjoy the city and see the places, town hall, library, and of course I know there's a steam engine monument also there. So how we can plan a visit to Manchester?
So Manchester is something that planning in Manchester is like going back into the medieval history, especially the 16th and which is my interest area. And one can directly go to Manchester. Manchester Airport is quite well connected via Europe and also sometimes directly via India also. And the tickets are as cheap as 19,000 rupees one way ticket. So our to and fro ticket can come in 35,000 rupees, which I think would be close to around $600. Okay. And so going to Manchester is something that it is an English weather. Up to night 9 p.m. in the night, one feels it is still the evening, or just a 4 p.m. You don't feel to go to bed, and therefore you can roam around in the city. I have some interesting experiences in Manchester, and I always feel that, as I told you last time, I have also seen Manchester by foot. A lot of areas where I drop and I just said, now I have my backpack, my food, my drink, and my soda and my mineral water, and now I will run and see it by the foot. And that's where I have. But visiting Manchester, you cannot do it in a day. You cannot do it in a day. It needs at least, I would say, at least given the, it is not just one city. Manchester is actually what they call is conurbation, which is multiple small cities come together and put together. And so Manchester would at least take you by 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days kind of a time. Because near to it, there are very nice things to see, like Bolton, Liverpool, Warrington, Birchwood, Rochdale. These are, I mean, there are very nice, and it is having a direct connectivity with London and other major cities in Britain also. So it is always good to drive, always.
I have seen the pictures of Manchester, and I find the architecture is very, very fine. It is mixture of English and Gothic structures, especially when we see the library or some buildings in town hall. So I would like to know, is this place is a paradise for professionals?
Manchester always has been a great place to work. And the great part about working in Manchester is it is not just one industry. So all over the world, it is known by the textile industry. So you can expect best of the best textile technologies, museums, uh, 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 threads, fabrics, all, and the experts who know the fabrics all over the world. You can get there. But today's Manchester is not just a textile hub. It is one of the biggest cities of Britain, and it has great IT industry as well. It has great manufacturing industries converted into modern industries, not just textile, but in others also. And it is well connected by rail, well connected by air, well connected by the road, and also because of the Liverpool is so close, it is also well connected by the sea route, and therefore it is one of the perfect places where industrialization is still persists and exists along with the world cultures which are mixed in Manchester. But I must tell you one thing, one special incident that I have kept it for the viewers in this video today is that and I remember one of the weekend that I was seeing Manchester by foot, and I was enjoying the fish and chips in my hand and a bottle of a soda in my hand, and I was just walking and seeing with my small tiny camera, and suddenly, Kanchan, I hear the horse taps, the horse running on the road, and then I see that there are some police kind of people with the red dresses on the horses, and they are just running across the roads. I could hear some gunshots, and then I saw that people are just trying to run and escape and take shadow, take shelter into some places. And then I realized I also have to run, and I started running, and I tried to get into some of the shops there, and they were putting down the shutters, and finally I could manage to get into the parking of a shopping mall there. And I got inside and I asked, what is this horse tapping and people running? And I also could hear gunshots. And I was told, are you a foreigner? I said, yes, I am a foreigner, and I am really worried, and I'm alone. My friends are not here. They said, today there is a match, football match between Manchester United and some other team, and a great wonder boy, Wayne Rooney, who also became a football captain for UK. Wayne Rooney is playing. And that day I realized, Kanchan, that football is a religion. For people there, football is a religion. The fans, they will have a cult following. The teams, Manchester United, they have a cult following, and there invariably sometimes violence also happens. I spent the next 5 hours in that shopping mall from floor to floor, Kanchan, to understand what it is. And only in the late night when the football match was over did I get out of the shopping mall and took the last train to come back to Warrington. So that is my take on this city, and thank you for reminding me, and I would like to be there once again.
Well, you mentioned about professional and computer professionals. So I also want to update my viewers that the modern computer was also being invented kind of at Manchester. And also the first boys band of the world is also being formed at Manchester. So now I would like to ask you, how would you summarize Manchester in one or two words?
Well, Kanchan, Manchester can be summarized about the world textile trade. In our country, sometimes we call Ahmedabad as the Manchester of India. I have also seen in some places they also call Kanpur as the Manchester of India. In China, Shanghai is known as Manchester of Asia. In Japan, Osaka is known as Manchester of uh, Asian country, Southeast Asian country. So Manchester will always be known for the modern industrialization hub, and it carries a lot of history. So for any student of modern industrial revolution from 16th century, any PhD student, Manchester is the place to start with. Yes, you can go to other places also. You can go to Hong Kong, you can New York, but it is Manchester from where the threads started from the fabric, and those threads spread all across the world.
Well, if somebody is planning to visit Manchester, what are the best places to stay for the family and for bachelors or travelers?
So, Kanchan, Manchester, as we have known by now, is full of great accommodations. But for the backpack kind of a tourists, there are hostels, there are paying guests. In fact, they are called B&B, bed and breakfast, and they can be rented on a weekly basis, on a daily basis, and that is one of the actually best way to see Manchester area, because it is so big. You cannot stay in just one part of the city and then try to roam around. So it is better that if there is a time of 3 days time, as I said, 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days. So stay in two different bed and breakfast, one in one part of the city, another in another part of the city, and enjoy the both sides. And the bed and breakfast are available to as less as kind of 50 pounds a day onwards, and for a reasonable, with including the food and the good accommodation with the laundry. Laundry is very expensive. It's around 70-75 dollars a day, and I think a lot of budget hotels are also there. My favorite has been the Hilton, but there are definitely, but my recommendation is to go for a homestay. Homestays available with the British families, and there you get the real culture of.
Well, after listening to your description about Manchester, I feel this is a wonderful city. And to me, I will summarize a city of knowledge, a city which is all day, night happening. And it is, I can say, it's quite an old city with a modern outlook. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, and listen about Manchester. And I think viewers will benefit about your inputs about the Manchester. So it was very, very lovely to talk to you today. We'll meet again with our next destination of the city. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you. Have a great day.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and Chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello, everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working. But that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really, really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected with, from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates.
So where the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges, they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because like for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah, so where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital, they have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear, they can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into arena of like a mechanic or like a chef,
or cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there, in health services, which is there. The opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So, but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services-based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. Give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. Chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's, all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very, not just, tasty and, appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now, there could be a sector where, people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So, when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to, for instance, create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's, looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is, going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will, come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is, if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become chef. You have to come out of that hotel management, and then eventually somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity. Really,
Absolutely.
in real sense, what really happens is, you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration, you have to do billing, you have to welcome the guests, you have to clean the bathroom, you have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses, and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is, there are no internship plan, because the hotels are not getting any guests. What will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years?
after 2020, what are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are training to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore, here we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CK is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking. There are some floral arrangement things which we can teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. For instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money, There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical, but until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that handholding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up, when COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation, they need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right, either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital, skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor. Um,
Yes, absolutely.
Text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand-holding of these young students. And I also agree with Farida's point when it's a buffer time. So you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime, you groom yourself. Because I also feel there's a shift in the operation system also. Like Farida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time being. Train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's so many opportunities available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, it's there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Who knows, you might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you to orient you in the right direction so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Jeremy Plain Live. And without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Jeremy, who joins us from UK. Very good morning.
Thank you very much.
Right, it's our pleasure, Jeremy. And we have just finished our Diwali celebrations in India and the neighboring countries, and probably in UK and a lot of other countries where Indians are in large population. It's a festival of light. So while we celebrate the festival of light, I think it is very important to also discuss about the next year, how the job scenario would be, because I think it's all shattered in 2020. People were doing different kind of jobs, trying to find new jobs. So I think your inputs and your valuable insights into this arena would be very valuable for us.
That's great. Happy to do so. Let's and discuss this further.
Right. So in the HR arena, the jobs people used to do, for example, there are certain jobs like sales and marketing. And because of the pandemic, people did not had opportunity to travel, meet the client, and the digital world has taken over that part. But then there are other industries which are very badly, severely affected, which are hospitality, for example, travel, tourism, and there are a few more which requires logistics operations. So net there has been a major joblessness across the world in all countries, while there are emergence of new types of jobs. So I would like to know from you is, what are the opportunities going forward now and going forward for next decade? If you can throw, based on your research, if you could throw some light on that.
Yes, yeah. So I did. You just referred to it. So I did a piece of research around the shifts and transformations of human capital, and I've been working on so-called HR 4.0 for some time now, which is the digitalization of HR and how we manage our organizations and workforces. But of course, coming into 2020, many organizations were faced with all of these transformations anyway, and the pandemic has served to accelerate those, and that's it being experienced in no greater area than the human heart of our businesses. So the three major shifts, maybe before going into actually where the future is, the three major shifts that are being accelerated, of course, is the digitalization of HR. So how do we manage more remote workforces? How do we enable them? How do we support them, collaborate, communicate, all of those kind of things? But two other major shifts are happening. The first is within the workforce. And in the research that I did, which is called Blended Workforce Revolution, and the blended workforce is defined as the mix of permanent employees, independent workers, digital workers, traditional workers, remote and centrally based workers, all of this mix coming together. We predicted at that point that by 2025, that 50% of the global workforce would be made up of independent workers. What's very interesting since then, we have gone back to the research, and in probably the end of July, early August, we realized, coming back with new data, that this is accelerated to the end of 2022. So it's a big challenge at human capital level. And the third one, of course, is being impacted by that and the pandemic at the moment, which is the shift in terms of workplace and ways of working. So will we, as I think we said last week, go back to what we used to do, or will we start to look ahead at possibilities around, actually, we may not need the bricks and mortar places, the big offices. Companies like PwC, McKinsey are already saying, and some of the big banks actually are already saying, that we're going to take out 30 to 40% of our major offices because we found new ways of working. So all of these sort of shifts are revolving around and accelerating, almost slingshotting out of the other side possibility. So yes, we have had a lot of challenge. We have had joblessness. We have had worries, not just at work, but at home. And out of that worry and out of tough times comes the need to act very quickly and to do things more creatively and to find new ways forward. And this is what we're starting to see emerging now. Almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, lots of different possibilities. And some of these trends I've been talking about are accelerating. So from a job perspective, organizations that may have been really struggling have found new ways to work, and that is protecting the employee base within them. They just may find a different mix of employees. Also, though some of those people that have lost their jobs or that had been in the past thinking, well, you know what, I think I should do something on my own, but I really don't have the courage to do it. They've been accelerated to do that right now. So we're seeing a growth in that too, which I'll come to a little bit later as well. So we're seeing lots of these things starting to rise, and that will steady over 2021, and we will see that a little bit further. But that will be, for me, the foundation, what I've talked about there, the foundation for the decade ahead, CK.
So, as per your research, the new jobs in the digital arena, or rather the jobs which existed in 2019, about 20% of them have moved to digital arena. So, what it takes to get these jobs, how to fill these positions, do you have any insight on that?
Well, it's a very good question, actually. If we look at, we're in the fourth industrial revolution right now, so-called digital age. That's, biological, physical, digital, all coming together, as we've talked about before. We've seen this transformation before, and some of the things we hear through these transformations and these big changes into the next industrial revolution is that lots of jobs will be lost. People will not be in the rise of automation will take all of our jobs. Robots and AIs coming in. What are we going to do? What we forget is exactly what you just said there, is that job creation is a major output from the shift to a new industrial revolution. But when we go through change, often we're too quick to see the negative and what could happen rather than look at the possibilities. And that's what we're looking at now. The big challenge though that I think coming is at human capital level. So we have potentially these new jobs, but what we also have is a talent gap. We also have a will gap. So it's the skill and the will. Some people actually may not be interested in those kind of jobs, but at the same time, those people that are, there is a skills gap that needs to be filled. So how do organizations do that? Well, the way that many are looking at the moment, which explains the rise of the independent workforce, is going to more contingent workers. And they're saying, you know what, actually, we do have these new jobs, let's say, we do have these new needs within the organization. We have needs in even our existing jobs. For example, you mentioned it right at the beginning. We need to change how we sell. We can't just, we may not be able to go and see our customers for 6 months. So we need to master the virtual sell. That is a completely new skill set for many, even traditional salespeople. They still have they can still use the skills that they know, like great questions, handling objections and presenting, but actually managing it in this format takes some nuance. And they need to kind of, if you like, create an edge around the skills that they know and create new skills. So it's not just about the new jobs, it's also about the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that we need to display for the workforce of tomorrow, today. So that's why many organizations are saying, well, we don't have to be too worried about how we fill, in inverted commas, some of these things, because we can actually think differently. And I think this is where organizational design, OD, and HR and human capital management come together and say, we have an opportunity here to relook at how our organizations are structured, how they're managed, and how we manage them. It is not true now to say that we need 100% permanent workforce within our four walls that we work in, or moving forward. We can embrace the rise of the independent workforce. We can embrace a new blended workforce. And therefore, when we're looking to fill some of these skills gaps or some of these potentially short-term roles that we need to get geared up, we can look more at creating great relationships with independent workers. But for me, at the moment, that is through things like managed services. It's based on projects. What my argument is that now needs to be formalized, and we need to think about how we embrace independent workers who can really contribute to our business, so that we value them, recognize them, reward them in the right way, and make them feel like they're part of the team as much as being independent workers. So quite a lot really coming in here, but equally, to answer your question, there's so many more solutions now, I feel.
Jeremy, I think you make a very interesting proposition about building relationships with the independent workers. But there is a skill gap. In fact, in past few lines, you also mentioned there is a huge skill gap that exists today, because even the experienced workers may find it challenging to shift to digital platform seamlessly, because they may have negotiation skills, but they need eye contact, they need facial reading, and the digital platform does not allow that seamlessly. So there is a huge skill gap that exists. I think the understanding of this skill gap is also fairly widely accepted. The problem is, how do we fill the skill gap? For example, IBM Watson has tied up with a government department in India, and India being a very populous country with young population, there is a department for skill development. It offers a free skill development to people who do not have a lot of funds. And 30% of the population in India fit that description. So IBM Watson has tied up with Skill Development Corporation to provide digital skills to whoever wants to get trained on the digital skills. And this is absolutely free. Absolutely free. So having said that, there are other initiatives across the world as well. Like Microsoft announced spend of $23 million in learning and development, specifically around digital arena. While all these developments are happening, I'm sure a lot of other corporations are investing in this space. There is still going to be skill gap, because by the time this workforce is ready over next 1 year or 2 years, till then, what are your advices to people to, make use of the opportunity which exists today?
Actually, there's quite a lot within that, what you're talking about here. There's quite a lot going on which impact the whole. And the way that if we go back to 2008 and we hit the global financial crisis, that was a 10-year crisis, and then there was uncertainty. We came into this new decade with a little bit more hope. We were taking a deep breath. We could get back onto track again. But then the pandemic hits, of course. But within that period, many organizations, when they're looking at transformation, when they're looking at upskilling and so on, it takes budget. The more enlightened organizations, as you're talking about, are more attuned to putting budget aside to that, but there were many organizations that didn't. Budget moves away from things like learning and development, some nice to have HR initiatives, even some nice to have marketing initiatives at time. So what happens is that the skills development that happens either is very standardized, which may not be appropriate, but it doesn't really evolve very much. So as people are coming back into spending, after the global financial crisis, for some organizations, they're 10 years out of date. But the pace of change within this digital era is so quick. And as you pointed out before, we've got all of these gaps within our organizations, not just in terms of roles, but also how we do things differently for the new era. And that came home to roost for many organizations when March hit this year, and we realized that this was not going to go away. So marketing needed to very quickly digitalize. What does it mean now getting our message out there differently? Sales, as I talked about, finance, HR, you name it, the whole thing needed to upskill themselves before they could upskill the organization. Then add that to the previous point that you said, is that, but we need people in these really key roles. How are we going to get them? And some organizations realize that actually, because the supply is so low, but the demand is so high, they're going to cost a lot of money. And we can't afford to do that. So how do we do things differently? We need to find somebody who's skilled in it, but we need to probably look at different ways of bringing it into the business. And that then explains partly how the independent workforce is growing so quickly. But the very interesting point about that, CK, is that in the last 2 years, the population, so this is according to the research, the Blended Workforce Revolution, which I launched earlier this year, which you'll be able to find on my website. I think you're going to put the link on for people to download it for free, the paper, if you're interested, is that we found that the generation making the biggest shift to independent working was Generation X. That's my generation and your generation. Yes, so we're both X's, and we both made it to the top of the organizations that we worked with before. I was one of the senior leadership team within the global business that I was in before. But like many Gen Xers, I looked into my organization. I said, you know what? I don't want to take over this business. We have not transformed quick enough. I've got a big problem if I take over this business. I'm not up for it. I can do this better from the outside. So what's even more fascinating than that is that I'm now able to have retained jobs, 2 or 3 retained jobs with different companies doing more or less the same role, helping them at a very senior level in a very niche way, potentially, whether it be around skills, around digital, around the new roles that are there, helping them refine their organizational structure. But in a moment of time that A, they can afford, and B, that we can get the best value out of. So Gen X's are making that move. So it actually compounds the issue that you're talking about in some ways, as well as providing a solution. On one level, I can actually do things differently now as an organization. I don't have to have a permanent person. I can pick an independent person. However, if I'm losing my leaders in waiting in the organization, I've got a big skills gap there. This is where a lot of the 20th century businesses who haven't got into 21st century thinking yet, as we talked about last week, are really struggling, because they're thinking in the way that they used to think about, not in the way that they need to think about now, and thinking about changing the complete structure of the organization, unleashing capabilities around the organization, but also embracing as part of their workforce people that can come in for the short term, for independent work, for project work at a very senior level, as much as very kind of, if you like, project digital IT work that they're traditionally used for. So quite a lot to think about.
Right. So it is a lot easier for the IT companies to transition to digital arena quite easily. But there are other walks of life which will find very challenging to shift in the new world. Things like production, things like operations. What is your advice to these kind of people?
Yeah. Well, with all of this that I've said here, and the increasing digitalization, and that could be in manufacturing, in supply chain, in logistics, all of these kind of things as well, is that we're still reliant on the human touch, whether that's internally with our employees and whether that's with our customers as well. So one of the issues that seems to be arising for the organizations that are still struggling this year is that they've lost sight of the human touch as they have desperately trying to digitalize, find new processes and ways of working, systems to support the way that they're working in the areas that you're talking about. But the danger is that they've missed the human heart of this as well. So I've just done a new piece of research. It's not released yet, so I can't go into the detail. However, the biggest emerging leadership trait for the decade ahead is human-centered leadership, closely followed by community-centered leadership. And both of these are two sides of the same coin. It's actually looking internally and externally and mobilizing our resources so that they can be part of the solution rather than isolating these problems that you talk about in some of these really kind of more technical areas to just the leadership of the organization. This is about empowering not just our permanent employees, but it's the independent workers. It's also empowering leadership at all levels, something that we have been talking about for many, many years, so that our employees can be part of the solution rather than the implementers of the next new idea that has come up from the management or the leadership that says this is where we're going to go. So I think that is a really key component in those kind of areas there, at the same time as not just implementing digitalization, but actually thinking about how they automate many of these processes and systems. So actually, automation, this is the year of automation. Many automation companies have been the answer to many prayers in the areas that you talk about for many organizations globally. And automation, as I say, has come of age. And that will be 2021, where many other organizations are playing catch up, is where they'll focus. That and the human touch.
In fact, whatever you say is, makes a lot of sense. But there are businesses which are still not started the race. I mean, the catch-up will be quite tough for them. Businesses like schools, media houses, advertising, which can migrate quite easily on the digital platform, but they have not done that. And then there are people who will find it very difficult to migrate, like production and operations. Jeremy, you are a truly global citizen and you work with large corporations, now helping them in their journey migrate on the digital arena. Do you have a model which can be utilized by SMEs or startups or even large enterprises which they can access to?
Well, yes, there are a couple actually that I have, which I feel have been models to create out of the transformational period that we're in. Not something to reinvent that's already there, but actually something that causes a rethink around this. Because you're absolutely right. I do work globally. I work with many industries, and another industry I'll throw in there, which is really suffering at the moment, is the entertainment industry. So we talked about, MICE, tourism, leisure, hospitality, but entertainment as well. So think about how we experience going to the movies. The industry growing around this. It's not just the movie theaters, it's what comes into them as the product as well, movie making, TV making, and the rapid evolution now of how movies may be released in the future to drive the kind of revenues. So those big studios that didn't have relationships with the major new streaming partners like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these kind of things, are struggling to think about the kind of partnerships that can get their product to market now. They're having to rethink their whole thing because this never came into their mind. So while movies like Tenet were really the test case for could this work in a new way of experience movies at the cinema, it made around $400 million, which was probably about $1 billion less than it should have done normally. But they're calling that a success now. Whereas something like the film released on Amazon Prime a couple of weeks ago, Borat 2, has caused, from Sacha Baron Cohen, has caused an absolute sensation. And is now being measured in a very different way in terms of audience uptake, viewerships, and so on for Amazon Prime, and what that actually means from a money perspective. So it's at macro level, industries are having to rethink how their relationship with their customers, with how they look at usership, revenue, how they're going to measure margin. Underpinning all of that, though, there needs to be a new approach with how we manage this changing face that I've talked about, the digitalization, the workforce, the workplace. So there is a model that I created at digital level, which is the ticking clock, which I think I may have mentioned in one of our previous discussions, which is around how to help organizations who are still struggling to rapidly digitalize so that they don't lose the human touch, but they actually can enable the most appropriate technologies. But for much of what we've been talking about today, still organizations are traditionally structured with a human capital management approach, which is from yesterday and is not appropriate for tomorrow. So I've come up with something called Gig HR, which is really a framework for today. It's not a framework, actually, it's a manifesto. It's a new manifesto for human capital management, which looks at this differently. It looks at the need of organizations with their permanent workforce, but the trend that 50% of our workforce will be made up of independent workers within 2 years. Our current human capital management structure does not allow us to manage that in a way. So my approach for Gig HR is to think about, so how do we underpin this new structure with thinking about the cultural aspects that need to be in place when you're managing a permanent and an independent workforce. And then what are the rules, the tools that need to be in place, the new skills, and how do we actually engage and create those thrills for our workforce, whether permanent or employees. And then if I kind of wrap that all around something else, it's then how do we protect them in an era of rapid change, digitalization, particularly learning from this year with well-being at the center. So Gig HR recognizes that many organizations will have a very mixed workforce, or a blended workforce, as I like to call it. And this is a framework to enable that to be managed, but also challenges organizations who particularly have a 20th century model right now to transform more rapidly so that they're ready for this type of workforce tomorrow.
Yes, Jeremy, in fact, this rapid changes in our business arena and how we do basically business with each other, that has forced various governments across the world to also reformulate the policies around the digital world, how to use, and you mentioned media. So there is a new policy which is going to come up to manage the OTT platform, what they can show, what they cannot show, and so on. So I think while you are very graciously sharing your Gig HR framework, which people can download and use it if they can, but I think there is a lot of handholding required to understand the whole dynamic around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to urge the viewers of this program that if they need to get in touch with Jeremy to take his advice, to really help you build your organization in a new format so that they are geared up to do business in 21 and beyond, please reach out to his website, which is mentioned in the messaging box down below, or you can reach out to us and we can connect with you, Jeremy, and you can then take it forward from there. So I think your inputs in your work, which you're doing globally, Jeremy, is very valuable, specifically in the area of HR. And I think this is going to help us, help my company, and also the viewers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up with you, Jeremy, next week with more compelling business proposition, business topic next week.
We will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Mr. Akshay Gupta in our program. He is the Prime Research and Advisory CEO and founder. He joins us from Mumbai. We will discuss about the lockdown situation and many more things from Akshay. Akshay, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much, Chandra. Thanks a lot for having me on the show.
So Akshay, we are on day 17 of the lockdown. As you already know that there are certain pockets in India which are getting into total lockdown from yesterday. But having said that, do you see in your neighborhood and your community any innovation that people might have come up with to handle the situation related to lockdown?
Yeah, in fact, Chandra, we are actually seeing a lot of new ideas, whether with technology, using technology, not using technology, but certainly new ideas where the new scenario has been sort of incorporated into. For example, people have stopped going down to shop. We have shops in our own complex where we get the essentials, the necessaries, the day-to-day necessaries. But now that's been streamlined into a very beautiful way, where we give the order on WhatsApp. We are given a certain delivery time. We pay by a digital currency, and we go and pick it up. So I think these are small innovations that are happening where the new norm or the new normal of the day called social distancing, of course, till this whole episode lasts, and my suspicion is it's going to last a long time. These new innovations probably will last longer than this epidemic or pandemic, because I think people will understand the convenience, the discipline, and the effectiveness of these measures. Typically, in the olden times of the pre-corona days, people used to kind of climb on each other in those shops to get their essentials. Today, it's such a beautiful system. You place your order on WhatsApp or on a mail. You're given a certain slot. You come there, you pick up. It's all packed, pre-packed, and you pay digital currency. There are so many formats you can pay with. You pick it up and you come back home. So you don't have to wait. You don't have to jostle. You don't have to ask for change. You don't have to climb over each other. You don't have to spend that much time. So I think these are small things that are helping us in these times of distress. But as they say that necessity is the mother of invention. So we are kind of inventing these things.
Akshay, you have had a career of 3 decades. You are a brand by yourself, known in the financial world. You and your colleagues are leading the country from the front for so many years now. I know you personally that you are associated with such large brands and leading those brands into the market. So with your experience now, do you see any downturn in the business sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, without doubt, Chandra, I mean, business sentiment will get affected. Services sector, manufacturing sector, financial sector, because there is a clear-cut reduction in productivity in the country because of this lockdown. This will have a very adverse effect on GDP. This will have a very adverse effect on economy. Whether it will be -2% or +2% is something that one needs to see over the next 6 months. How long this will last, one has to see over the next 6 months. But certainly this has put India's growth story into a sort of grinding halt. And this will take at least 6 to 12 months for it to normalize. We are seeing a lot of services which are called consumer touch services businesses holding up, like restaurants and hotels and airlines and theaters and what have you. And those guys will take a long time to recover. When those guys default, people will be sacked, people will be laid off. Those people will stop contributing to the financial sector. There will be defaults that will be adversely affecting the banking sector. Except for consumer staples, which basically means that people who have to consume those items on a day-to-day basis, most of the sectors, whether it's discretionary spend or services sector or banking sector or technology sector, budgets will be cut, people will be laid off, and there will be an adverse impact. And I don't want to sugarcoat by saying that it will come back very soon. My estimate is that it will take at least 2 years for us to get back to where we were pre-corona.
So I think we are going to get into a recession, a very bad recession. I think from your point of view, what the government of India or various respective governments of each country should do to revive the business sentiment in order to bring the GDP up of the globe of all different countries, what measures they should do after the lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I think first, India is quite different from the other countries. So I do hear about comparisons of printing money of a certain percentage of GDP, which is called the fiscal stimulus. I think we also have to do that, but I think in the short term, what we need to do is to protect the poor. In the short term, we need that people should get basic things. They should survive. Today, there is a problem of survival. I think survival is the key in the short term. And if these people are not in the right frame of mind to survive, who will do the various onerous activities they conduct? Like, how will the farm labor, the industrial labor, the services labor work back into the system if these people don't have food to eat? So I think survival in the short term, to me, is the key. In the medium term, people have to be given money into the hands. India has to print money. The Indian government has to print a lot more than what they have announced. And I think they will do it. They will see the Western world do it. There are constraints in India, like there is a constraint of the fiscal deficit, which obviously then has a bearing on the credit rating of the country. If you increase in fiscal deficit a lot, if you print more money than you should, there is a bearing that you will have a credit rating question mark or downgrade, because of which a lot of money will not come into India. So I think the government has to do the fine tightrope balance and has to try and get survival and money into the hands of people. And I think the growth story is at least 1 to 2 years off. I think we should just get the derailed train back on track first, and then we should look at how fast it can run.
So you also see, from your point of view, the old business models will just vanish, and there is a need to evolve a new business model for everyone?
Without a doubt, CK, because I think this working from home, online usage, internet, digital, pharma, the pharma companies in the index and in the economy were completely sidelined before Corona. And, just for an example, in the Nifty, which is the index in India, the NSE index, 40% weightage is for financials and only 3% weightage is for pharma. Now pharma weightage will go at least 10 to 15% and financials will come down. People will realize that there is value of intellectual capital accumulated over the years. So I think there will be a paradigm shift after this. How long that paradigm shift continues and lasts, nobody knows, because I remember after the 9/11 in US, a lot of people said that offices have become dangerous places to work. One should start working from home. But then in the next revolution, we saw that offices became the best asset in terms of return. And people were investors like Blackstone and GIC and all were buying those offices left, right, and center across the globe. So things do change. Paradigms get changed over a period of time. But certainly the paradigm of online, digital, redundancy of going to office every day, these paradigms will emerge post-corona. I'm quite sure about that. And I'm also quite sure that things like healthcare and pharma companies will get far more importance than the traditional companies like banks and manufacturing companies, because people will understand that these are the lifesavers, and we need to give far more weightages, far more P multiples, far more importance to these industries.
Akshay, you are a leader. You have led so many large organizations. I'm sure you will be at the forefront when the lockdown is lifted. We wish you all the best and your company. And we look forward to the leadership from you in order to bring us out from. I mean, you already mentioned that the growth story will be halted for some more time. So I think the sustenance part, we will see your leadership coming in the forefront. So for today, we have limited time, but it was wonderful talking to you, and your words of wisdom, your advices, your direction is really valuable for me personally and for our viewers. It was pleasure talking to you, Akshay.
Thank you very much, CK. Appreciate coming on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we will find another opportunity very soon to talk to you.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, The Great Kings of India. And today, yet another time, we are discussing a great king of India today with Mrs. Binda Paranjpe. Binda Paranjpe is a prominent historian, and she's working as a professor at Banaras Hindu University. So, welcome to the show, Binda ji. How are you today?
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. I'm fine.
Yes, I just want to really give a cue to our viewers. The one who was a scholar, painter, architect, musician. He was born with to a great father, and he was also defeated Kala Bhras and re-established the Pallav dynasty. Okay, any guesses? Okay, yet another guess that he is the one under his era, the rock cutout temple of Mahabalipuram was being constructed, and the one who defeated Pulkeshin II of Chalukya dynasty, and he is none other than Mahendravarman first. To discuss about this popular king, we are inviting Bindaji. So, Bindaji, we would like to hear about this king.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to talk about Mahendravarman. Not just because he was a great ruler, but something very unique about him. And he became the first person to initiate a special kind of architectural lineage of the Pallavas. So I really like this king because of that. He was ruling in the first quarter of the 7th century. Didn't get a very long time to rule, but he did something which still remains for us to experience and see. So he's one of my favorite rulers.
Yes, so I just want to hear about his conquest, his empire, the way he ruled administration. Because I also heard in the history books he has a prominent name.
See, this is a time which is a very important segment in history of southern India. Some historians have liked to call it that this is a period of, I would like to put it into quotes, Aryanization. And by that, what do they mean is that the culture, mainly from the northern side of India, which in ancient times was called Aryavarta, or we can say that this was the Indo-Gangetic Plain, or also the further area of North India, that was gradually spreading towards southern parts of India. And South Indian culture and this culture coming from the north, they were gradually commingling, and a new synthesized culture was emerging in southern part of India. So Pallavas, many historians would like to attribute this process to the Pallavas. They are the ones who are responsible for that. And if we go into the details of the achievements of various Pallava kings, we can see that to some extent this view is genuine. because lot of things which are very typical of North are now seen as a part of important cultural artifacts of southern part of India also. Like in case of Mahendra Varman, he was in conflict with the Badami Chalukyas. And the Badami Chalukyas are from the Deccan side of southern India. So Badami Chalukyas were trying to push their way into further areas of southern peninsula. And Pulakeshin II, who was the contemporary of Mahendra Varman first, claims that he forced Mahendra Varman to go and hide into the inner fort of his capital city, Kanchipuram, that is present Kanchipuram. And after doing so, Pulakeshin II marched against the rulers who are further down south, like the Cheras, the Pandyas, the Keralas, all that. So Mahendra Varman, did he really have sufficient army to fight against the Pulakeshin's army? Because Pulakeshin is supposed to be having a huge army. And that's why probably Mahendra Varman had to accept a little setback. And subsequently, probably, he at least could regain a part of that territory which was conquered by Pulakeshin II. But we can't call it as a great achievement to the credit of Mahendra Varman.
Okay, so what I feel is that the great achievement is art and architecture at that era. Because Mahabalipuram, the great monument, is being so fabulous and so marvelous to really look around. And of course, I heard that Kanchipuram temple is also being built by this particular king. So I'd like to hear about his achievement in this sphere.
Right. Now, let's try to understand it from the perspective of a ruler. If he's unable to give a strong resistance to the mighty army of the Badami Chalukyas, it would have been a choice by this ruler to strengthen further his army and rejuvenate the attacks. Or on the second thought, probably what he could have done is paid more attention into improving the quality of life of his subjects. And it appears that Mahendra Varman took this wise decision that if militarily he cannot probably compete with the Badami Chalukyas, and he also is not probably very strategic in having alliances with his neighbors and have a combined force to resist the onslaught of the Badami Chalukyas, he paid more attention towards cultural sophistication within his limited kingdom. And that something I feel that the military achievements are always short-lived, because like in case of Pallavas also it happened that Pulakeshin II's victory was short-lived because Mahendra Varman's son avenged the defeat at the hands of Badami Chalukyas of the Pallavas and almost returned back in the same coin to the Badami Chalukyas. Then subsequently we saw the Badami Chalukyan ruler Vikramaditya II, about whom we have already talked. He again rebuked, and I feel that these conquests and campaigns, their achievements are short-lived, but the achievements in the field of religion, culture, literature, art and architecture, all this has got more lasting impact. And this is the wisdom of that king, that he paid attention in improving the faculties which are so enriching in human life. And in that sense, I think Mahendra Varman can be credited of being a very intelligent king. Now, what all did he do? We have got a lot of rocket cave temples which are attributed to the period of Mahendra Varman first. And that is rightly so, because we have inscriptional evidence in those rock cut caves. Very interestingly, one of the inscription reads that this is a king who created temples without brick, wood, or any kind of building material, binding material. Now, what do they mean by this? These are the rocket monuments, monolithic monuments. So what happens is that we have got a mass of solid rock. You remove the portions which are considered unnecessary so that the shape of a particular structure remains. And it has all those components which are required, maybe at that time, the kind of structures which were there. So it has got pillars, and these pillars become almost like a stylistic mark of the Mahendravarman's time. So the pillars are there, and some sculptural decoration is there. Paintings are there, which is very, very important. And also, as I said, to put it all into a historical context and give a more reliable date for it, we have got inscriptions. So all that put together, then we can see that this king was creating a great treasure of history. I don't mean to say that he was creating it as a treasure of history, but today when we look back, we certainly have that as a treasure of history. Now, what is very important here to note is that was it something new that was happening in southern part of India? If it was not so, why this kind of a description that the king is getting a temple made without brick and wood and metal and binding material? Now that is something which gives us a clue that probably this king who was introduced to these kinds of rocket monuments from the northern side of India maybe, or from at least the Deccan region, because we have started seeing the caves in the Deccan region right in the Satavahana period. So from that tradition is brought to the southern part of India, and Mahendravarman must have got impressed with it, and he encouraged different artists to have these cave temples in his territory. Interestingly, we also get in the inscriptions the names sometimes of the architects who designed these. What are we can call them as pillared halls or mandapas, and they're dedicated to different gods. So all this, if we see in the time of 7th century, the beginning of 7th century in southern India, this was something new and novel that was happening in that region. Now, does that mean that he didn't go for structural monuments? He must have. But as you know, that these things, they keep on getting rejuvenated in different periods. Sometimes they're enlarged, sometimes they're completely gone. So what remains for posterity is something which is more solid, something which can take the shocks of time. So these cave temples are those kinds of monuments which have sustained the shocks of time, and they have reached right up to us in 21st century. So that is something very unique about this ruler. He started that tradition, and then of course the subsequent Pallava rulers continued with that.
Okay, actually, while going through his profile, I have also come to know that he was earlier practicing Jainism, but later on he adopted Hinduism. So that is kind of unique combination, because in history we see a lot of Hindu kings, they have adopted either Buddhism or they have adopted Jainism. And sometimes there are kings who have the like Satvana, who are staunch Hindu rulers. So this is something very unique when we talk about Mahendravarman of Pallava. So is there any story behind it, or it's just like...
There is one literary text, Periya Puran, and it talks about one Shaiva ascetic upper. Earlier, when Mahendravarman was a follower of Jainism, and this Jainism that talks about its origin right into the Magad region of present Bihar. So this Patliputra monastery tradition of the Jains, because he was a staunch Jain, he forced this Shaiva ascetic to go through many ordeals. In a way, he wanted to see the merit of the spiritual achievement of the Shaiva ascetic. And the Shaiva ascetic proved to that test. And then Mahendravarman realized that probably this is something which I would like to follow. This is something which is more challenging than the system that I am following. This was like a transformation of a person. And he talks about it. His own personal testimony of it is available to us from the inscriptions. Now, this reminds us of Ashok, the famous Mauryan king, how he realized the transformation from within, and from being a follower of some other faith, maybe Shaivite, we do not know for certain, for good, but he became the follower of Buddhism. So how these rulers, they were honest before his probably their own subjects, and they're telling about their own transformations. But more than that, this person being a king, it means that there must have been some tension in the society amongst the followers of different faiths, and which faith the king patronizes, king follows, that must have made a lot of difference to the subjects. So the tension that was there between the followers of Jainism, followers of certain parts of the Shaivite tradition also, like the Kapalikas as they are called. The Kapalikas means the ones who use human skull as their either begging bowl, or they use it as a pot through which they can drink. So very weird kind of practices that they have. They reside in the crematoriums and things like that. And Mahendravarman, when he realized the truths of true following of Jainism, Shaivism, he's supposed to have composed a satire. The title of the satire is Matta Vilasa Prahasana. Prahasana means a satirical play. And in that play, he shows that how these certain sects, the Jains, certain variety of Buddhists, certain weird sects like Kapalikas, they practice things which are not really considered good for the moral standing and strength of the society. So he makes the people realize that the essence of true religion is not into these kinds of very absurd kind of practices. And I think this was a role of a king, of educating his subjects into understanding the nuances of religious followings. So it's very interesting to see the drama that he has written, the satirical play that he has written.
Okay, so that means he is more concerned about the ideology of the religion and the goodness of that religion, which give way to people to practice, rather than practicing different, as we say, karma kand of that particular religion. Now, I would like to ask you, Professor Binda, is that what is the impact? Although I can see when we talk about the architecture of that era, and when we talk about making temples, big cave-like monuments, I think the employment is not an issue, because people are employed, they are being paid. So what kind of society must have dwelled at that time, and what is the impact of this small era on our Indian culture?
Yeah, Um, if we try to see how these activities must have been supported, or the source of income for the state and people by and large, this is a time when new lands were brought under cultivation. So gradually, probably the state revenue was increasing, because Mahendravarman doesn't seem to be having much military achievements to his credit. So the war booty or loot probably was not the main source of income for his state. And also, this was a time when, as I earlier had mentioned in one of my other talks, that India gradually had started developing more contacts with Southeast Asia. So that trade was coming, and that was more in favor of India also. And Mahendravarman seemed to have facilitated the trade activity by giving them the standard coins, because we get two types of coins of Mahendravarman. Now, having the coined economy in itself is a good development in the economic side of it. What are the other things that we think that the king has really placed before his subjects as ideals, as the right conduct of life that should be followed? That appears to be being more thoughtful about religion, philosophy, co-living of different faiths, because he is supposed to have dedicated those, as I said, cave temples to different faiths. Like there are Vaishnavites also, and there are Shaivites also. So some kind of a peaceful co-living appears to be one of the principles that he was setting as an ideal, as an example before his subjects. Coming to his special attention paid to fine arts, he's supposed to have written texts on Sangeet, as it is called in Indian tradition, but that also includes dance. So dance, music. We have got one unique inscription of Mahendravarman's time, and that is at Kudiyamiyamal inscription, where we have reference to notes of music, swaras as they're called. And there is some kind of a reference which is interpreted by music experts differently, a reference to 7 and 8. So many musicians, they feel that these are talking about the string instruments having 7 strings and 8 strings. But what is interesting is that different compositions of the notes, they are there in this inscription. Now, if we reconstruct history of Indian classical music, we have got Bharata, the great composer of um, Indian art. We have got that famous Bharata's Natya Shastra, which has got all music, dance, percussion and everything. And then we have got about 11th century onwards, some texts like Sangeet Ratnakar coming in Indian music tradition. Now, Mahendravarman's inscription in the early part of 7th century is something like we can see is in between. Like, the knowledge which could be probably locked into the manuscripts is made available to people at a common place by way of inscriptions. And also, one of the titles of Mahendravarman is Sankirana Jati. That also has been interpreted by different people differently, different musicians. But either it is for certain composition of tal, the rhythm, or it could be certain composition of notes, because Sankirna makes us feel that it is not something which is commonly known compositions. So he's supposed to have made some kind of combination of different commonly known uh, either notes or rhythms, and he created a new one. So a real involved person into the music tradition. He's supposed to have promoted dance, because we have got Nataraja painting in one of his caves. And Bharatnatyam was a famous dance that started evolving during this period. Another thing about this particular ruler is very good quality Sanskrit. And this is what makes some historians feel that this is a time when South was coming under the influence of Aryan culture. So this king is, you can see, is a amalgam of various kinds of special gifts that he had. A composer, a person well versed in rhythm and music, a well versed person in painting art. He has taken very interesting titles also. Like he has taken one of the titles as the great builder, the person who has created great vastus, the great constructions. He also has taken a title that Matta Vilas. He just loves to be in blissful enjoyment. He also has taken a title Vichitra Chitta. Now that is some, I mean, you don't see this kind of a title of many other rulers. In fact, this is something very unique. Now, Vichitra Chitra also Chitta means that a person who has got a mind which is always looking for things which are not so common, uncommon, new things. And anything new which is introduced looks Vichitra to begin with, means something which is complex or very unique. And that kind of mind he has. He also considers himself Gunabhara, like, a person who has got many virtues. So kind of, proud position also he takes. Less he talks about his military achievements, but more he talks about his achievements in different fields of culture.
Yes, there are few kings which are very near to my heart also, and one of them is Mahindra Varman first, because it happened that I visited Mahabalipuram long back, and I was mesmerized by the construction of this particular place. So that is one. And when I am knowing about this king by you and the special features, the kind of personality he was having, that was also really giving insight that we have some great kings. We should cherish, we should study about them. It's not only about the military conquest, but also about building, about vastus, about taking care of people, teaching them with the practice of certain, making them understand by following some good deeds. So that is a part of a good king. And if we talk about Lalita Deth, who as a person I consider is one of the greatest king, is greater than Alexander. We really ask for Alexander all the time, but I feel Lalita Deth was one of the greatest kings. Likewise, Mahindra Varman I. He is a great king, and I think we should study more about the art and architecture. And I think that is also demand of the time, because we are in making of real vastus currently in this modern era. So that is one thing. It's so wonderful to talk to you, Bindaji, today, and to know
Just
about
last
this.
one I want
Yes.
to say that two of the great Sanskrit scholars, one is Dandin, who has written Dashakumar Charit, and one is Bharavi, who has written Kiratarjuni. And Kiratarjuni is a very typically Vaishnav text, great poetry. In fact, the Sanskrit poetic tradition mentions 5 great poets. Kiratarjuni, poet, the name of the poet is Bharavi, is one of them. And many historians are of the opinion that they were in the court of Mahendravarman. So as we have seen in case of Kalyani Chalukya ruler Vikramaditya VI, a person who himself has got good knowledge of poetry, drama, music, obviously will be like a refuge for many of these people in the field of fine art and music and literature and poetry and all that. And they would take pride in being in his court. So Mahendravarman first appears to be a patron to all these kinds of achievements.
So as you
So
told
the
that he
people
also
with
written music and dance book actually. So these are very refined attribute of any personality. And if it is if these personality belongs to a king, that must be having a great impact on the subject. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Bindaji, and know about this important king of our history. So we'll be discussing another great king of India in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Bye. Namaste.